Okay, let me just first of all welcome everyone to a very important RCT meeting. We're back in person and we're really grateful to have everyone present. This COVID cloud that we've been in has been kind of challenging, tragic for some, and we certainly do have thoughts and prayers for those that struggled or even perished. So please keep them in your thoughts and prayers. But we're back in person. I'm excited to see you all here. This is a great day to be back in person at the RCT meeting. So thank you all for being here. Let me open with saying we've got the pleasure of having Chairman Brian Daniel here and Executive Director Ed Cerna, and he'll be showing up soon, I presume. But I would ask that, and of course, unfortunately, they've been asked to come down from the higher seats in the back of the room to come sit at our table, which we appreciate very much in their presence. But if you wouldn't mind, Chairman Daniel, if I could make some announcements prior to calling on y'all to yield the floor for as long as you would like to speak. Would love to hear from you, but thank you so much. Appreciate that. So let me see. I'm going to open some notes here for myself. Like I said, this is a new era in our TWC meetings. We're calling it a hybrid meeting. I like to call it a hybrid broadcast meeting because some of our members or participants may be logging in with us and participating via Zoom, but then there's those of us that are here in person, and then the broadcast part of it is that we have opened our meetings. Of course, we're still open to the public to come sit with us and watch our meetings in person, but we're actually broadcasting this now. So with this large state of Texas that we're so proud of, it's important that everyone, not everyone, but anyone that wants to can register and see what we're doing here and participate in our meeting. And, if you registered for public comment, have public comment, but if nothing else, just observe it. And we certainly welcome everyone that's online watching us now today. So I'm glad you're here. And we look forward to having much more transparent and productive meetings that you all will be able to see exactly how we do what we do, and hopefully it will have a very positive effect on all parts of it. So thank you all for that. Let's see here. Desperately would like to find my inbox. Let's see. I'm gonna go to my phone. And by the way, it's not an if, but when we have glitches, we are very likely to have glitches in this system, and it might even be a human glitch. So please practice patience with us, and we will certainly work to resolve it as quickly as possible and get back to business at hand. But anytime you bring on a new system like this, there's definitely going to be some glitches, and that is we will deal with them as quickly as possible and get back if it goes offline or something like that. Also, we might have weather in the area a little later, and if weather might possibly knock out electricity or something, there's supposed to be some pretty big storms coming through, so just be aware of that, so that we don't want y'all to miss any of this. However, we might be forced to by electricity going out or something, so please be aware of that. Okay, while I find my notes, I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to Chairman Daniel, and we are grateful to have you in the room, and thank you so much for being here. Always an inspiration for you to be with us, and we've we've come to your building, so we're grateful for welcoming us here. So without further ado, Chairman Daniel.
Well, thank you very much. I am glad for everybody to be here. We get so much more done in a meeting when we can all be together. Technology is wonderful and it solves a lot of problems and can actually speed some things up. But what I've noticed during the time that we've been meeting by Zoom is we sort of miss that human element. And I think we come up with better answers. And so I really am glad everybody can be in one room and work together. And for those that are still participating by Zoom, what a wonderful technology we have that you don't have to miss the meeting if your travel schedule's taking you elsewhere or you can't be there. Zoom's been quite a tool for us during the pandemic and even on into this sort of post-pandemic period of job creation. Zoom created so many opportunities for us to continue our work, but frankly, I found Zoom to be I found it to be somewhat stressful for me because of the need to set up a home studio, figure out what tie I could wear with what pair of shorts and flip-flops. I mean, it was just a lot of things about Zoom that just really frustrated me. But I know it's a good tool, and there's others, WebEx and Teams. We use several here at TWC. These technologies, and not just those, but all the technologies that we saw as a result of the pandemic, I think we need to pay attention to those because I think they give us some opportunities in the workforce to really help employers understand how they can put together the workforce they're looking for, and particularly with groups of people that they might not necessarily have taken a look at before. Technology revolutionizes that in a lot of different ways, and I think we learned a lot from the pandemic in that regard. The job market right now is very interesting. So you may read media reports about the Great Resignation, and they only gave me 10 minutes today, so I don't have time to tell you why the media is wrong about the Great Resignation. I will if you give me the time, but not today. We've been seeing increased movement in the job market for the last 10 years, frankly, and 10% more people quit their jobs every year to move to a different job simply because we have more options in the workforce. And where we find ourselves today is no exception to that. We've set 5 consecutive records in terms of job creation in the state of Texas since November of 2021, March being the last one. We have created 150,000 new jobs in Texas during the first quarter of this year, which is the most we've ever created in the first quarter since we started keeping those records. Employers in this state are creating a lot of jobs. We have the most number of Texans working in payroll jobs today than we've ever had in the state. And we have 600,000 open jobs in this state at the same time. So not only do we have jobs that need to be filled, employers continue to create new jobs. This creates a lot of opportunity for the job seeker. It's one of the reasons why you're seeing wage inflation and a little bit of wage pressure, but you're also seeing employers being very creative in how they fill those jobs. So whether we're using tools like Zoom, Teams, WebEx to create remote work opportunities, I think employers are also interested in finding what I would simply call alternative sources of talent, meaning they might take someone from another industry. They might be willing to use technology to create an opportunity for someone who has a particular disability that they are certainly willing to work around. They might be willing to create opportunities for veterans or foster youth. These are groups that, frankly, at TWC, we have expertise in working with, but it's the employers that really have to be willing to take that last step. Now, this particular committee, this council, does a lot of good work. But I think one of the things that you do that I'm most significantly impressed by is that your ability to help package things so that employers can understand how to take that last move to get those folks into their talent pool, into their workforce. I think that carries a lot more power than even sometimes I think you think it does. Our ability to help employers use not just our vocational rehabilitation program here, but the available technologies to really create a talent pool that chooses from the best talent available is going to be the only way that we're able to fill the 600,000 open jobs right now and the jobs that are likely going to continue to get created in this state. So from a purely statistical standpoint, we are at a point in Texas economics or in our workforce history where we've really have to take all of our programs at the Workforce Commission and use those to help show employers how they can get to where they need to get talent-wise. There's still a number of people moving to the state. They're following the jobs here. This has been true in the United. John Steinbeck wrote a whole bunch of novels in the 1930s about this. This is not a new thing for the United States, people following jobs. Some press reports have called us the new California. I don't like that. We're simply Texans. We will continue to create jobs in this state as long as we can maintain the economy to do that. And we, for the 18th year in a row, we were just ranked the best place for business one more time. There's a lot of reasons for that. But at the tops of all those lists are workforce. And simply put, our ability to ensure that as many Texans who want a job in this state, that we're able to find an employer that's able to hire them. That is our highest and best mission at TAC. So a job for every Texan that wants one, and a Texan for every employer that wants to hire one. And we can get there. I know you guys have a lot of things on your agenda, and you talk about lots of different things, but at the end of the day, our ability to enable employers to tap into all the talent pools in the state, that's really what takes us places, and it's what helps us keep setting these records. So Michael, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes. Everyone, thanks for making the trip in and for your participation. And I'm glad we're all here, and I'm glad the folks are able to watch on Zoom too. It is the future, because the future is now, or something like that. But I think we've got so many opportunities. I'll let you get back to your agenda, and I'll be in the building this morning. So if anything else comes up, holler at me. I'll be glad to come back down.
Oh, Chairman Daniel, thank you so much. And yes, the future. We're going to keep an eye on you with your social media postings. Your future of you may be in acting. So he's got. If you haven't seen him, go check him out. Some of Chairman Daniel's team have made some great videos. We were just speaking about him. He is instrumental in helping design them and act them, and they have a good time, and that's important. But they're getting the message delivered and through, and that's what's kind of what that's about. But anyway, thanks again for making it lighthearted and interesting, and also for being here, Chairman Daniel. We appreciate your presence again. Chairman Daniel's usually right up in the center of the room, the other direction, right under the Texas seal. So we appreciate your coming down to our table and joining our meeting. So thank you for that. I've been also, I wanted to make sure that those watching and those of us present, that Chairman Daniel's right there and we know it, but whenever if you're watching online or in Zoom, or the camera is only able to point one direction at our table. It encompasses the whole table. And unfortunately, Chairman Daniel and Director Cerna, who's going to join us on Zoom, I see him online now, but unfortunately, the camera is not able to point it at Chairman Daniel. So please excuse us for not having the ability to do that at this point. But there he is. See, he just turned around, so he is here. So thank you, Chairman Daniel. Appreciate your presence, and again, it's always an inspiration. So thank you very much. Executive Director Cerna prefers that we call him Ed, but it's important. I know we know who he is, but Executive Director Cerna, welcome. Thanks for joining us on Zoom.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but we have a rule that the chairman and I can't be in the same place at the same time. Something about crossing the streams, and it doesn't end well, I think. No, I'm just kidding. I just happen to have back-to-back meetings, both in person and Zoom meetings. One thing that the chairman said with regard to the use of this technology, meaning these virtual meetings, is that that's the future. It's kind of scary to think that I'm the future, but that's okay. On a serious note, as the chairman pointed out, our economy is booming, and everything points to us, particularly with regard to vocational rehabilitation. Everything points to us needing to strike now. We need to boost our efforts to make employers aware of the potential employees that we serve through our VR services. that that the RCT supports through its leadership and guidance. We need to redouble our efforts to make sure that our current customers are introduced to opportunities with employers, that we connect those current customers to employers that need workers. And we need to improve how we outreach to potential new customers, people that don't know that we're here to help them. We need to educate the individuals that we can serve and make sure that they are aware that that we're available to help them get the tools or the assistance or the training that they need so that they can enter the workforce or maybe even start their own business. Now's the perfect time because it is a job seekers market. Employers of all types are seeking individuals, both for remote work as well as in-person work. And most of the jobs will be still in person. You know, you cannot work from El Paso for Tesla in Austin, and you cannot work for Samsung in Round Rock from the Valley. But there are several opportunities to get people into those positions, as well as opportunities for people to stay, and the chairman alluded to it, to stay in the Valley and fill positions through remote work, provide much needed services to individuals virtually. So we have these chances, not these chances, but these opportunities that we face, and we need to take advantage of it now. We at TWC across the board, not just in VR, but I focus on VR because of the RCT's role in supporting us in this area. We need to redouble our efforts to make sure people know we exist, that we can help them. And by people, I mean both employers and job seekers. And on the job seeker side, especially individuals with disabilities that just need a little bit of help from us, or maybe a lot of help from us. We need to make them aware that we're here to assist them and then help them find that position that they then can participate in the economy like everybody else is. And that's really what we're striving for. So with that said, I want to encourage you all to continue your work efforts. Everything that you have done so far has been very supportive and very useful to the agency. And I would encourage you to continue to do that because we can't succeed without your support. The chairman pointed it out ideally when he said, you are an ideal link, not these words, but he said, you are an ideal link between employers and the services that we provide and helping us explain those services in, I'm going to say, in plain language versus governmentese. So thank you very much for everything that you all do. I'm going to try to find some time to get down there to at least say hi and shake hands when I can, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to at least say hello. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to hand it back to you.
On here. Thank you very much, Executive Director Cerner. We appreciate your time and your presence. And of course, both of you, Chairman Daniel and the Executive Director, are welcome to stick with us or stay with us as long as you would like in this meeting. We are also well aware that you are both very busy and have other things to do. And so if you find yourself excusing yourself and getting back to doing the business of Texas, we certainly understand and appreciate that. So, but you're of course welcome to stay as long as you like. So, but thank you so much for your words and comments. Okay, I have a couple other housekeeping issues that I didn't cover a moment ago that I wanted to back up and take care of if you would allow me to. We have a member of the Policy and Support of the Texas Workforce Commission, Deputy Director Vocational Rehabilitation, Jason Baden, who worked with us through the whole COVID cloud, if you will, the COVID situation. And he, unfortunately, or fortunately for him, has taken on a new position. And he wrote me an email stating that he would like to say something to us as a council, and if you would give me a few minutes to just share what Jason wrote to me that I could share with y'all now. He said, given that I'll be leaving my current position at the end of March, I will not have the opportunity to say goodbye to the members in any type of official form. If you could express my appreciation and gratitude to the council and members for their support and partnership on my behalf, I would greatly appreciate it. I've really enjoyed working with you and the team, and more so than anything, I value the relationships that we have formed over time. You all do incredibly important work on a volunteer basis, and I want to thank you for that. I encourage you to keep doing great things. If I can ever be a resource of assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll be maintaining the same email address. Best wishes, Jason Vaden. So, Jason, we felt his presence and we appreciated his hard work and dedication, as I'm sure Ms. Fuller did. So I understand he's within the system somewhere. Okay, so we haven't lost him completely, but anyway, I wanted to share that in lieu of Mr. Vaden able to be here. So thank you for that. One more thing I wanted to do on a somber note is the VR divisions across the country lost somebody a couple of months ago, Miss Sherry Taylor from West Virginia, who was she the chair of the NCSRC or vice president? Yeah, vice president treasurer NCSRC, and a great spirit, great vocational rehab spirit. She just hard charging, tell it like it is, lay it on the line gal that was a great advocate for us on a national level. And some of us were able to meet her in conferences and what have you. And I think in Jacksonville we met her, right, Miss Lisa GW. MW, sorry.
You gotta start getting them right.
I know,
Yeah,
I know.
all the Lisas.
Yeah.
I think there's still 4 of us, right?
My apologies. So, but she was a sweet person. It was really hard worker, and we're gonna miss her. The country's VR system is gonna miss her because she was quite a energy building person. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, I just wanted to recognize Ms. Taylor, and we certainly feel for her family and friends. So keep them in your prayers as well. Okay, so with that, let us move on to, let's see, we have how about the VR division report update? Ms. Fuller, are you available?
I am. I'm ready to go. I think I can even work this clicker. So if we can bring up my PowerPoint. It's actually both Jeffrey and I presenting to you this morning. Good morning, members. It is so exciting to see you in person. I have missed this. I've missed the opportunity to just have conversations and get to know you and be together as a group. So I've been very much looking forward to being back in person. Yes, Jason Vaden is still with the agency. He is working with Mr. Cerna and our Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Townsend, working on how we can, as an agency, really look across the agency to bring our strategic planning efforts together. What an incredible asset for VR while he was with us, and now while he is working across the agency, because he knows about our programs, he knows about our customers and our priorities, and he takes that to his next position. So as much as I was disappointed to lose him, and so were Tammy and Scott, the 4 of us worked together very closely. I was thrilled at the opportunity he has and how that will continue to benefit us. We are working diligently to find a new Deputy Division Director for Program Policy and Support. I am working very diligently indeed, because I'm covering until there's a new deputy. And I think we're close. So hopefully I'll have some good news to share with you soon. But yes, he so enjoyed working with you and working in that role. Jeffrey and I are on this morning to talk to you about how we are doing with our performance. Specifically though, We have some general updates I'll start with, and then Jeffrey will talk to you about the success measures we have for our goals and priorities in the combined state plan. This is really what drives our work that you feed into in such an instrumental way. So he will share how we're doing over this last quarter on those success measures. I will then give you an update on the implementation of the strategies that we are working on to try to move those success measures in the right direction. And then I'll give you a little budget update, and we will do our very best to do a hard stop on my piece at 11:30, because Jeffrey and his team have some ad hoc reports that I think are excellent information for you. And I really want to give him the time to do that, which I did not do last time. So, Mr. Chairman, if you've got the long handle with the hook, you just about 11:30, just say it's time for Jeffrey's ad hoc report.
Well, we're ahead of schedule, Ms. Fuller, so
So surely,
I look forward to you chewing that up, though. That'll be fun.
surely I
That will
can
be
pull
fun.
that off. Right?
I look forward to it.
All right. So we will get started this morning with the general updates. This is just my opportunity to share with you a few things that are going on in the division. I try to keep it to a few because I could spend a couple of hours on this, which would not be helpful. So the first thing I wanted to talk with you about is the CSAVR Spring Conference. It was one of those things, since it was all virtual again, I wasn't quite sure how many members were able to attend. How many of you were able to join any part of CSAVR? Ms. Stanfill, I think we had a couple of others, and it was a really good conference. The conference again focused on the theme of VR program performance. This is a national conversation, as we've discussed before. The association and our colleagues in the National Council of State Agencies for the Blind in CSAB, we're collectively focused on what we need to do as a national program to significantly improve the performance of the program, both program and fiscal. And there are really three strong threads of conversation that we're having. One is recruiting and retaining qualified VR staff. We've talked about this for a couple of years now in this committee, and we've talked about it nationally as well. I don't know of any state director who says, "Whew, this is not a challenge." So this is something we really collectively want to work on and figure out how we as a national program can identify strategies to move that needle. There was a great presentation from some of our colleagues on strategies they've been implementing. I was excited because I love to learn about what other states are doing, but also because I could check the box on almost everything that they talked about, that we have been taking decisive action on those type of activities. But we're still working on it. The other thing that is kind of a national conversation is, how do we streamline and redesign our processes, our VR process? There was great conversation in a pre-conference session about rapid engagement. What can we do to shorten the time between the time someone contacts us and they begin to receive services? Because we all, as a customer, expect after our contact to a potential business, we want to receive services pretty quickly. Our customers are no different than that. We have some important steps in the process, but how can we rapidly engage customers? So this and other ways that we rethink the processes we use to serve our customers is another one of those critical areas around VR performance. And then the last one, you just heard Mr. Cerna speak to it. We have talked about it. It's how do we increase awareness? How do we make sure the public is aware of the services that we offer and able to access them? And so these three areas continue to be a priority for our National Association. As you know, I will be stepping into the role of president of the National Association on July 1st. My colleague, Daisha Johnson from Oregon Blind, has done a fantastic job, so I have big shoes to fill. At the meeting, we did elect the president-elect, who will work alongside me when I'm in my term as president, Dave Dokas from Connecticut Combined. And we are committed to continuing this conversation. And so if you have opportunity to attend CSAVR in the fall or next spring, you're going to see us continue to focus on these things. One of the presentations that I always pay attention to with extra focus is when our federal oversight partner, the Rehabilitation Services Administration, gives their update. I mean, they have a perspective that the states don't have, right? We understand our states to some degree, we understand each other and the national program, but they really have quite a different view. So when they talk to us about what they see and what their hopes are and the opportunities are and the concerns are, we pay very close attention. So they shared an excellent presentation where they were trying to look at the trends in the VR system, particularly pre-pandemic, and how we are performing during the pandemic and hopefully coming out of it. And what they did was they showed a series of graphs that compared the first 2 program year quarters of program year 19, 20, and 21. And so what that essentially did was look at the July to December timeframe for each of those program years. They did that because we're still in program year 21. Program year 21 is not over until June 30th of this year. And so then they showed a series of charts that looked at how many individuals are coming to the program, are applying, are being determined eligible, are getting an IPE, individualized plan for employment, how many students with disabilities are we serving, and the fiscal performance of the system. And so this was very, very important information for us individually as states and collectively as a program. I have the PowerPoint and I'm happy to share it with Lisa to make sure you all have it as well. But what I would say is, you know, anytime you're looking at a chart that has all of the states, I'm looking for Texas, right? Where are we? And what I can tell you is that the charts that they shared with us in performance, they showed, like, for example, intake of applicants. So they listed all of the states, from the states that have had either an increase in applicants or a very small decrease in applicants, to the states who have had the most significant decrease in applicants. Same thing with determined eligible and plan and number of students with disabilities served. I was grateful to see that we were in the top 10 or higher in terms of having the smallest decline in those areas. And in the number of students with disabilities we serve, we just blew the doors off of the national performance, because we showed a 977% increase. So there are a couple of reasons for that, members. I mean, we didn't just completely turn up the volume in one area or another. There are 2 things. And I think if I give you the numbers just for Q1, you'll see what I'm talking about. So I looked at Q1, which is July, August, September. We've got a lot more cooking in the summer months with students from 19, 20, and 21. So I can just give you numbers and you'll see what I'm talking about.
If I might interrupt one moment,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Fuller, I would like to recognize that is compared to other states in the union, not all states did that well. We did
Right.
a lot better than many other states, and being such a large state, that's not such an easy task. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right. We had a 977% increase. District of Columbia, 778%. Of Washington State, 280%. And then the next highest was Oklahoma at 72%. So we really did show up on this one. But two reasons, and you're about to hear those reasons. We need to hear the numbers. PY19 Q1, 17 people we reported. Now we know we were serving more students with disabilities than that in July, August, and September of 2019, but this is well and truly pre-pandemic. So same quarter for 2020, 2,217. Same quarter for program year 21, 5,036. So see, we went from 17 to 5,036. Now, why did we have such a huge jump? There's two things that were happening here. The first thing is you've heard us talk about how our systems have to change and our habits and our processes have to change to capture the information that is important as our laws change. This was one we really had to do some systems changes. We tried a couple of things that didn't work as well. And then we implemented a new process and a new part of our system that made it easier for our staff to capture what we were doing with students. So you see a big jump from just that PY19 to PY20, but PY20 and PY21, we were in the pandemic, like full on. And what our teams did in the field was just redouble their efforts in every way to use virtual opportunities, those virtual career fairs, loaner equipment for students who didn't have it. They worked so hard to make sure that while we couldn't do in person, we could do virtual services. And a shout out here to our providers who did the same thing, right? We weren't the only ones turning on a dime here. Our providers had to turn on a dime with us. And so this is a collective, this is a system achievement that we were able to continue to serve so many students during that quarter. So I spent a bit of time there, but I just wanted to let you know that this was a very helpful presentation. That this showed we've got work to do as a national program, and we still have work to do in Texas. And that's why we're focused on some of the goals we're focused on. But this was encouraging. It was encouraging because I think we're headed in the right direction. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Just know that we will continue to follow these national trends, and I'll try to keep you updated, and I will do my best to represent Texas well over the next year as I have an opportunity at CSAVR to play a larger role. A couple of other things, you know that RSA comes to see states about every 5 years. They come visit us, they do a monitoring review. They do a lot of visits with us in advance of the monitoring review. We provide more documents than I can count. And then a little bit over a year later, they issue a report. If that report has findings, and I have yet to see one that hasn't, although I would like to receive one with no findings, then we enter into a process of developing a corrective action plan. We work with RSA on that plan. We give them updates every quarter, and then they tell us when the actions are resolved. So we've been working on our corrective plan in earnest since last year. We had an update due on January 30th. We just had one on April 30th as well. We then give the RSA team time to look at our update, saying, here's what we've done to make progress, and then tell us if they consider the findings resolved or partially resolved. And then we continue the work to the next quarterly update. So in this January update, we submitted some policy changes that they looked at in advance about the types of documented progress for measurable skills gains, just making sure we're clearly capturing the type of documents that are allowable, and also clarifying some language around successful closures to make sure that that also aligns with federal regulations about the length of time that someone is working after they get the job before we close the case, and the gaps in that, should there be any. So we submitted that. We think that finding is now partially resolved since they looked at those in advance, and we're hoping it will be fully resolved as soon as we publish all of those changes. In the area of financial management, we are almost through. Once we submit our final federal report for the 2019 grant, then all of the financial findings will be fully resolved. And so we hope to wrap this up soon. That's our hope. We'd like to close it out. It can take 12 to 18 months for most states to close out their corrective action plans, because even if you do what you need to do to correct what RSA identified, they'll still want to follow along for a period of time and just continue to receive updates. Last thing, the Rider 48 report, I keep mentioning this to you, or next to last thing, because the report's coming to you and the legislature. So this is the rider from our last legislative session that requires us to prepare a report, which is an inventory of apprenticeship and internship opportunities for people with disabilities. And we have been working diligently on that report. Jonas Schwartz and his team, along with the team that includes other representatives in the agency, from labor market and career information to workforce development. We've had really good participation. They've drafted the report. It's in its first round of review. Members, as Jeffrey mentioned last time, the report asks for several data points. We have some of them. Some of them are data that are not collected. So we can't report what is not collected, and we'll explain that as well. So I'm hoping we'll be able to give you a briefing on the draft in August so that you have an understanding of what's in the report before you get the final. The last thing on general updates, Senate Bill 50. This has been so important to our work and has been at the core of one of the things we talked to you about at the last meeting, about our desire to really expand and enhance our efforts with our partner agencies at TEA and Health and Human Services Commission on employment first. Senate Bill 50 actually directs Health and Human Services Commission to establish rules and a process that ensures Medicaid waiver participants who want competitive integrated employment can achieve the goal. And they have to, HHSC has to develop strategies, certainly with us, to increase the number of individuals that are getting employment services either from us or from their waiver program. One of the critical pieces of us being able to do this is that we have the data sharing agreement and framework in place so that we can share information about who we are each serving, so that we can see how those referral processes are going, who we're serving together. And so we have a data sharing agreement in draft. It is being reviewed by the HHSC legal department before it comes over to us for review. And we really hope this thing is inked by August 31st. And that really sets the stage for data sharing that will be so important. You know, we have requested and invited our two partner agencies to work with us on an expanded effort that would focus on not only data sharing, but also processes for referral and service collaboration, training of our respective staffs, and then evaluation of how we're doing. I'm very pleased to tell you that both agencies have responded favorably to the invitation I sent them in March and have designated points of contact. And we're hoping to get together as agencies and talk through that and see how we might improve our work together in this area. So that's another one for stay tuned. All right. I think we're ready for Jeffrey. Jeffrey, are you on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll turn it over to you.
Understood. It's an honor to be here this morning, and I'm excited that it seems like the hybrid approach to our RCT quarterly meeting is working. This is a wonderful arrangement that will allow more people throughout the state to participate in our quarterly meetings while preserving the option for in-person interactions for those who are local. So, I think I've lost the PowerPoint presentation, Director Fuller.
Me too. They're on it.
I spoke too soon
Here we
about no
go.
technical difficulties.
Keeping us on our toes, Jeffrey. Here we go.
That's all right, Jeffrey. I made it very clear, opening meeting, that this very well thing may happen. So don't you worry. You get it back as soon as you can, and we'll. Have you got it? Okay.
Understandable. Yes, I see the PowerPoint now. So my name is Jeffrey Miller. For those who may not know me, I am the manager of the VR program reporting and analysis team within the Division of Information, Innovation, and Insight. And we help evaluate the VR program to make sure that we're staying on mission, and we act as an early alert system to any course changes that need to be made. And in collaboration with the RCT, we've identified 6 goal areas where we're focusing our evaluation. So we want to improve provider recruitment, retention, and support, first of all. Second, we want to streamline VR policy, process, and procedure and improve workflow processes and tools that facilitate timely service delivery so our customers don't have excessive downtime. Third, we want to recruit and retain VR staff. We want to, fourth, improve and develop additional user-friendly resources to maximize customer choice. This is a topic that has come up many times in the past few RCT quarterly meetings. Fifth, we want to improve VR staff knowledge and system capacity to support service delivery to customers. And sixth, we want to increase and enhance partnerships with employers to better understand employer needs when hiring people with disabilities working with VR. So let's get straight into the first goal area. How are we going to measure success? So for the first goal area, we want to see an increase in the percentage of active VR service providers and the total number of available providers. If we see more providers statewide and we see that these providers are being engaged, that will tell us that our provider network is recovering. Next slide, please. So how are we looking right now? Doing a comparison of Q1 for the past 4 years, we can see that although our active provider numbers have decreased, as well as our available providers, the proportion of providers that are actively engaged with doing business with us has increased. That's a positive direction. And from 2021 Q1, where we bottomed out, we've had some slight recovery this year. So for the first time in the past 4 years, we see that our active provider number has increased by about a dozen providers. Our available providers, however, are still decreasing. A lot of that is due to cleaning up inactive records in our system. So we have some providers in RehabWorks that show as active that should not show as active. Bottom line is we're trending in a positive direction with activity rate, and that's what we want to see. Next slide, please. So, second goal area, how are we going to measure success here? We want to see that the median time from initial contact to participant status in the VR program is stable or decreasing. That means that our customers are moving through the pipeline in an expedient manner. We also want to see an increase in the percentage of those determined eligible who move into an individualized plan for employment, because in order to keep services expanding into the population for people with disabilities, we need to have a steady flow of customers into the VR program. And by looking at the rate at which new participants are created and come into our program, we can know whether our total participant numbers are going to go up, stay the same, or go down. Next slide, please. So how are we doing on this? Again, looking at Q1 for the past 4 years, we can get a comparative view of how our numbers are changing in Q1 of the calendar year. We can see a positive trend here. The number of new participants we have is going up, relatively speaking. Last year, during Q1, we had 4,604 participants join the program. This year, we had 5,229. So we're seeing a recovery from that pandemic era and its immediate aftermath. At the same time, the median number of days it takes to go into a participant status has slightly decreased from about 106 to 107 days in 2019 and 2020 to 102 days at present. That's a positive direction. We want to see median days at least remaining stable, at best going down. If it goes down, that means that customers are getting into active services with our program quicker. Next slide, please.
Jeffrey, did you hear the question?
Yeah, all right.
I did not hear the question. Can you
Yes.
please repeat that, sir?
Hi, Jeffrey, this is Gennady. We're trying to figure out how we work the mics here.
Oh, not a problem, sir.
Jeffrey, do we know what's the national average? And continuation of that, what do we think the good looks like? Shorter the better, clearly, but what does good look like?
We do not know the national statistics on the median days it takes to get to from initial contact to participation. The requirements for the VR program focus on the time a customer should remain in application phase and eligibility phase. And I defer briefly to Cheryl for that. I always get it switched. Is it a 30 days application and 60 days eligibility?
So the federal guidelines are that we have 60 days from application to determine eligibility and 90 days from eligibility to having assigned a plan. So that's 60, 90. We have on the front end of that we want 30 days from initial contact to application or less. So that's where Jeffrey gets the 30, 60, 90, but the 60, 90 are the national requirements.
Understood. And by that metric, we're doing very well, because right here, I'm looking at median time from initial contact to participation, because from the perspective of information, innovation, and insight, we're concerned about the time it takes from a customer to walk in the door to the time that they are a VR program participant according to Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act criteria.
And this is Karen, for clarification, the participation status starts at the time of an individualized plan for employment?
That's right. So this chart is showing that in 2022 Q1, the median number of days it took for a customer to go from walking in the door to having an individualized plan for employment was 102 days. And given the 30, 60, 90 day expectation, this is really good performance. Any further questions before we look at the participant creation rate? Understood. Then looking at our present slide, we see that the number of new signed IPEs has increased considerably from 2021 Q1 to 2022 Q1. And here we're looking at all prior eligible customers. So back in 2018 Q1, the percent of eligible customers who actually made it to a signed IPE was about 78%. In the past 2 years, 2021 and 2022, however, we've managed to raise the bar and bring the participant creation rate up to around the neighborhood of 90%. And that means that about 9 out of every 10 individuals who are determined eligible for the VR program now actually move in to active services with the VR program. Any questions about this? It's really positive movement. So I'm pleased to report on that. Moving to goal area 3.
Jeffrey, Ms.
Yes.
Gordon has a question.
Oh, yes, please proceed. I'm not sure that I'm hearing the audio on your questions. I apologize.
Do you have any breakdown of disability groups by any chance for the movement of cases? Like, for example, deaf, blind, orthopedic, et cetera?
We do not
developmental?
at present, but that would be an easy request to ad hoc. We could look at the participation rate across the 5 major disability categories that RSA uses, for example. And one of those would be persons who have deafness or communicative disorders.
And what about, what are they? What are the 5, real quickly?
So communicative disabilities is one. Then you have physical disabilities, psychosocial disabilities, intellectual and learning disabilities, and blindness and sensory disabilities.
Thank you. I really would be curious to see, particularly the blindness and sensory disabilities. Thank you.
Understood. I think that it would bring a lot of insight to take a look at that. So if the RCT would like to submit that as a request for my team to do an ad hoc request to look at the participant creation rate for major disability categories, that would certainly be doable. And I think that that would bring some insight. Any other questions before we proceed to goal area 3? The past few years have had a major impact on our staff, and we've seen some higher than usual turnover rates. And with turnover rates come concerns about whether we're preserving our knowledge base, because when you lose experienced counselors, either because they're moving on to the next chapter or for other reasons beyond our control, you also lose some of that institutional wisdom and expertise. So goal area 3 was created to keep tabs on how our staff are doing. And so we want to see a decrease in annual staff turnover rate. We want to see an annual increase in the proportion of qualified vocational rehabilitation counselors. I defer briefly to Cheryl to explain what goes into determining whether a counselor is qualified.
So members, this is part of the CSPD comprehensive system of personnel development that is in the combined state plan. A qualified VR counselor is one that has the experience and education that meets our requirements. So that is a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling or similar. That is very important. And also that they have experience working in the VR program. This is part of our career ladder opportunity. And so you will see that our career ladders are built around a counselor achieving that qualified status. Some candidates come to us with a master's degree in rehab counseling. Sometimes the best candidate in the pool does not have that master's degree. They have a bachelor's degree or in a related area or in a different area. So what they can do when they come to work for us, if they're the most qualified candidate, is that they have 7 years to complete their master's degree and to achieve that educational benchmark. And then of course they immediately receive the intensive training and experience working on the job. So our goal is to have people hired with that master's degree, but we don't always. So we have a path for them to get it while they get the training and experience on the job.
Sure.
And this path is important because, as we've discussed in previous RCT meetings, there have been certain developments in the area of higher education that have resulted in master's degree programs in vocational rehabilitation not being as common as they were previously. So we get a lot more counselors now that have related degrees, but not necessarily master degrees in counseling field.
Jeffrey, Ms. Bowden has a comment.
Yes, please proceed.
To ask that question, are there limited colleges that offer the master's degree in rehab counseling? I know SFA does, but like, is it limited of where they can go?
We really have, I think, an excellent array of colleges our counselors can go to. They can go to University of North Texas, Stephen F. Austin, UT Rio Grande Valley, University of Texas, El Paso. There are a number of programs. I'm sliding some now with apologies. Texas Tech, oh goodness gracious. Get in trouble with the chairman. So Chairman Daniel's a Red Raider. Nobody tell him. And there are also some online programs that are out of state in neighboring states. So we really do have a wealth of opportunities for our counselors to pursue that educational attainment.
And it's important to emphasize that those options do exist because we do have a plethora of options for people to get master's degree in vocational rehabilitation counseling. Yes, please.
You mentioned related fields. If a person has a degree, say in guidance and counseling, for example, and it's in, would they be considered over, or how would that be handled?
So we have a team actually that works for our Deputy Division Director for Program Operations, Scott McCune. He's here in the room. So if I need to phone a friend, I don't have far to go. But if someone has a degree in a related field, like let's say they have their LPC, then the team that works for Scott, they review the courses that someone took in that degree. And if there are courses that align with what is required in a rehab counseling master's, then they do get credit for those. They just have to take the courses specific to rehabilitation counseling that they did not take in their own master's degree program in that related field. If they have a master's degree in an unrelated field, or if they have a bachelor's degree but no master's degree, then they're going to need to complete the full program. But someone coming in with a related degree may just need a few classes. Scott, Tammy, all right, got that right.
How long the program is? It's 5 classes or teaching?
The master's degree is a full 60-hour curriculum.
So if somebody else, if somebody has the master's in education and they want to go into rehab counseling, would they just take the full load, or?
They would get a second master's, or we would compare to see what courses are in their education master's and in the rehab counseling master's. So they could have some benefit there if they're the same courses. But if they do not have the required courses in rehabilitation counseling, it's very important to us, has been historically important to this body, that they achieve that educational attainment in that degree.
Have you had to dismiss counselors who didn't go through that
Yes.
process?
Yes. There are not exceptions. It is rare, but it has happened. And this is something that we try very hard with our counselors. They know up front when they're hired what the responsibility is. They're expected to meet this responsibility. They have 7 years that they don't have to start at the year they are hired, where we're giving them all that intensive new counselor training, but they have opportunity to do this, and we will pay for this. And so it is an expectation of the job and a standard that we hold firm.
Absolutely. And although the demographic of the counselors we recruit has changed in terms of background, there are benefits to bringing in counselors with more diverse backgrounds. But we do want to make sure that we continue to see an increase in the proportion of QVRCs. We want to make sure that that remains high. And let's take a look at the trends that we've seen recently. Next slide, please.
So Jeffrey, right before you talk about trends, Mr. Powell has a comment or a question.
Yes, please proceed.
I heard benefits just now, but I just want to make sure, is there a program to keep the counselors on their job? And once the seasoned counselors that we have, how do we keep them? How do we sustain them?
Well, we keep our seasoned counselors a number of ways. And one of them that's probably most important is that we have a career ladder for counselors. So they come in as a counselor one. The salary depends on their education and experience. After they are in the job for a while and they complete the required training for that level, they move to a counselor two through that career ladder promotion. They can move up all the way to a counselor four. You cannot become a counselor four unless you have your educational attainment. So unless they can be a QVRC. But we just expanded our career ladders to include a counselor five. This is one of the things we've been doing to improve our recruitment and retention, is expand our career ladders so we can have in effect a senior counselor who has that experience and can perform other functions such as mentoring new counselors. If they would like to continue in the agency, and we sure hope they would, and they want to do something more, then one of the things you see in VR is that our staff that move up in management or move into specialization areas as program specialists often start as counselors. Case in point, the two deputy division directors that are in the room with me over field services delivery and program operations, both started as VR counselors. Melinda Paninsky is in here as well. Melinda does statewide projects for us now. She too started as a VR counselor. And so we really, given the specialization of this work, we try very much to create opportunities for our folks to move up. And then we also, as Jeffrey mentioned, encourage people from different backgrounds to come in and share that perspective too. Yeah. All right, Jeffrey. Ooh,
And
that's
to
tiny.
assess, oh yeah, it is a little tiny. So I will do my best to read the details on this slide to make sure that it's accessible for everyone else. So to assess how we're doing with staff retention and keeping our proportion of QVRCs up, we're going to look at turnover rate, and we're going to look at the proportion of counselors who are QVRCs. First, in terms of turnover rate, the pre-pandemic annual turnover rate for the VR program back in state fiscal year 2019 was 14.7%. That's high. That's nearly 1 out of every 5 people left the program that year. Now, looking at Q2 and SFY 2022, we've had a year-to-date turnover rate of only 6.45%. That is definitely movement in a positive direction. We're seeing the turnover rate stabilize and minimize. That's exactly where we want to go. Looking at how turnover rate varied across the state, it was there was a low of 5.2% in Region 1, which is the Panhandle in West Texas. There was a high of 8.97% in Region 2, which is Dallas, Fort Worth, and Texoma. Now, pre-pandemic, back in state fiscal year 2019, 75% of our VR counselors met CSPD requirements and were qualified vocational rehabilitation counselors. So that's 3 out of 4 already had QVRC status. 1 out of 4 was working toward it in that 7-year period that Director Fuller mentioned. In previous quarterly meetings, we've seen that the percentage dipped down into the 50% range. The good news is right now, as of Q2, SFY 2022, 61% of our counselors are QVRC. So we're seeing a positive direction in that measure as well. Turnover's down, the number of qualified counselors is up. Next slide, please. So moving to goal area 4, we're looking at positive trend or success being measured by an increase in the proportion of SSI or SSDI customers who receive benefits counseling or counseling on work incentives. That is a mandate for people who are receiving public benefits. They need to be offered these counseling services. They may not necessarily take us up on the offer, but the offer needs to be in place. We also want to look at an increase in the percentage of customers indicating they agree that they have input in choosing service providers in the quarterly customer satisfaction survey by Westat. Over the past few years, we've lost a substantial number of our providers, and that has impacted perceptions of customer choice. So it's important for us to track our customers' experience. Next slide, please. So how are we doing on these two measures?
Jeffrey, before you talk trends, Gennady has a question for you.
Yeah, question or statement. Yeah, we'll figure
Yes,
out.
please proceed.
So a little bit more. Scott is here, right? Scott, good to meet you in person. First, a bit of recognition for Scott, who did a ridiculously good job of reaching out to something like 20 states. And we poked a little bit about this question of choice. And the observations were interesting. When we asked about choice, and we tried to do it to make it clear, we're asking about choice of providers.
Correct.
The responses were from our friends in other states. It seems nobody else is concerned about choice of providers. Where they are concerned is once somebody is in the program, once somebody is receiving services and they're working with their providers, do they actually have a choice that's based on information? So I would like us to think about how much effort do we really want to put into this idea of choice of providers versus focusing on choice of services based on information with the provider that's available. And I'm saying that for two reasons. One, it was, at least for me, quite interesting that out of Scott, 18, 20, something like that, we are really the only ones that are really poking specifically at the idea of choice of providers. Maybe we are the smartest people in the union. Maybe we're just overly concerned with things that are not that important. Could be either, could be both. And the second, if we really look into the customer satisfaction with the services provided, it doesn't seem to correlate to did people have choice of providers or not. People are happy with the services that they received. They got jobs, they got really good service from whoever they were paired with. So whether or not they had a choice of provider doesn't really seem to matter based on what we've seen in the customer set data. So we should really think through, I think, on how important is this and how much should we really be focusing on specifically, do we have a choice of providers? And it's also important that this may be considered as a surrogate for, do we actually have enough providers in the area? You know, it could be considered as that, which is absolutely important. We must have enough coverage geographically and by specialty that we truly have enough coverage across all of our regions in Texas that people can get that service. But is the actual question, is it important to have the choice of providers? Based on what I see, I'm not sure it is. And I'm not sure, based on all the other objectives we have, that that goal is on the same level as everything else.
Jeffrey,
Thank you for your extremely insightful comment.
Jeffrey, you may want to, we were just talking about this. So this, I think, might also be a great opportunity for you to talk about how we can look at this together in a way that's instructive for the program.
Absolutely. I'll give my thoughts first and then defer to you for your thoughts, Director Fuller. So we have been discussing this behind the scenes. It seems that the most important part of informed customer choice is that our customers have autonomy and direction over the course of their rehabilitative services. Now, is the important part of that autonomy the choice of provider, or is it the choice of how services proceed once a provider is in place? I tend to agree with you, Gennady. It's more about directing services that are provided. If we focus on informed choice being about just the selection of providers, we're going to predictably see that the perception of informed customer choice will go down if we lose providers and will go up if we gain providers. Right now, I think the informed customer choice question on the Westat survey is just a proxy measure for our provider base and how it has decreased over the past few years. And we already know that we've lost providers. So the insight that this question is bringing to us now is limited. And I think we can definitely work together to finesse the question, if desired, to focus on the aspect of informed customer choice that gears more toward, does the customer feel like they are in the driver's seat when it comes to the services that are being offered and provided?
This is Karen. I'm in agreement with what you guys are looking at. I think we are capturing, we don't have a lot of providers, so you know, to have a redundant question about that. But what I'd like to do, being part of the policy committee, is to provide you, the Committee for Customer Satisfaction, what the regulations say about informed choice, because it's a lot of different things besides, you know, having a choice of providers. There's a number of categories that go into informed choice. So if you guys want to look at a different question to capture that, you can look at that information to do that.
That's exactly it. That's
Yeah.
exactly it. It seemed you're asking not the right question and we're
Yeah.
reacting it.
So if you want to look at it differently, I
Yeah.
can provide you guys that.
And I think Jeffrey, hopefully you hear me without the mic. Your goal one about increasing the number of providers, maybe it's just a matter of expanding that a little bit to make sure we cover enough geography and cover enough services need to be provided to make it a stronger goal. And that would basically address truly what we're trying to do.
Agreed. It's not necessarily the sheer number of providers that matters. It does matter, but it's more about coverage by providers that are essential to the different services that we provide.
If you go with something like choice, if not, you know, then you got to have some strong criteria for your providers in order that customers do get good quality service and that providers are providing the services and not taking advantage of the agency's money. I've seen that happen.
That's an important point to take into consideration. I think what we're trying to get at is, does the customer have autonomy over how their services proceed? How we word that question, we'll need to hash that out and think very carefully about it. But what we're trying to get at is, does the customer have control over the services they receive? Are they an active participant, or are they just passive in the process? We don't want them to be passive. Any further comments or questions about that? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you, sir.
You're good to go, Jeffrey.
Understood. So looking at our goal area 4, the initial data on benefits counseling is as follows. We've got 11,928 open cases that involve SSI or SSDI recipients. Of those, about 38% list benefits counseling on the IPE. Ideally, that should be 100%. And looking at this data from a data integrity perspective, about 74.78% of open cases still may need updates to more accurately capture SSI and SSDI data. So there's a redesign of the SSA screen and rehab works that's been initiated that will hopefully help us capture more accurate data on this so that we can know that public benefit recipients are getting the counseling services that they need, or at least being offered the option, whether they take it or not. So looking at informed customer choice, the question I believe right now is, did you have input in choosing the service provider for services? Not surprisingly, the percentage is low because we have lost a substantial number of service providers. So this is not necessarily surprising given the trends that we've seen over the past few years. There was a time when this percentage was nearer to about 80%. So there's been a substantial slide here. But whether this slide is important or not from the perspective of informed customer choice is really up to the RCT subcommittees to decide and the RCT to come together on consensus on. Because I think what matters is, again, whether or not the customer is in the driver's seat for their services, whether they're active or just a passive recipient. And we want to make sure that they have control over their services. So we may need to tweak this question to get at what's really important. Next slide, please. That brings us to our fifth goal area. And we want to know whether customers are agreeing that VR staff provides the guidance the customer needs. We want to know whether our customers agree that our counselors are responsive. And we want to see an increase in engagement between our participants and the program so that people are not simply passively sitting in an active services category with an IPE, but not actually receiving any purchased services, arranged services, or provided services. So goal area 5 is all about increasing the meaningful interactions between VR program staff and the populations that we serve. So let's take a look at how we're doing on this. Do VR staff provide you the guidance that you need? Overall, we're seeing about 80 to 85%, depending on case phase, of people agreeing that they're getting the guidance that they need. For open cases, it's about 84.1%. For closed cases, it's about 85%. For our blind caseloads, the percent is a little bit lower. This response used to be higher. We used to see about, I think, 87 to 88%. So we've seen some drop. And that may be related to the recovery from the high turnover rate that we had. We're still having newer staff getting used to fulfilling their positions and becoming more comfortable with working with customers. But we have seen some positive direction over the past quarter in this question. So we're trending in the correct direction, but it doesn't seem that we've fully recovered just yet. Looking at whether the counselor maintains communication with you regarding the process of your case. We saw this drop at the start of the pandemic, and it's still recovering. But we've got around 80% saying that yes, counselors do maintain communication regarding their case. So that's 4 out of every 5 people. It's not bad, but that still means that 1 out of 5 of our customers feels that they're not in the loop about the progress on their case. Next slide, please. Looking at engagement rate, we have a positive story to tell here. Back in 2018, in terms of having had meaningful interactions such as a purchase order, counseling and guidance, some substantial action on case like employment or successful closure, et cetera. During Q1 of 2018, only about 67% of people in participant status were meaningfully engaging with the VR program during that quarter. By 2022 Q1, the various initiatives and strategies that the VR program put in place seems to have had a very meaningful impact on engagement rate, because now we see that around 73% of people in participant status had meaningfully engaged in the VR program during the first quarter of 2022. You can also see that the number of active participants has increased by a few hundred individuals since Q1 of last year. Although the number of all of our participants has decreased, and that's related to some pipeline action due to a decreased intake of new participants in previous years. But again, our participant creation rate is up, so we're going to see a reversal of the decline in all participants soon. Overall, we're moving in a positive direction on this measure.
Jeffrey, just a second.
So engagement rate is a service authorization fee, or how does that mean?
So Jeffrey, Ms. Stanville wanted one more run through of what we're counting as engagement.
And just make sure people understand.
Any meaningful interaction with the program, so that could include receiving counseling and guidance from a counselor. It could involve an arranged or provided service or an in-house service. It could also involve a purchase order or anything from orientation and mobility to tuition payment. And if an individual is enrolled in a training program that's mentioned as part of their IPE, for instance, getting a bachelor's or master's degree, as long as they're enrolled, that's also considered engagement with their IPE. So they're included in the engagement rate, even if they don't have any activity besides, say, attending university for the fall semester. That's still making progress within the program.
And you can track that still, like for individuals who might be on the waiver, you're still able to capture those being engaged, even though you didn't have to issue a service authorization for that?
That's correct,
Okay.
because we're looking at enrollment data in addition to service authorizations, and we're also looking at case notes.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
I have one question. This is Lisa Jeske. In Q1 2021, you have active participants at 34,441, all participants at 50,046. So we see an increase in 2022 slightly of the active participants, but a fairly sharp decrease in all participants. So what's the difference between active and all?
So active participants have meaningfully engaged with the program, either through being enrolled in an education or training program, or receiving a service authorization, or getting counseling and guidance, or some other substantive in-house service. All participants just meet the WIOA definition per participant. In other words, they have a signed individualized plan for employment, and they've received at least one service at some point that's in alignment with that IPE. So they've initiated their VR services in accordance with their IPE, but they may not necessarily be currently active. You could have an individual who got their IPE last summer, for example, but really hasn't done anything since, either because they're not engaging with the program on their side, or there's been some kind of life development, etc. So it's simply because somebody is a participant doesn't necessarily mean that they are actively participating in the program at a given point in time from the perspective of receiving substantive services. It's a little bit confusing, but I hope that that clarifies.
Yes, thank you.
Jeffrey, may I add one thing?
Of course, please.
So members, you might remember it's been a couple of years ago now, we talked to you about our work with Jeffrey and his team to look at all of our open cases. So that's all. And then look of those open cases, how many of those customers were we actively engaging? And we recognized that we needed to do a number of things to address that. One of them is making sure that we prioritize active engagement of our customers and really help our counselors have the tools they need to actively engage the customers and effectively manage their caseloads. But we also know we had customers who, for the reasons Jeffrey mentioned, or maybe they gave up on us, worst case scenario, right? We had customers that had an open case, but they had disengaged. It could have been life, it could have been tired of waiting, it could have been any number of things. And so what we have been focused on is making sure that we look at those cases that aren't active, that every single one of those represents a person who came to us at one point seeking services to either obtain or retain or advance in employment. So our goal is not to let's clean up all the cases that are inactive, because we could in haste close a case of a customer who would be interested in re-engaging with us. So we're trying to be very deliberate about working through our cases where the customers have not been active with us to see, is there something we can do to help re-engage them? So you will see us work through that, and you will see a decline in the number of cases because of that, but it should be gradual. You shouldn't see a sudden major drop, because that is not the goal. The goal is re-engagement, not case closure because someone is inactive. We can't achieve 100% success, but every single person that we can re-engage, we want to re-engage. At the same time, we've got to rebuild that pipeline. That is the whole outreach and awareness part you heard Mr. Cerna talk about, that we've talked about. So we have a strong flow of customers into the program. So I just thought I would offer that context about what members may be seeing in terms of all participants and all and active participants. So all participants, open case with a plan. Jeffrey, fair enough? Whoops.
Does this include high school kids that are in the transition program? Are they active or?
It would depend, and it does include our students with disabilities if they have applied and become eligible and received a plan. Some students receive services as potentially eligible, so they won't show up in the participant measure, and Jeffrey can talk a little bit more about that. But those are our students who want to one of those pre-employment transition services but don't yet want to apply. They may apply, become eligible, and have a plan, but not all will. So if they have been determined eligible and have a plan, they are in this particular group. So it would include them.
What age can they apply?
14.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Lisa. Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, she does.
Probably, he probably reaction to it. Noise from my end. Cheryl, so is there sort of a process? Participant disengaging a little bit, you start treating him as a non-active participant, at some point you just close the case. So is there criteria, process kind of emerging, or how does that flow?
There is, and I'm really just proud to talk to you about some of the work of our team. We have a team of VR supervisors who have worked on a project to really put in place some strategies and processes and process flow to reach out to and re-engage customers whose cases have become inactive. This team began their project, it's been a couple of years ago, really looking at how do we identify those customers that are not actively engaged, and what are the processes and strategies we can put in place to re-engage them. That team is now moving further upstream to say, how do we stop this from happening in the first instance? This is exciting because this is where we want to go. It's one thing to get very good at resolving issues. It's another thing entirely to not have the issue in the first place. And so this team of supervisors has, I think, come up with an excellent product, an excellent series of processes and strategies that all of the management units can use. They have recently shared that with all of our management units, and Tammy and the regional directors are working actively to make sure we're using those resources. And so I think that is a much improved approach, and those tools are much improved. There has always been in the VR process points at which our counselors are engaging. There should be a joint annual review of their IPE. That's one key opportunity to try to re-engage. Also, we do not close a case without notifying a customer. That policy requires you notify a customer if you're going to close their case. That's another opportunity, but that's not enough, which is why what this team came up with, I think, is particularly promising.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant to see kind of the success stories. Yes. And how we're getting better at, I can't really call it retention, right? It's sort of re-engagement.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be, if there's a chance to share some information, either in an email, or I don't know if it's worthy of a discussion item at the next meeting, is probably just an email. It'd be really interesting to see how good did we become at somebody is disengaging and we re-engage them. How does that process really work and breed success? So if there's anything to share, that'd be really cool. At least I would personally like to see it. I'm sure so would many others.
Well, this team does take their show on the road. They have presented twice to me. They presented to Tammy. They presented to our managers. They piloted this. The supervisors that were on this team, they piloted it and refined their process and recommendations before they just rolled it out to all of the units to share with them what they could do. So certainly we've got the results from that pilot. And if members, if you're interested, if that's something you'd like to see at a future agenda, I'm sure they'd be happy to present to you.
Whatever is the easiest, whether it's at the next meeting or just a, canned presentation that's sent out by email, whatever is easiest.
All right, Jeffrey.
Thank you all. Excellent conversation. So just to recap, we are moving in a positive direction with engagement rate, and there are exciting initiatives underway to continue to support that movement in a positive direction. I'm going to accelerate my coverage of the next goal area because I do want to get to the ad hoc request that my team put together doing a comparative wage analysis for VR customers versus all Texans. And there's some really cool insights that I think we can share with you today about that. So moving
Jeffrey,
to goal area.
excuse me, Jeffrey,
Yes.
This is Michael, the chair. We're actually coming up on we're a little bit over our break period. I wanted to find out if there was a time that would be okay for you to break. I mean, if now, great. If not, if you need a couple more minutes to maybe wrap up a section or something, we'd be happy to sit through that, and then we'll just kind of delay the break or extend the break accordingly, whatever you want. I just wanted to keep an eye on the clock if you could do that for me.
Gotcha. Goal area 6 is sparse, so let's get through that. There's really not much to report about it because of the complexities that go into assessing our relationships with external partners, including through Texas Hireability and the We Hire campaigns. We would like to see an increase in the number of employers participating in training and work-based learning opportunities for students and adults, and an increase in the number of employers participating in disability awareness and inclusion activities, but measuring this is challenging. So just want to announce that our metrics for this goal area 6 are still under construction. And that's it. We can take a break before we get into the combined state plan goals.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeffrey, for yielding to that. I appreciate it, and working with us on that. And we've got folks in the room and all over the state that may be ready for a break. So having said that, the fact that we're going in a little late here, let's see, 4 minutes. So I'd like to remind all the members that we will be having a group picture. We were going to have it at 10:50 since we're about 5 minutes behind. We'll push that to 10:55. But and then we'll be coming back to the VR division report at 11 o'clock, straight up 11 o'clock. That's all right for everybody. So let's go ahead and break for now until straight up 11 o'clock. But members come back at 5 minutes of, so that we can take a group pic. So thank you all so much. Yes, Ms. Godwin.
There is a break. I'm not going to tell you guys if you want to put a picture up.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to our quarterly meeting from the break. Thank you for making it back to your respective table in person once again, which is great. And I would like to let Ms. Fuller VR division report continue. However, I would like to, before I do that, recognize Ms. Fuller and her team. So thank you so much for participating with us in getting this quarterly meetings into the hybrid state. It's my understanding in past years, this has been tried a few times and it never took. And you know, the pandemic, it's a horrible thing. Of course, none of us would wish it on anybody or wish that it would happen to us. However, it did show us that we are able to move forward in electronic formats or a combination of them. And I was grateful to see that when we and Mr. Robinson floated the motion, that it was well received by you and your team, and then executed with great expertise. And here we are doing our first one. So I want to recognize you and thank you so much for that and all the hard work that you guys have put into that. So thank you, Ms. Fuller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really do want to thank our VR team, Daniel Prado, and the work that he has done to help us go from in person in February of 20 to virtual for 2 years. And now we're back into a hybrid mode. And I was just telling Mr. Robinson, look, it only took us a couple years to try this hybrid approach. And this is our interim strategy for a hybrid approach. And I would like to very much thank conference planning here at the agency for helping us use the technology that our commissioners use every week when they have a public docket and when they have policy meetings. So we're using that same technology and we're grateful for their support. as we move forward, you know, that Mr. Robinson will continue to be in touch with our Deputy Chief Information Officer and talk about moving to the technology that is even more suited for hybrid meetings. So we're still moving, and we'll continue to, I think, be able to use technology that's more and more suited for good interactive meetings that are hybrid. So thank you to everybody who's done it. I've just learned how to hit the right button. So that's my contribution. But I will be very mindful of the time. I'm going to cover this section by 11:30 so that Jeffrey has time to talk to you about those ad hoc reports. He and his team really worked hard to respond to those requests that you have and to put together information that helps you provide us the best guidance. So I will move through this part. So Jeffrey covered the success measures and how we're doing on the 6 goals in the combined state plan. I wanted to share with you for each of those 6 goals, some implementation highlights. So what are we doing to try to move the needle on all of those success measures? So for goal 1, which is recruiting, retaining, and supporting our providers, we have 5 strategies, from streamlining vendor requirements and processes to ensuring payment rates are competitive and equitable, to strengthening our recruiting efforts, enhancing provider support and training, and ensuring our internal systems for provider identification are current and useful and accurate. So what I thought I would do this meeting, and if this works well, I'll continue to do this, is talk to you about what we've done since we last met on each of these strategies, because all of the strategies in this goal are either partially complete or in progress. So what we've done, if we look at the streamlining vendor requirements, processes, procedures, and documentation, we have launched the review of Chapter 3 of the standards for providers. There is a work group looking at this. We are seeking feedback from our providers through a provider survey, and we'll take their feedback and work through this very significant chapter in the standards. Members, if you are not familiar, we have the VR services manual, which is really the policy and procedure manual for our staff. So it's internal facing. It's of course online, so anyone can see it. But then we have the standards for providers. So providers with whom we have a contract have the responsibility to adhere to the standards that apply to them in that manual. So those have the force of a contract when they enter into a contract with us. Chapter 3 is basic standards. This is a very substantive chapter and is the source of some of the comments from providers about how we can really think about these a little bit differently or streamline them to make it easier for providers to engage. So it covers everything from, insurance requirements and standards for different contract types to safeguards they have to have in place, how we purchase and pay, and also documentation and record keeping and monitoring. So this is a big chapter. This will be a big lift, and that's why this will take us to January 2023, but that has kicked off and is underway. The other thing around ensuring that we have competitive rates, you know that we have already taken the action to improve the rates for employment service providers by 22.5%. That action has already been completed. So what we are now working on is that solicitation for a vendor who will do a comprehensive review of all of our rates to ensure that they are competitive and that we can update them on a timely basis to keep them that way. To do that, we had to issue a solicitation, a request for proposals. We did that. The solicitation is closed. The proposals are in the review process, and we hope to have a contract awarded here in the next couple of months. And our target for the work to be complete is January. So we are moving right along on this strategy. For provider support and training, part of our larger business transformation project included a Tiger team that have worked to gather information on the areas that providers are most likely to request training. They're working right now to record 6 short webinars, or as Scott's team coined the term, quickenars, on frequently requested topics. They're also working on an FAQ document, and they're updating TWC contacts on the provider resource page on our website so that we get additional information and training to providers. Working on that now, we should knock that out this summer. And then for provider identification, we are just really appreciative of all the work Jeffrey's team has done to develop the provider locator tool. This tool is live. In the first 60 days, it had more than 2,500 hits. It's refreshed monthly. They are still receiving some feedback and continuing to refine that tool, but it has been very helpful so far. And we are going to talk with Jeffrey and his team about how we can even further expand and enhance that tool going forward. One of the things that has been really important to our providers that is connected to both the tool and RehabWorks is the county linking for providers. So right now, when you're looking up a provider in the tool, it's going to show their headquarters counties. Many providers serve multiple counties. And so there's a lot of work going on right now to update the information in RehabWorks, to update the information available for the tool. We'll need our providers to help us provide that information early on so that we make sure it is current and accurate. And then we'll have a process on a go forward basis through the contract renewal process or the new contracting process to collect and keep that information current. But once we do that, that will help tremendously for our providers to show up in all the counties they serve. And this is really important for this tool and for RehabWorks. So we are working on that. So this is underway just in the last quarter. For goal area 2, which is really streamlining our processes, our systems, our forms, we have 3 strategies here. We have one of them partially complete, and that is redesigning policy, procedure, forms, and approval processes. And then 2 are in progress, facilitating coordination of services with providers and improving responsiveness to customers, as well as improving our workflow processes. So what have we been working on here? Well, one of the things that is really important for us to do is make sure that our policy manual is easy to use for our staff. Also easy to understand for our stakeholders and customers who may refer to our policy manual when they're trying to understand something. Right now, our policy manual is, I suppose, an understatement to say it's long. We have a really thorough and detailed policy manual. But one of the things we have recognized is that we really need to rethink our approach to this. And we need some expert assistance in conceptual design and technical writing to give us some fresh eyes and bring those skills to the table. And so we have issued a solicitation for a vendor to assist us with that conceptual design and the technical writing. That solicitation also closed on April 29th. We are hoping to review those proposals as soon as we can and have an executed contract in July. And then that will be a significant undertaking, and certainly our policy committee and then the whole of RCT will be hearing about that project as we go. For supported employment redesign, this is actually redesigning our services and our processes to make those smoother. That rolled out in February. That was a significant project. We had great feedback and participation from our provider community, but the project team is going to go back to the work group this summer and check on how it's going to make sure there's not some additional tweaking. And then we're continuing to streamline our administrative processes. The biggest thing that I'll mention here, just in the interest of time, is that we are redesigning our case management system. That is where a lot of the workflow sits for our counselors and therefore affects the flow of services and information as we go through for our customers. And so that is underway. The goal is to have that complete by 2023. August 31st, if there are no technical issues. No. We know that doesn't happen. So our goal would be August 31st, but it may take a little longer. We'll just see. We're right now working hard for August 31st, right, Scott? They're on it. Our IT division has been fantastic to work with us, so has Jeffrey's team. For coordination of services and provider engagement, I just want to again thank Ms. Hodges for her work and her partnership. but helping us get those quarterly provider calls in place, getting regional reps in place. And we are now starting after our, just having our 8th quarterly meeting to also have regional directors come in and talk about what they're doing. And they are working very hard to make sure that in their regions, they're engaging providers and having opportunities to hear from providers. Goal area 3 strategies. This is recruiting and retaining VR staff. And we have worked, indeed, we have worked very hard here. So one of the things we've been trying to do is implement strategies for that will attract staff and retain them, whether it's opportunities for remote work, for professional development, staff recognition, other activities that really can support that recruiting and retaining. And again, I will give a lot of credit to Scott and his team, as well as Tammy, as they've worked through what we can do to make sure our pay is competitive, our career ladders are expanded, and we continue to monitor those career ladder promotions. And so we've done some good work in this area. I would like to acknowledge their work there. Also redesigning training and resources for new counselors and new rehabilitation assistants, and developing management training. So I have mentioned a couple of things already, but I do want to mention that we are partnering with the University of North Texas to have a forum with VR and our rehab counseling program, our universities with rehab counseling programs in Texas, where we can come together and talk about how we collectively build a pipeline for future VR counselors. I am really excited about this. And our team member, Lori York, on the VR side is leading that team with Linda Holloway with University of North Texas. So more to come on that. I'm looking at that clock, Mr. Chairman. And then our training and development department is redesigning new counselor training, while they also continue to provide all of the training for our new counselors. And so Tracy Shaw, she is a supervisor over our VR training team. She is here. She'll talk to you later. Thank you, Tracy, for all the hard work you guys are doing to redesign that training so that it can be offered sooner. It can be in modules. It can be both remote and in person. So that our goal is August of this year, and implementation beginning the next fiscal year. We have a solicitation on the street for computer-based training on a whole variety of topics, disability, VR, so that can be online training available to our staff on an ongoing basis for both new and seasoned counselors. And that solicitation closes May 11th. And our leadership training program for current and aspiring managers. We should have a contract for that. That was another solicitation where we need to engage some professionals to hold these training academies. We are close. We are trying to get the contract inked with the organization that will provide these academies. And our goal is to launch the first cohorts for both tracks, current and aspiring managers, in August. So we are moving forward. On goal area 4, let me go back here. This is goal area 4 is training and resources for VR staff on LMI. It's developing and enhancing tools for our staff and our customers to identify available providers, and it's training and tools regarding work incentives and benefits. You've heard about a couple of the others. I wanted to focus on work incentives and benefits, or benefits counseling services for VR customers. Just Tuesday of this week, the commission approved an increase in rates for 7 of the 10 benefits counseling services that we purchase for our customers. They also approved establishment of a new service and rate for a benefits counseling service specifically for veterans with disabilities. We are thrilled about this. We will now move to an open enrollment solicitation to see if we can increase the number of providers that we can send our customers to, so that they can get that good benefits counseling when they have SSI and SSDI and are trying to be very informed about the impact of work on those benefits and the related health insurance. In addition, we are exploring adding benefits counselors, just a few of them, on VR staff. This will really help us with some of the data that you're seeing around Social Security, disability insurance, and supplemental security insurance. the participants we have, that's about a quarter of our participants receiving those important benefits counseling services. All right, goal area 5, improving staff expertise and system capacity. We have 6 strategies here. There's a lot going on, so I'm going to highlight 2 things we've worked on in the last quarter intensively. The work was ongoing, but we're making some real progress. With increasing expertise and specialization of VR counselors, I wanted to give another mention to the work that has been ongoing for a couple of years for a community of practice with our counselors specializing in brain injury and the counselors in the Comprehensive Rehabilitation Services Program at HHSC. This is a joint community of practice. They come together to have joint training and to talk about referral processes together. And one of the things Ms. Stanfield has reminded us of, and rightly so, is that we really need to ensure that this area, this group is also focusing on spinal cord injury, because these 2 often are co-occurring. And so we're continuing to build that expertise. We're also working to build some additional expertise for our customers who are justice involved. And we have a program that's gone very well indeed in Region 2. This is with the district court judge for this 283rd District Court. She, partnering with us some years ago, created the Successful Treatment of Addiction Through Collaboration Court. And what that means is that she's ensuring that the probation department and VR and the probationer are working together to try to get that person connected to VR and help them get into employment, which we know reduces recidivism. They just presented at a statewide conference for courts, and we are now engaging a point of contact in every region with some of the district courts in other parts of the state that are raising their hand and say, how do we participate? And lastly, Mr. Powell continues to work with us so that we can figure out how we implement the excellent service from the peer support specialists to assist our customers who have behavioral health diagnoses. They may be co-occurring with justice involvement. And so this is yet another really important thing that we need to do in VR to ensure that those peer support specialists can come alongside our customers and help them be successful. So more to come there. And then the other thing is we are working on some innovative approaches to staffing the VR process. How can we do what we do faster and more consistently into a higher level of quality? And how can we build capacity in our staff? 2 of our sister states have tried some pretty exciting projects. Wisconsin has actually contracted with the University of Wisconsin Stout to have individuals, have employees of University of Wisconsin Stout assist with initial contact up to eligibility recommendation. This was highlighted at CSAVR recently. We're looking at how to pilot that model, as well as the model piloted in Indiana, where counselors specialize in parts of the VR process, which helps them really do those processes more efficiently and more quickly. And then all of this is helping our customers get engaged faster. This is our goal. So goal area 5, goal area 6, this is about engaging employers. There are a couple of photos here. So what I wanted to shout out here is that one of the things that we have been working on, and with thanks to both Commissioner Demerson and Commissioner Alvarez, is having recognition ceremonies for the employers who have earned the We Hireability decal. We have had 3 of those ceremonies so far. March 30th, we were in the Valley recognizing 3 employers. April 6th, you see highlighted there, Bloom Consulting. You'll see Mr. Williams there up on the screen. He and Mr. Bloom and their whole team were recognized for their outstanding work hiring people with disabilities. And the Commissioner Demerson, Commissioner Alvarez, Chairman Daniel will continue to work with us to really highlight our employers that receive this recognition.
Ms. Fuller, if I might interject here, I have been noticing that on social media sites and really appreciate seeing it, and because it kind of just makes it more of a public eye thing where people can see that not only are you guys working hard to, make things like that happen, but that it is happening, and that I'm grateful to see employers that you know, some might say take the risk, but I say are getting the advantage
They are.
of high producing you know, disabled people that are hungry to work and show that they're just as good or better than others in doing a certain job. And I appreciate that those employers are being recognized. So thank you so much for showing us that, and grateful that it's just going on.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. We're really grateful to Commissioner Demerson, Commissioner Alvarez, Chairman Daniel, for being willing to have these recognition ceremonies and to go out in the community and really highlight the employers. Several of our RCT members are participating in this. You saw McLean's coming up later this year, and we've just been thrilled because what a powerful message to send to employers in all types of industries, that hiring people with disabilities is good for their bottom line. If they get talented, productive workers, and to really elevate that has been fantastic. Stay tuned for more information on the annual Hireability Employer Forum. That's another forum we do in partnership with the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities, as well as our agency leadership and local partners. So we're looking forward to being in the big city of Houston in person in October. So stay tuned for more on that, and we'll continue to bring information to you. All right, Jeffrey, I know you're looking at your watch because I promised you 11:30, but let me give members just a couple of highlights on operating budget and expenditures. Members, this is important. I never want to shortchange this. I'm always happy to come back to provide more information if you have more time in the meeting. Happy to do that. But in summary, you see here our operating budget for the year, $274,822,034. It is broken out here over salaries and wages, which includes employee benefits, travel, operating expenses, and client services. So what we have for you here that is tiny on the screen, this is not Jeffrey's fault. This is me. I'm the one that did this PowerPoint. So now that I see how it looks, I'm going to do better to make it not so tiny for the next meeting. But what you see here on the screen is our fiscal 22 budget, our expenditures as of the first quarter, our expenditures as of the second quarter, what we've encumbered. So the difference between encumbrance and expenditure. Expenditure means we have paid the vendor, or this payment is out the door. Encumbered means it's obligated for a service that has not yet started or is in process but hasn't been billed and paid. So that's what you see between encumbered and expended. So total obligated then is how much of that total budget is spoken for, either because it's already been expended or because we've obligated those dollars for a specific purpose. And so you see that as of the end of the second quarter, which is halfway through the year, we had total obligated of 170 million with budget remaining of 104. Members, this is a significant improvement in our client services expenditures specifically. We have been working very hard to increase our client services expenditures so that we can grow into that grant growth. This is a huge focus of ours because that represents services we can provide customers. So we never lose sight of that. And I'm really grateful to the staff for how hard they're working to increase those services for our customers, and we will keep at it. And this afternoon, when I talk to you, I want to share some information about yet something else we're doing that will increase the expenditures on Texans with disabilities. With that, unless you have questions, members, I will turn it over to Jeffrey so that we can end promptly at noon when it's time to eat because your lunch is here.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's a certain training for the counselors, and then there's the standard for providers, which is two different things. And what we're finding as providers is that some of the counselors don't know what the standards are. And so that caused a problem with timely service, you know. So how would that be addressed, and if it's being considered some changes in that?
What an excellent point. You know, our counselors have this very substantive code word for very long and somewhat complicated, right? Mark, Michelle, it's okay to say amen over there because they have a pretty direct experience working with our VR services manual. That is a lot for our counselors to master. And then the standards for providers. These two manuals do cross-reference, but the standards for providers has specific information about providers that's really important for our counselors to understand. I don't think we've always done a good job of that. We need to do a better job of that.
Yes.
And when Ms. Shaw updates the committee later this afternoon, maybe you can talk a little bit about that as well. And then whatever else we need to continue to do as we provide training for counselors, as we have those local provider liaisons, thinking about how they and the other regional office specialists can help our counselors really feel more confident about the standards. We will continue to work on that as well.
Thank you.
Great point.
Thank you. We're running a little over time, so Jeffrey, be aware that if you are missed the 12 o'clock mark right up, that it's okay. We're running a little behind, so take the time as you so need. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you for your patience with my rapid fire round here. I know I went through a lot of information quickly. I am always available to provide more. And hopefully I hit on some high points that show you we're working on each of these goal areas to make progress. All right, Jeffrey.
Understood. Thank you, Director Fuller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ad hoc request that my team and I worked on compares the wage outcomes of our VR customers with earnings of all Texans. So we want to know how the VR program is doing in helping to close the gap between wage earners who have disabilities and wage earners who do not. You all are likely aware that there is a significant divide in quarterly earnings between people with disabilities and their peers that do not have disabilities. So this is where our ad hoc request zeroed in, and I think that it was an excellent recommendation for us to look into this. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Oh, Director Fuller, you may need to stop screen sharing so that I can share the ad hoc report.
Okay, starting to push buttons. I don't know. All right.
It looks like it works.
Okay.
All right. Let me know when you all can see an Excel worksheet.
Yes.
Excellent. So this is the table of contents for the ad hoc review that we did on wages. And I want to briefly go over our methodology because we broke out demographic categories to consider adults and youth separately. So the first three tables that I'm going to take you through compare annualized median wages of successful exiters from the VR program to all working Texans, excluding those successful exiters from calendar years 2017 to 2021. The reason we narrowed our focus to successful exiters from the VR program is that we want to see the impact of participation in the VR program when things go right. One drawback of the current WIOA common measures, for example, earnings Q2 after exit, is that there's no distinction between successful exiters and unsuccessful exiters. So we accounted for seasonality by just summing the median quarterly wages across the calendar year to get the annual figure. So this figure is going to include all wage earners with wages reported to the Texas Unemployment Insurance System during the calendar year. It's not going to include people who are self-employed, out of state, or military or federal government workers. And it's important to emphasize that That is a small proportion of wage earners, but it's not a negligible proportion of wage earners. So we're just looking at general earning trends. So to take you through an example, the VR Successes annual median figure for calendar year 2021 would include VR participants who exited during calendar year 2020. So let's take a look at our first three tables. So first, looking at all ages versus the Texan median wage. Working Texans, their median wage, excluding VR Successes, we can see has enjoyed a modest increase since 2017. This is not accounting for inflation. This is just exact dollar amounts. So in 2017, we had median earnings for all Texans in the working age of about $37,000. By 2021, this had risen to nearly $43,000 in terms of median annual earnings. And that's going to be the 50th percentile. So half of people would be earning less than that amount. So it's the amount that's right in the middle when you lay out all of the quarterly earnings annualized for all Texans. Looking at VR successful exiters, 4 quarters post exit, we see in 2017, the annual earnings were just shy of about $18,000. By 2021, those annualized earnings had risen to $28,000. So that's the median amount, and the gap between the median annual wage earned by a VR successful exiter and by a general Texan. So the gap was about, the VR customer was about 48.1% of the person who did not have a disability in the general Texas workforce. By 2021, we can see a substantial narrowing of that gap to now our VR successful exiters are making about 65.5% of what Texans in general make during a year. So the wage gap right now is a difference of about $15,000 a year. When we look at adults, the gap is about $11,000 a year as of 2021. So adults who successfully exit the VR program, that is people who are 25 and older, not youth customers, are earning about 74.2% of what a general person in the Texas workforce is earning. And that's up from 52.2% in 2017. When we look at youth, the gap is even narrower. For 2021, the gap is only about $3,000. So successful youth customers are earning about 86.7% of what youth in the general Texas population would be earning. So what's the takeaway from this? There's still a substantial gap between the earnings of Texans in general and successful exiters from the VR program. But over the past 5 years, we've seen that gap narrow substantially. Any questions on this slide?
Yeah, I have a question. Is this comparison a job-to-job comparison or overall? So in other words, is this like, okay, if you have this job, a person who takes a job without a disability versus a person who takes the same job with a disability, is this the discrepancy or is it overall wages? Because I guess the question is the discrepancy based on the types of jobs that are being given and offered to individuals with disabilities, okay? Or is it actually an unfair wage discrepancy for the same job.
This is overall earnings, but given the structure of the UI data system, we would not be able to drill in to do a job-to-job comparison, unfortunately. But it is encouraging that the gap is closing in overall earnings. So that's pretty significant to go from, for example, a VR adult customer who successfully exited earning about half of what somebody in the general Texas workforce earns to up to 74% in 5 years.
Jeffrey, this is April Poris. This is probably a question you're going to get on just about everything you present to us. Is there any change in the 5 disability categories also? Or is that going to be, is the mean going to be pretty similar regardless of disability?
I would expect the median would vary quite a bit. If you look in the performance slides that are included in the binder, there are significant differences in quarterly earnings based on disability. So we can certainly expect that it would vary. Now, would it be worthwhile to look at how the different disability categories compare to the overall Texas wage? We might see some insights there, but we're going to see, for instance, that people with deafness and hard of hearing have the smallest wage gap. People with blind or visual impairments would have the second smallest. And so the way that it would break out would be pretty much the same on the as on the RCT performance slides that are included in the RCT binder. I could certainly pull that up just a second to compare, but let's reserve that comparison to the end of the ad hoc presentation so that we do not run short on time. Any further questions or comments before we go on to look at all ages by quarter? So we know that
Jeffrey, apologies. Just a quick comment. This is actually really a great piece of work, and I'm with you. This is hugely encouraging. There are parts of the world where the gap is actually increasing. I do have one piece of data from England where their gap between able-bodied and disabled is increasing. So the fact that we are actually closing the gap is absolutely fantastic, and it's a great cause for celebration. Yes, plenty of work to do, but you're on the right track.
It is, but to clarify, this is not comparing the wage gap for all people with disabilities. We're only looking at people who successfully exited the VR program. So what this data tells us is that the VR program over the past 5 years has helped successful exiters to close the gap.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
My pleasure.
Do you think that the fact that potential employees are demanding, because there is a shortage of employees, there is a demand for, there are a lot of vacancies. Do you think that has made much difference in the population of customers that are served versus the general population?
We haven't really seen a change in our case mix proportions. So the demographics of the VR customers pre-pandemic are comparable to the demographics of VR customers right now. Any further questions before we move on to a quarterly comparison? So we know that successful exiting from the VR program is helping to, as individuals who have been with our program, to close the wage gap between people with disabilities and Texans in the workforce overall. And that gap has become smaller over the past 5 years for persons with disabilities who participate in our program. The question remains, though, what's the long-term impact over time on people who successfully exit from the VR program? So this table, table 4, is looking at by quarter a breakdown of Texas median wage versus VR successful exeter median wage for all ages. So for instance, in 2018 Q3, the working Texans median wage, excluding VR successes, was about $9,398. For that same quarter, persons for whom it had been 1 quarter since they exited the program successfully made about $5,132. People who had exited the program 2 quarters ago were earning about $100 higher than that. 3 quarters, about $300 lower. 4 quarters after exit, a little bit lower. 8 quarters after exit, or 2 years, about the same amount. And 4 years after exit, we had seen a substantial drop in wages. So what we see over time, looking at each quarter, is that as participants are out of the VR program longer, there's a leveling off effect of the wage benefit that the program brought to them. So for instance, looking at the most recent quarter, 2021, Q4, we see that for working Texans, the median quarterly wage was almost $12,000. For our successful VR exiters who had been out of the program, successfully closed for 1 quarter, it was about $7,300. After 2 quarters, $7,400. After 3 quarters, it had gone up to about $7,800. After 4 quarters, it goes up again to about $8,200. But then something curious happens 2 years after exit. The wages drop down to what they were just 1 quarter after exit. And then it kind of just stagnates 4 years out beyond that. So we really don't understand why we see a boost in earnings for the first few quarters after successful exit, and then that benefit trails off in the years following. That's a interesting trend that's not really well understood right now. Any questions on this?
Yeah, Jeffrey, this is Gennady. Is it perhaps just simple timing of the data? So if you're looking into, for example, 2021 Q4, the bottom line on your chart, the folks in columns G and H, so Q, so 2 years after exit or 4 years after exit, it's a different cohort, right? It's a different cohort. So isn't it a timing thing? You're basically looking at the salaries and earnings of folks that went through the program at a different time. You could argue it was a different program. So it's not indicative of the wages dropping, it's just indicative of a different cohort that went through a different program.
That is partly applicable to this situation, but if that were the case, we would expect to see that people's wages consistently move upward over time after they come through the program. So the people who went through the program 4 years ago, as of 2021 Q4, are competing in the same wage market as the people who left the program just 1 quarter ago. And we would expect, since they've been out of the program longer and have become more established in their careers, they should be earning more than somebody who's just now starting with employment after their successful closure. And because we see this leveling off trend, not only for the most recent quarter, but universally going back into history for every quarter, it speaks to the fact that there is something occurring that causes a leveling off of wage increase for VR customers after 4 quarters, to the point where 4 years after exiting the VR program, people tend to be earning what they were during the first quarter when they left the VR program. So it's kind of it's a hill effect, if you will. When they first exit the VR program, their earnings go up, reach a maximum at about 4 quarters after exit, and then start trailing off and going down.
Jeffrey, I think one of the metrics that really needs to be looked at is, in general, and this isn't just for VR customers, but it's a very fluid workforce. So it's, it's not like 10, 15 years ago where somebody stays in a job forever. People are going in and out of work all the time. And perhaps some of this is due to periods of unemployment. So they may be reporting wages for a certain quarter, but in that quarter they were in between jobs, so I think it would be a really hard analytic, you know what I'm saying? Because that could be some of what's happening there. They do really well in a job, they want to move up, they take another job thinking that's going to be better, when in fact it ends up being either a lateral move or not. I mean, I'm just speculating, but that could be part of what you're seeing in these numbers.
Since we're looking at median quarterly earnings, what we're seeing is that for all wage earners, for all VR successful closures, the median wage peaks at Q4 and then levels off and starts declining by 4 years after program exit. So individual effects of job switches and that kind of thing would be, in a sense, smoothed out by looking at just the median. So we're seeing that the overall earning power decreases by 4 years after the VR program. It goes up, spikes at Q4, and then trails off until at Q16, we're right back at where we were at Q1. That could mean that the emphasis from WIOA on returning to VR to get continual support for career advancement is very well placed, because this could be evidence that we really need to see customers return as they advance in their career to get the support they need to move forward.
This has been one of the issues in rehab for years too, is the question of advancement in, customers returning for further services in order to advance in their careers if they could not do so on their own and with their own resources or the resources of their employers. So I think this is something that we need to consider.
Agreed. Y'all are giving excellent feedback on this. I just very insightful comments, and I'm very pleased that the product that my team and I were able to produce has given you the insight that you sought in comparing the impact of VR program services over time on successful exiters.
Some of us have been in the field as long as we have and seen trends. Yeah.
it's incredible. And we need that insight from people who have been in the field, because without that insight, the data is not meaningful.
This is a high level, high quality RCT, Jeffrey. I hope you feel like
Absolutely.
that. And
You all are on fire today. I love it.
thank you very much.
Jeffrey, I don't know that we track anything like this. I also wonder if there are any differences between people with congenital disabilities, disabilities are born with, versus people who are dealing with newly acquired disabilities, because there may be a larger learning curve going into the workforce.
I agree. And I think this circles back to the request to look at how wage is compared with across major disability categories. That's definitely an avenue that we should investigate.
That might be a sub-avenue too. I mean, you know, as part of that, breaking out those categories and then looking at adventitiously versus congenitally acquired disabilities.
Absolutely. The trends that we noticed for adults and youth, it's pretty much the same story. And so adults, you see a spike at Q4 after successful exit, and then a trail off for 8 and 16 quarters later. There's some variation depending on which quarter we're considering, but these are overall trends. For instance, if we're looking at 2020 Q3, median wages for all Texans at that point were $10,000. And for VR successful exiters Q1 after exit, adults, that means 25 and older, we've got about $7,200 as our median wage. Kind of trails off until 4 years. People who have been out for 4 years, they're only making about $5,700 compared to people who have been out of the program for only 1 quarter for the same quarter. So it's a really mystifying trend, and it's not well understood. So this is definitely an avenue for further investigation. Youth, the trend is a little bit different. For youth, that is, we're limiting to people under the age of 25. There seems to be more consistent growth, even 4 years after exit from the program. So whether, this is related to congenital disability versus acquired disability or some other phenomenon, we're not really sure. But when we investigate further according to disability category, I think we'll gain some additional insights. This concludes the comparative wage analysis report that my team prepared for you all. Are there any questions before I let you go to lunch?
This is Karen. I do. You have on both the adult and the youth by quarter, there were just 2 columns on, well, one on each, that I guess you have the data wasn't included due to a low case count. What
That's correct.
Number did you cut off at that it was considered low?
5.
Oh, okay.
And the reason for that is about the availability of wage records and retention rules governing wage records.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any further questions? Understood. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Jeffrey, thank you so much. I appreciate your report and your compliment. And I certainly would agree with you that this council is on point. So thanks for recognizing that. Ms. Fuller, did you have anything to close? Okay.
No, sir.
Well, I would like to, before we go to lunch, recognize, first of all, congratulations for your election to presidency of is it the CSAVR? Okay. Well, congratulations for that.
Thank you.
The association will have good leadership. Not that it didn't before, but I know it will now.
I will do my best.
So yes, I'm grateful for that and glad that Strength from Texas is leading it now. So that's great. And also I want to recognize you for and your team for listening to customers and reading and making changes. I mean, you know, this process and this council of ours and recommendations and hearing customers, and you know, it wouldn't have any effect when it got to you if it didn't create some changes. And you clearly made some changes in the VR process, and I think it says a lot to your commitment to improving VR in Texas. So I wanted to recognize and make sure that you know, everyone's aware that there are changes being done and it's happening. So, I mean, here's one right here. We're having a fully broadcast hybrid meeting. So, and this is a new era in that in our RCT meeting. So that's part of it. So thank you, Ms. Fuller, for that. One last thing, I want to recognize all my fellow members and council members, and you guys pulled through this COVID fog with great grace. I mean, my gosh, it's here we are back in person again. I'm grateful to see each of y'all's faces and press palms and hugs and whatever else we're free to do now, which is great. But I just wanted to personally give y'all a great round of applause, a virtual round of applause, I guess. Y'all did such a great job. Everybody, you know, as Texans do, pick up, maybe got bucked off the horse and got up and dusted off your jeans and got back on the horse, and it's really impressive. So I'm proud to be the chair of this council that pulled it together and, you know, that kept things going as we Texans do. So thank you guys, each and every one of you, for doing that. And you know, Ms. Majesty West was having symptoms and on the Zoom, you know, with us still at early, you know, in COVID, having symptoms, and other people suffered some, you know, difficult times, and we appreciate that you guys, you know, pulled it together and got through and are back today. So anyway, I just want to recognize y'all for that. So we're running a little bit late, 10 minutes late to be exact. So we'll come back for public comment at 1:10. And until then, we'll stand in recess for lunch break. So thank you very much. Okay, members, thank you guys. Welcome back to the meeting. Thanks for making it back to your desks on time. I appreciate that. And now we will move into the public comment section. Before we get started with that, I wanted to remind both members and perhaps those watching that this is a session for public comment, meaning that we, council members, hear public comment for 3 minutes for each speaker, and you'll get an indication. Ms. Godwin, what do you think, a 15-second to the end of the 3 minutes? Is that fine? Okay, and will you just let them know with your voice, or how? I guess so. Okay, so for those preparing to speak, FYI, you'll get a 15-second notice towards the end. And for members, this is a public comment, meaning we listen to what they have to say. And if you have any questions for clarification or need any explanation, feel free to ask the public comment commentor that question or clarification. But it's not designed for an engagement process. If there's deeper questions and answers to be covered, we will can address those in an email format, or perhaps even a phone call at a later date. But for this public comment section, it's for 3 minutes for each speaker. So having said that, is Ms. Sanchez available for public comment? We're trying to figure out how to transition into that. We're going to have to, if you bear with us, and figure out how to blend this into the meeting so that we can hear them. Or Ms. Sanchez. I'm sorry?
Good afternoon, members. Yes, this is Carissa Sanchez. We actually had requested for our Associate Commissioner Keisha Rowe to provide public comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. We actually have Keisha Rowe registered for public comment as well. Is Ms. Rowe available for public comment?
Okay, wonderful.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, RCT Chair and members, and a special greeting to our esteemed Silk Chair. I am Keisha Rowe, Associate Commissioner for Rehabilitative and Independent Services with the Health and Human Services Commission. Thank you for allowing me to share with you an opportunity for you to provide feedback about the HHSC Independent Living Services Program. As many of you are aware, the IL program transitioned to HHSC after the abolishment of the Legacy Department of Assistive and Rehabilitative Services and outsourced to the Centers for Independent Living, who are the sole direct service delivery providers. During the last legislative session, Rider 83 was adopted and requires HHSC to conduct a study of the Independent Living Services Program. As part of the study, HHSC is working with professional research consultants, an external vendor, to develop and distribute a survey to a variety of stakeholders and partners to obtain information regarding their experiences with the ILS program, services available to individuals with disabilities, the effectiveness of service delivery, collaboration with SIL contractors, and ways to strengthen the program. The target date for survey distribution is mid-May. Surveys will be sent directly by email from the vendor PRC. Stakeholders will have 2 to 4 weeks to complete the survey, and repeat attempts to complete the survey will be sent to attract a higher response rate. As valuable stakeholders and collaborators, we invite each of you to share your experiences about the ILS program by participating in the survey, and encourage you to forward the survey to peers and partner organizations to cast a wider net and responses from a mix of partner groups. If you are interested in receiving the survey or have other organizations that you would like to ensure are surveyed, you can provide your email address to Ms. Lisa Godwin, and she will forward that to me. I will ensure you or whomever you forward are included on the distribution list. The initial stakeholder list includes organizations listed in the State Plan for Independent Living as regular collaborators, the Texas IO Network, and other key IO partners such as the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities and the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. Other advocacy groups such as the NFB and AFB, as well as organizations that advocate for the deaf, are included in the distribution list as well. Gov delivery notices, which is our main vehicle for HHSC communications, will also be sent to all subscribers who have requested to be kept informed on topics related to independent living, aging, or disability. Again, the goal is to cast a wide net to ensure maximum participation and feedback. As with any survey, the more responses, the better the conclusions that can be drawn. Your input is critical and will inform and assist HHSC to understand the effectiveness of the program, service delivery, and ways to strengthen the programs. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration in providing input on these valuable services for Texans with disabilities. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate your comment. Is there anyone else that is registered? I guess not, Miss Lisa would, okay. We still got this block of time set aside for public comment. So if someone were to register and be able to get it in quickly, I guess, or is it beyond registration time? I guess it probably is, isn't it? So, well, and if someone that may be online, which is to register for public comment for our next quarterly meeting, please feel free to do so. And at the link on the TWC website, is that right, Ms. Godwin? Yeah. And you know, we would be grateful to hear what you have to say. So thank you, Ms. Rowe, for your comment, and Ms. Sanchez for your introduction, Ms. Rowe. So thank you for that. And I guess we're ahead of schedule now, so I guess we can move forward to Ms. Reeves. Is Ms. Reeves available to speak? She's virtual, so if she's available to speak on the state dyslexia coordinator, I'm sorry, she is the state dyslexia coordinator with TEA. Is she available?
I am here.
Okay, great. If you're ready, be happy to yield the floor to you for your presentation.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you all for having me today. Let me get my video started. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, give me just a second.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Reeves, I should have given you a heads up prior to if we ended or if we got finished with public comment early. So apologize for the last minute drop in. I appreciate your being at least ready to go now. So I apologize for not letting you know.
No, that is fine. I am used to it. I actually got here early just in case you guys wrapped up early. So it's all good. All right, I do have a video I'm going to share, and I hope I fix the sound on the notes in the notifications in there. So we're going to try it. If I have to go back, we'll go back. But again, thank you for having me and getting to share about dyslexia. That is one of my passions in life, so I'm more than happy to share with you guys today. So as he said, my name is Michelle Reeves. I'm the state dyslexia coordinator. I am also a dyslexia therapist and an individual with dyslexia. I have children with dyslexia. So this is near and dear to my heart. And like I said, I'm honored to serve in the position that I get to at TEA. So to get started today, I wanted to share one of my favorite videos that does a really great job of just giving a quick overview about what dyslexia is. So I'm going to show that to you. And then from there, I'm going to break it down into more specific detail. And like I said, let's hope the sound works here. I am going to ask for a thumbs up from somebody. I think everybody that I see online is not visible. So someone let me know if you can hear it. I'm going to start it right now.
There's no audio for us.
No audio here either online.
Great. That's what I was afraid of.
Hi, Michelle. This is Daniel.
Hi.
You share your video again. There should be a little checkbox at the bottom that says share sound.
Okay.
Stop sharing and then reshare.
Okay.
And don't you worry, at the beginning of this meeting, we warned everybody that there will be technical glitches. And we've done a pretty good job so far, but don't you sweat it. This is what we expected. So don't worry about it.
Great. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. So again, whoever was talking to me, where did I, because I clicked something.
So when you do the share button,
right here,
you're going to see a little window that's going to pop up, and then you're going to.
There it is, share sound.
And then share sound.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, because I love this video. I want to share it. Here we go.
We hear sound.
Yay. Great. Thanks.
Take a moment to read the following. How was that? Frustrating? Slow? What were those sentences about? They're actually a simulation of the experience of dyslexia, designed to make you decode each word. Those with dyslexia experience that laborious pace every time they read. When most people think of dyslexia, they think of seeing letters and words backwards, like seeing B as D and vice versa. Or they might think people with dyslexia see saw as was. The truth is, people with dyslexia see things the same way as everyone else. Dyslexia is caused by a phonological processing problem, meaning people affected by it have trouble not with seeing language, but with manipulating it. For example, if you heard the word cat and then someone asked you remove the C, what word would you have left? At. This can be difficult for those with dyslexia. Given a word in isolation like fantastic, students with dyslexia need to break the word into parts to read it. Fan-tas-tic. Time spent decoding makes it hard to keep up with peers and gain sufficient comprehension. Spelling words phonetically like S-T-I-K for stick and F-R-E-N-S for friends is also common. These difficulties are more widespread and varied than commonly imagined. Dyslexia affects up to 1 in 5 people. It occurs on a continuum. One person might have mild dyslexia, while the next person has a profound case of it. Dyslexia also runs in families. It's common to see one family member who has trouble spelling, while another family member has severe difficulty decoding even one-syllable words like catch. The continuum and distribution of dyslexia suggest a broader principle to bear in mind as we look at how the brains of those with dyslexia process language. Neurodiversity is the idea that because all our brains show differences in structure and function, we shouldn't be so quick to label every deviation from the norm as a pathological disorder, or dismiss people living with these variations as defective. People with neurobiological variations like dyslexia, including such creative and inventive individuals as Picasso, Muhammad Ali, Whoopi Goldberg, Steven Spielberg, and Cher, clearly have every capacity to be brilliant and successful in life. So here's the special way the brains of those with dyslexia work. The brain is divided into 2 hemispheres. The left hemisphere is generally in charge of language and ultimately reading, while the right typically handles spatial activities. fMRI studies have found that the brains of those with dyslexia rely more on the right hemisphere and frontal lobe than the brains of those without it. This means when they read a word, it takes a longer trip through their brain and can get delayed in the frontal lobe. Because of this neurobiological glitch, they read with more difficulty. But those with dyslexia can physically change their brain and improve their reading. With an intensive multisensory intervention that breaks the language down and teaches the reader to decode based on syllable types and spelling rules, the brains of those with dyslexia begin using the left hemisphere more efficiently while reading, and their reading improves. The intervention works because it locates dyslexia appropriately as a functional variation in the brain, which naturally shows all sorts of variations from one person to another. Neurodiversity emphasizes this spectrum of brain function in all humans and suggests that to better understand the perspectives of those around us, we should try to not only see the world through their eyes, but understand it through their brains.
All right, so like I said, that was just a quick overview, very visual, which I love. But I'm going to go just a little deeper into what is dyslexia. So the definition of dyslexia is on this page here. This is from our dyslexia handbook. So the state has a dyslexia handbook for LEAs that provides guidance for them with instruction, screening, evaluation, everything that they are supposed to do and follow within the state guidelines. But as I read the definition, I'm going to read some of it, not all of it, but it defines dyslexia as a related disorder in the following way. So dyslexia means a disorder of constitutional origin manifested by a difficulty in learning to read, write, or spell despite conventional instruction, adequate intelligence, and sociocultural opportunity. So as you see at the bottom too, teachers are usually puzzled because they're doing well, but for some reason, they're struggling with reading and spelling. So I mentioned the handbook, so I just want to show it to you. And hopefully it popped up and you can see it. This is our state dyslexia handbook for our public schools that provides all the information they need for guidance. And this is where the definition comes from. There is another definition in the handbook, and this is the one that I'm going to actually break down. So the International Dyslexia Association defines dyslexia in the following way. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that is neurobiological in origin. It is characterized by difficulties with accurate and/or fluent word reading recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language. And so when we talk about phonological component of language, that's our sound system, putting sounds to letters. And you're going to hear that a lot, so that's why I wanted to bring that up. This is often unexpected in relation to the other cognitive abilities, the other things the student can do in the classroom, and effective classroom instruction. Even though they're getting great instruction, they still have issues with reading and spelling. Some secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension. And the reason they have problems with reading comprehension is because reading is so laboring that they spend so much time and effort on trying to figure out what the words are that they lose comprehension. And reduced reading experience that can impede vocabulary and background knowledge. You know, when I would work with teachers, I would ask them to think about something that they don't like to do and they're not good at. And then I would tell them, okay, now I want you to do that every day for 30 minutes. So when you think about a student with dyslexia or an individual with dyslexia who hasn't maybe received intervention and reading is so hard for them, they're not going to spend their time reading because it's difficult. So that in turn has a lack of vocabulary growth and possible background knowledge because of not being able to read other stories. So the primary reading and spelling characteristics of dyslexia. The first characteristic is difficulty with reading words in isolation. So this means having difficulty reading individual words in a list or one at a time. The words are not part of a sentence or a paragraph. I always like to explain it as, you know, visualize a white sheet of paper and you have all these words listed. That's hard to do. But then you think about someone with dyslexia, if they have a book in front of them and they have pictures and they have oral language, then you can kind of guess what that book is saying. I can honestly say for me as a reader, it wasn't until 3rd grade that they realized she's just memorized things. She doesn't know how to read these words individually. I just made it up because I had oral language, I had pictures, I could tell a story. So that's what it means from words and just on paper versus a book that gives you clues. The second is a characteristic and difficulty accurately decoding unfamiliar words. So this means not being able to apply the correct sounds with the letters in an unknown word or a word that has not been taught. And when I think of sounds and letters, one story I always like to talk about is Pig Latin. Maybe you're familiar with it, maybe you're not. But as a child, I can remember my friends talking in Pig Latin. And basically you take a word and you take the first letter and you move it to the end of that word to make a new word. And you do that in a string of words to make a sentence. Well, I could never figure out what they were doing until one of my friends explained it to me. And I'm like, oh my word, there's no way. I don't even know what the sound of that first letter is, much less move it to the back and then make a whole new word. So unfamiliar words, or even words you know, but you don't know how to break down the sounds. Next is a difficulty with oral reading. This is when students read slowly and are unable to read some of the words correctly. So, and they don't have reading expression. So they may be reading it correctly, but it's very slow, it's very labored. And again, this is where a lot of our students will lose reading comprehension, or individuals, again, with dyslexia will lose comprehension because the effort to decode the single word impacts the effort to understand and to get comprehension. Okay, and then the last one is difficulty with spelling. So now we're going to take a closer look at the definition of dyslexia. Not that we haven't already been doing that, but I'm going to even break it down a little bit more. The first line in the definition tells us that dyslexia is a specific learning disability. This means that it refers to the specific skill area of reading and the process involved. So the International Dyslexia Association refers to a cluster of symptoms which results in people having difficulties with specific language skills, particularly in reading. Dyslexia is not a pervasive disorder, such as an intellectual disability. It's a neurobiological disorder. Neurobiological means brain-based. The brains of those with dyslexia differ in function from those of typical developing readers. This means that dyslexia will persist across a lifetime, and individuals with dyslexia will have dyslexia across a lifetime. However, we learn to compensate for that in many different ways. Initially, readers with dyslexia have trouble analyzing words, transforming letters into sounds because they have underactivated neural pathways in the back of the brain. Even as readers with dyslexia mature, some may remain slow or non-fluent readers. So just like from the video, they talked about the parts of the brain. I'm not going to go into all of those pieces of it, but we actually have MRIs that they do studies and show what parts of the brain are functioning when an individual is reading. So as was stated previously, the International Dyslexia Association identifies dyslexia as a specific learning disability. A specific learning disability, as outlined in our Code of Federal Regulations, is part of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. So I'm going to read just that top bullet there. Specific learning disability means a disorder in one or more of the basic phonological processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may manifest itself in the imperfect ability to listen, think, speak, read, write, spell, or to do mathematical calculations, including conditions such as perceptual disabilities, brain injury, minimal brain dysfunction, dyslexia, and developmental aphasia. So it's characterized by difficulties with accurate and or fluent word recognition, or by poor spelling and decoding difficulties. So this sentence in the IDA definition outlines areas of potential difficulty. These characteristics are often observed in the classroom. For example, challenges at word level of reading related to either accuracy, which is reading words correctly, rate, the speed of which they read, or both. When students are evaluated for dyslexia, it's these characteristics that are informally evaluated. So examples of what teachers see in the classroom: difficulty recognizing common high-frequency words such as and, said, was, difficulty decoding unfamiliar words, slow and accurate and or reading without expression, difficulty connecting speech sounds with appropriate letter or letter patterns for spelling. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language, as I mentioned earlier, connecting sounds to letters, that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities in the provision of effective classroom instruction. So as a teacher, you don't know what's going on. You're like, this kid can learn, but why are we not able to read and spell? So extensive research has validated the role that phonology plays in learning how to read. Overwhelming evidence exists linking the characteristics seen in students with dyslexia with the root cause of difficulties in the processing of phonological features of language. Notice also the definition indicates that the reading difficulties are typically due to the deficit in phonological, but not always. Because dyslexia is a language-based disability, sometimes the difficulties with phonology result in delayed oral language development as well. So common risk factors associated with dyslexia in preschool children include delay in learning to talk, difficulty with rhyming, trouble pronouncing words, struggles with new vocabulary words, or delayed word retrieval. In addition to difficulties resulting from a deficit, again in the phonological component of language, students with dyslexia may also exhibit cognitive abilities that are unexpected when compared to the deficits. So what are these other cognitive abilities? Dr. Sally Shaywitz in her book, Overcoming Dyslexia, states a student with dyslexia may also have relative strengths in areas such as reasoning, problem solving, understanding concepts, critical thinking, empathy, and vocabulary. So in the classroom, these abilities may be observed in the following ways: ability to learn orally in the class, able to learn and express meanings of words, understanding math word problems, high scores on group administered ability tests. Secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduce reading experience that can impede growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. So as we reviewed earlier, a primary characteristic of dyslexia is difficulty with accurate and or fluent word recognition. A student with dyslexia may also exhibit difficulties with reading comprehension. So while not all students with dyslexia have reading comprehension issues, just remember it's the effort allocated to decoding each of the words at the single word level may have a negative impact on the effort a reader must have in order to monitor their comprehension. So difficulty with reading words consumes so much of the student's energy and focus while reading that it impacts the student's ability to gain meaning from text. And I can tell you as an adult with dyslexia, one of the things that I can explain to people is that when I am presenting and I have slides that have a lot of high level vocabulary and I'm really focusing on reading those words correctly, they're my slides, so I know the content and I know what it is about. But when I'm reading them to the group, I am for sure focusing on reading those words correctly, because what does it look like if I can't read correctly as an adult? So that's another way that you can see, I can see dyslexia within my life, because I'm not reading for comprehension in that, I'm reading to make sure I read the word correctly. So those were the deficits. Those are the things that we struggle with. And again, it's that phonological piece. It's putting the sounds to the letters, being able to process them, manipulate them. That is dyslexia. And that's where spelling becomes hard as well. But the next thing I want to talk about are our strengths, because as a dyslexic, we have some really great strengths. So we talked about the difficulties that individuals with dyslexia have, but let's look at their strengths. Dr. Shaywitz refers to these indicators of cognitive ability, that's all in orange, as our C of strengths. And then with a singular deficit in blue, titled decoding, that impacts our reading and our spelling. So these difficulties in reading or spelling are, again, they're unexpected. But if you look at the C of strengths, you have concept formation, comprehension, general knowledge, empathy, problem solving, vocabulary, critical thinking. So lots of strengths that we can bring to the table. So we should consider all the strengths that an individual with dyslexia has to draw from, however, and use them to support his or her learning and recognize their abilities. So I have another video that I wanted to share. I'm going to share the video and then I'm going to talk about just a brief little thing. This is from Made by Dyslexia, and they have a lot of great videos. If you're in LinkedIn, you may see it from time to time.
If you're dyslexic, it's kind of your superpower. It's like the way that you think.
Our brains, they're wired to, I think, process information differently.
It's just the way that you see the world.
I don't think people do think the way I think.
And we're curious, we're creative.
The way I see the world might be different from somebody else, but that's valid. In fact, it's vital.
The imagination, the storytelling, the communication, the empathy, all these positives.
We can simplify things. We see the big picture.
In a world which is pretty competitive, I think to be able to look at it differently is a huge advantage.
Dyslexic minds have exactly the skills we need for the workforce of tomorrow.
My spelling makes people laugh. It makes me laugh, actually. And my reading, if I'm sight reading, oh, it's a complete joke.
School was pretty difficult, to be honest. I wasn't a massive fan of the classroom.
I used to always hide in the store cupboard, but fortunately my English teacher knew that that was my spot.
It was hard for me to focus and concentrate in class.
I hated reading. I hated writing, like spelling in public, reading out loud.
Dyslexia can cause real challenges in traditional education. Memorizing lots of facts and figures, it can be difficult.
We're not teaching kids to think, we're teaching kids to pass exams.
If education is a challenge for a child with dyslexia, you need to understand how to educate them so that it isn't a challenge.
1 in 5 children suffer from dyslexia. That's 20% of the classroom. And yet teachers aren't trained to recognize that.
I think it's vital that teachers are trained about dyslexics, because the world is changing and imagination is key to everything. And there's going to be a lot of kids whose potential are lost unless we train our teachers to effectively teach them.
Imagine a world where you've got, where you've got like a force of people who have this gift of dyslexia educated in a way that supports them. It means anything's possible, It means anything is possible.
So again, I wanted to share that. One of the main pieces is Richard Branson. He's a famous entrepreneur and dyslexic. I saw him recently on LinkedIn supporting dyslexic thinking. So this has been added to LinkedIn's list of recognized skills, a valued skill. And I just love that. Richard Branson states that dyslexic thinking means having problem-solving skills, a great imagination, creative, in the big picture, as he mentioned in there, seeing the big picture in things. So as we talked about what is dyslexia and what are the negative things that happen to us with dyslexia, there's also some positive, and I wanted to be sure and share that as well, and the abilities that we do have. And as you can see, I can read as well. So we can read, I have some struggles there. All right, let me go to the next. It's not going. Hold on just a second. Let's try one more time. There we go. Okay. So as you heard in the video at the very beginning, the first one, dyslexia is on a continuum. So it can be mild to severe. The accommodations just really depend on the individual and what their needs are. Where are they? There's not an absolute answer that I can say everyone needs this. It just depends. So what are some possible employer accommodations? It depends on the job. Obviously, you guys know that. What are some tools that are great for note taking? There's a thing called a live scribe pen. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but it records. It has special paper, and you start writing and it's recording while you're writing. So you can go back to wherever, let's say you just put a number 1 and you click on that number 1, it's going to start record. It's going to play back for you what was recorded at number 1. I can tell you as a student in master classes, that was a laugh thing for me. Wonderful to have that, because what happens with a lot of us with dyslexia is, like we mentioned with spelling, I'm in there taking notes, or maybe I'm on the job and I'm having to take notes, but I don't remember how to spell a certain word. And so I'm stuck that whole time trying to think about, how do I spell that word comprehension? And by then I've been told 10 other things that either need to happen, or if I'm in lecture, the topic. And so I've missed all of that. So that's where it becomes really great, because I don't have to know how to spell the word at that moment. I can come back to it later. One thing Sally Shaywitz talks about is how dyslexia robs you of time. It's like, if you just give me enough time to spell that word, I'll get it down there. But if I don't have the time, that's where a live scribe pen is really, really nice to have. So that's nice. Sharing the content in different ways. So just providing an outline. So if you have something, maybe the rules or whatever it is that they're learning about their employment, if they had an outline of the 10 pages that talk about what you can and cannot do, or how you're supposed to do something particular, an outline would be a great thing to have. Provide things to read ahead of time. If you expect me to read it right then and there, I can. However, it'd be great if I had it ahead of time so that I could be sure that I don't miss anything. One of my sons, actually, I'm not going to talk about the business, but they were in their 2 weeks of intern, learning about the job and everything. And he came home and he said, "Mom, you would not believe what they made me do today for reading." And, I'm a teacher at heart, and I have been a teacher in the classroom. And he said, "They made me popcorn read." And if you're not familiar with popcorn reading, that's where, you just pick kids in the class. And it's not a good way to do reading, because the whole time what we find out is you're just waiting on when is it going to be your turn, and you're so worried about it. So needless to say, I don't think he heard anything that happened during that training that day, because he was so worried that he was going to have to read and when that time came. Forms. If you can provide forms ahead of time so that they can be filled out, or maybe they're going to need some help with spelling. I didn't have Siri back in my days of going to school, but wow, is it nice to have that when I can't think of a word. I don't remember who said it, but someone said with dyslexia, you're consistently inconsistent. And I apply that to spelling, because some days, again, let's just use the word comprehension, I'm just typing away and I spell it. But maybe one day, the next day, I'm like, oh my gosh, how do you spell that word again? And it just won't come to me. So Siri will tell me how to spell it. So that's fantastic. So having tools that we can use, again, depending on what your job is and what you're having to do. Text to speech, speech to text. Being able to have things read to you, or the opportunity to read from the computer. I don't always use it, but sometimes if I'm reading a lot of material, it is nice to be able to listen to the reading, especially if I'm tired, because that's where things seem to fall apart, when I'm getting tired at the end of the day. One thing that I use with text to speech is whenever I send emails out, I always play them back so that I will catch any mistake, because for some reason, that is the best way for me to catch them. I can read it to myself, don't catch them, but I can play it back and hear it, and I catch mistakes or words I left out, anything grammar, wise. So it's a great tool. And that takes me to providing spelling and grammar checking software. The great thing about that is that most software already has it in there. So, if you're writing in Word or Google Docs, it's already there. It's not something you have to pay for. It's not extra. And then explicitly explaining tasks or processes, provide a model, show me. I always say, show me what it is that you want me to do, and I'll know it for a lifetime. So just being very explicit about tasks, what I'm expected to do in the job is very helpful. So I think that is it. So thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm not sure where my time was on that. Might have been a little faster. I guess if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Don't you worry about it. We called on you early and you had all the time that you needed. So thank you so much, Ms. Reeves. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Reeves other than mine that I'll wait to yield until one of my colleagues might have a question?
I actually have a question regarding and maybe Miss Emily can answer to this. I'm not sure, but what kind of programs are in place in the Texas education system for individuals with dyslexia? I mean, if 1 in 5, if it's estimated that 1 in 5 individuals have dyslexia in the school system, and teachers in the regular classroom are already completely overwhelmed and overworked with the jobs that they have just handling, regular students and their, behavioral problems and other issues. Is there any movement, or is there any type of a program at the public school level, especially in the elementary and middle school level, to address this? I don't know, because all my kids are grown, so I'm just curious.
No, I'm glad you asked. Yes, there is definitely, there are programs for students who are identified with dyslexia, and there are teachers on all the campuses. They're required to have teachers that are knowledgeable about dyslexia, that are trained in providing specific components of instruction for students with dyslexia. And again, I'm glad you asked, because like I said, Texas is one of the first states to actually start that movement in 1985. So we've been doing it for a while, and I'm going to say we do it quite well.
In regards to services and programs, are you aware, and you may already be aware of this, that the National Library Services is available for people who have reading difficulties of standard print, that one can receive books on in audio format. Also, it's not Recording for the Blind and Dyslexic anymore. It's a different name, but they do textbooks that they can do for downloadable and read audibly. And I had another thought. Oh, Kurzweil 3000. If something's not available, I mean, well, it can be scanned and then read back to a person, and the letters or the words are highlighted as they go across the screen. And I'm just wondering if you're aware of those kinds of services and products.
I am. Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Reeves? Okay, it's my turn. So my little brother has dyslexia, and he actually went to school in the early 80s, went to school somewhere up in Massachusetts or somewhere up east. I can't remember exactly where, because they specialized in it. And apparently there weren't any schools that helped with that. Is it a learning disability? What's it called? I'm not sure what it's classified as.
So yes, dyslexia is a learning disability.
Okay, is it's, but there are, it sounds obviously there since 85, you said there are many programs in our state now, so.
Oh, yes.
Okay, but he enjoyed reading and read a lot, and I did not enjoy reading so much. I don't know, I don't think I have dyslexia, but I was never tested for it, but I don't know, can you be tested for it? Obviously it must be some way to determine.
Yes, there are private individuals that do evaluations for adults. Mhm.
Right.
And some universities, if they're in the university system, they can get evaluations sometimes too.
So he enjoyed reading and read a lot. I never tested him on his reading, so I don't know if he comprehended it, his reading comprehension was all there, but I just found it interesting because it sounds to me like reading is quite a challenge, or at least trying to
Yes.
have
very
some
much.
satisfaction of getting through what you're reading, huh?
Yes, definitely. I like I said, I have children with dyslexia, and I had one that would read tons of books, and but we would realize that he was just kind of skipping through the pages, but he had such a great way to infer, and his vocabulary is so great. Just he was able to just figure out what was going on. You would think he read the whole story, but he didn't. He just pulled pieces from it and then inferred.
Okay, well, thank you for indulging my personal education
Sure.
on dyslexia and understanding it a little better. I appreciate it. In my personal story, I'm not sure my brother would appreciate it, but oh well. It's just me being a mean big brother, I
We won't
guess,
tell
still,
him.
right? Okay, Ms. Bowden. Is it out? Or there's a button down here. Mine ran out of gas, so I'm glad yours still has some.
Okay, this is the question. It might be a little, I don't know what you call it, but what's your opinion on students that are blind and could be dyslexia? Have you heard about any research?
I know there is research out there. I wish I could actually give you those names. I actually had watched a couple of videos, so I know I have very little to bring to the table. I will just be honest, but it is an area that we are looking at more than we have in the past. So it's I appreciate you bringing that up, and it's something that we are researching.
When you say that y'all are looking into it, I mean, like what, I don't know how to ask, like what could a vision teacher do if they suspect somebody that's blind may have dyslexia?
That's that's a really complicated question. I mean,
know.
I wish,
apologize.
No, that's
you on the spot.
okay. I would have to get back to you on that because, like I said, it's very difficult
Can I email
tease
you?
that out. Sure, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, what is your? I mean, I don't know if
Okay.
you
I can put it
the-
in the
Okay.
chat. And because my email is actually Dawn, that is my first name, and I go by Michelle. And I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll send you an email.
Great, thank you. And then I can share those videos with you that are about research in that.
Okay, any more questions from Ms. Reeves?
I did see a question about summer programs for dyslexia. It would kind of depend on the public school, what they're providing. I'm trying to think, I know SMU used to provide something for students in the summer, but I'm not really sure if you're talking about summer programs for intervention or just summer programs for students with dyslexia to help them just build their self-esteem or encourage them to find out what their strengths are.
Okay, and you know what, Ms. Reeves, you can see those questions online. I can't see those. So if there aren't any more, and I don't believe there are any more in this room, is that correct? Okay. If you don't have anything more, Ms. Reeves, thank you so much for your presentation, your videos, and the information.
All right, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely,
Bye.
thank you. Okay, on to, let's see here, we're looking for Ms. Fuller and Ms. Gafford for this U.S. Department of Education notice inviting applications for FY 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We are really grateful for the timing of this meeting. because it gives us an opportunity to share with you an opportunity that we have to apply for a grant. And we're excited about this and think that it can really further our efforts to improve the services we have for people with most significant disabilities. And so we wanted to share information about the opportunity with you today. I will give you an overview, and then Lucy Gafford with the University of North Texas is on. Y'all can wave up there to Lucy. Hi, Lucy. Cindy Geisman is also on. Cindy, one of the program specialists that works with me. Cindy's our lead for TWCVR, and I'll introduce Lucy and let you know her role here in just a few minutes. But first, let me talk to you a little bit about the Disability Innovation Fund. This may not be a fund that you've heard about a lot. This program called the Disability Innovation Fund program is provided by the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2020. In other words, it was created by Congress. And what it does is it allows our federal oversight agency, the Rehabilitation Services Administration in the U.S. Department of Education, to use funds that remain after the annual reallotment process. And we've talked about that annual reallotment process and how we have participated in that. That's the process that happens every year where agencies that cannot fully match their grant will identify the funds they can't fully match so that they can be redistributed to other state agencies. So what has happened in recent years are there are funds remaining after the redistribution. Congress authorized RSA to use those funds to provide services to people with disabilities, which is fantastic because it makes sure those funds are going back into the system. But there are some differences here. And so when they are issuing these grant notices or these invitations to apply, each year they are identifying a priority. So on March 22nd, just a few weeks ago, the Department of Education Rehabilitation Services Administration announced the Disability Innovation Fund for this fiscal year. There's a title. It is Subminimum Wage to Competitive Integrated Employment. The eligible applicants for this grant opportunity are state VR agencies in states that have not completely phased out subminimum wage employment. There are a few states that have completely phased it out. This means more than their state legislature passed a law requiring it to be phased out. It means they have completely phased it out. Those states are not eligible to apply. So it is state VR agencies that have not completely phased out subminimum wage employment. Now, the critical part of this is that the focus of this opportunity is really for us to be able to work together with partners to find opportunities for people making subminimum wage in Texas to move into competitive integrated employment, or for people contemplating going into subminimum wage to instead choose a path to prepare for competitive integrated employment. Texas does still have individuals working at subminimum wage. Certainly it's many fewer than were a few years ago, but for the official number, what we do is we look to the U.S. Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division, which manages the special certificates. Those are called 14C certificates. They publish this list with the data in January and July of each year. As of January 2022, Texas had 33 employers with current 14C certificates, employing 2,539 individuals with disabilities at subminimum wage. Now, this is down from about 9,100 in 2016, but there are still over 2,500 individuals that are earning subminimum wage. There were some other applications for 14C status that were not processed, so there was not information on those. So Texas certainly does have people that are making subminimum wage, and so we would be an eligible applicant for this grant. The total funding available for the entire program is $167 million. RSA is anticipating making between 12 to 18 awards So the average award amount would be just under 9 million, but they are looking at a range of awards from 3.5 million to just under 14 million. The grants are for a 5-year period. One thing that's very important for us, subgranting is allowable. This allows us to really engage partners to do this work should we receive a grant. And you may remember that in the regular VR program, subgranting is not allowed. And so this opens flexibility in that area. What we have to do in our application is describe how participants in this grant program, should we get the grant, how they'll receive training and supports that are going to help them enter one or more of 5 target industries, or they're called topic areas. Or there's an opportunity to suggest another one. So here are the topic areas or the industries that the applicants must propose to engage people making minimum wage or contemplating it in preparation for employment. The first one is essential workers. Certainly this focuses on a wide variety of occupations that would be considered essential workers. We all heard a lot about this during COVID-19, certainly. And there is a specific list that was published by the Department of Homeland Security that we can refer to when looking at the occupations in essential worker status. The second topic area is green jobs. And so this topic area is really focusing on a variety, again, of occupations and opportunities: solar panel installation and maintenance, energy efficient HVAC installation, even occupations involving forestry, operation of businesses that for electric vehicles, wind, water, utility. This is very broad. And so green job workers is a second topic area. The third, home and community-based service workers. Members, you have heard from our stakeholder organizations over the years that we really do lack the number of home and community-based workers, personal attendants particularly, to be of assistance to people with disabilities, to help them be independent in their homes and the community and employment. This is really important. And so there's an opportunity here for this to be one of the focus areas. The fourth is the arts. So this is, again, a wide variety of occupations pertaining to the arts. It could be education and careers, community health and wellness, or cultural spaces. So again, very broad categories and opportunities. The fifth is transportation industry and related industry workers. So transportation industry, which is, it's everything in terms of actual transportation, but also warehousing and distribution. And boy, does Texas have a serious logistics and distribution hub, right? We are very strong, whether it's air, rail, water, truck, transportation. Transportation related could be like motor vehicle parts manufacturing, positions with federal and state departments of transportation. There is a sixth topic area that is called field initiated. So if a grant proposal proposes to, say, identify 3 of those topics and try to work in the occupational areas associated with those, then the application would submit as field initiated because we propose to combine. If there's another area that the applicant wants to propose, that would also fall under field initiated. So the focus on the work to open opportunities for competitive integrated employment has to be in 1 or more of these 6 topic areas. Now, again, the focus is on creating a collaborative, replicable, sustainable, evidence-based model. So there is a high bar for what is expected for organizations that receive this grant. So we really have to think about, as we prepare an application, what kind of a model is based on evidence, where we know there's been success, we know we can learn from it. What model works well with a broad array of partners and collaboration, because this work requires partnership. What model can we replicate once it's piloted for grantees that get this award? How can it be replicated? And how can it be sustained beyond the 5-year period of the grant? So these things all have to be considered in preparing the grant application. Again, focusing on two groups, youth and adults contemplating sub-minimum wage employment. How can we offer a different path? Youth and adults already in sub-minimum wage employment. How can we offer a path out? So projects that are funded by this grant will have to tackle the creation of those innovative models. What I would say is that we will have to have a broad array of partners, both as we develop the application, and if we are fortunate enough to receive a grant. I expect this to be highly competitive, but if we're fortunate enough to receive a grant, we will need partnerships to implement that. Those partnerships, employers, current 14C employers, right, that have employees that make sub-minimum wage, school districts, our partners at TEA, our partners at Health and Human Service Commission, CRPs. We're going to need a variety of partners. Certainly RCT, you're a critical stakeholder, and there are other critical stakeholders in this process. The application process is pretty intense. These applications are due on the 21st of June. For an application as robust as is required, a logic model, a work plan, an evaluation plan. Our vice chair is going, because she's prepared some of these before, and some of you. June 21st is like tomorrow. So there's a lot of work to be done here. But the bottom line is that we plan to apply for this grant. We see some incredible opportunity to continue the work that's been done so far, to provide pathways out of sub-minimum wage employment, and to provide pathways, that take someone in a different direction from the very beginning. We've done a lot of work. We know that some of the strategies that we need in place in VR to do a better job of serving people with the most significant disabilities are strategies and models that we could develop under a grant like this. And then VR and our partnerships, we are the sustainability model. Because if we can have a model that we pilot and that we get good results from, that shows us how to better serve individuals with most significant disabilities, we can get more of them in VR program and be successful, which is something we really want to work on. What we will do, we are submitting this application, but we would not be able to do it without our lead partner, and that is the University of North Texas. So the University of North Texas, and specifically Lucy Gafford, the director of UNTYs, also adjunct faculty in the Department of Rehabilitation Counseling, and by the way, 16 years in the Texas VR program. She and her team and their collaborators are leading the bulk of the application preparation, the research, the reaching out to partners. And then Cindy and a team here internally in the agency are the VR team collaborating with Lucy and her team. And so I wanted to give them an opportunity to say hello, to talk a little bit about what they're doing. We wanted very much to let you know what we're applying for and to keep you posted. We will appreciate your support and all positive thoughts in the direction of DC after June 21st. We would really love to receive one of these grants, but we certainly know it will be highly competitive. So with that, I'd like to throw it to Lucy to say a hello and give you a few updates. And then Cindy, anything that I missed that I should have touched on?
Yes. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you. Cheryl kind of gave a nice overview there of the grant. We are into our eyeballs of talking with all the various partners, trying to pull the pieces together and really write a very concise, because surprisingly, it sounds like a lot, but it's only 45 pages to explain how we're going to pull, I know 45 pages, pull all this together and really make a concerted effort to make an impact for our folks who are in sub-minimum wage and, you know, people who are contemplating going into sub-minimum wage. So we've got some great ideas. We've already pulled a lot of research together. We are looking at best practice. As Ms. Fuller stated, there are those different industries we're thinking about. In Texas, we are very lucky to have a business strong state. And so the main piece of this grant is looking at the demand side and how can we create opportunity in businesses where it's a direct pipeline. So we will be going underneath that field initiated so that we can partner with multiple businesses, because we also know Texas is a big state and industry is different from area to area. So we really want to be able to hone in on what opportunities are available in particular areas, as well as there's a lot of research around having informed choice for clients. So our sub-minimum wage participants or those thinking about going into sub-minimum wage should be their choice in thinking about what industries they want to go into. They're going to be more successful if they go into jobs that they want, and we're not forcing them into particular areas. So I think that's a really strong piece, the demand side, and then also thinking Texas has so much demand. We have tons of business. So I really believe there's a lot of opportunity. I think we're going to have a really strong application, and we'll cross fingers that when they're reviewing all of these applicants that, you know, we get awarded and that VR gets awarded here in Texas. I've had a lot of great conversations with partners across the nation, and they're excited to hear that Texas is applying because they think Texas can be a leader in showing how to take, you know, how to really make this work for our clients. So I'll leave it at that. I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this, and if anybody has any input they'd like to give, I'm open to suggestion and anything that you might have to say. And I know Cindy may have a few words too.
Thank you, Lucy. Cindy?
Thanks, Cheryl and Lucy. I just wanted to add a couple of things. RSA did let us know that we would receive notice, or the awardees, the selected grantees would receive notice no later than October 1st. And as Cheryl and Lucy mentioned, this is a 5-year grant. The first year of the grant, if we're successful, would be a planning phase. And then in year 2 through 5, then we would begin to serve individuals. The other thing just to mention is that the individuals that we can serve do not have to be in the VR program. They just have to be in sub-minimum wage employment or contemplating sub-minimum wage employment. So we have a big opportunity here. And like Cheryl mentioned, it's going to be very competitive. And RSA is really looking for innovative but evidence-based models. And so we really have to balance our creativity with developing a model that has been successful in other areas and maybe tweaking it a little bit or making it our own here in Texas. So we're going to work real hard to try to get this award, and we appreciate y'all's support.
Thank you, Cindy. Members, the last thing I would say is that if we're fortunate enough to get one of these grants, the University of North Texas will lead implementation. So they're our lead partner for development of the application and for implementation. They certainly will have other collaborators in and out of state, but they will be our lead. We would anticipate that in VR, we would hire a project director who can lead the VR engagement as we would implement a grant like this, so that we make sure we are all in together working on this, learning from it, and hopefully creating a model that will benefit individuals for years to come and be replicated through the VR program. So that's it. We wanted to make you aware. We'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Does anybody have any questions for team Lucy, Cheryl, and Cindy?
So maybe I missed it, but you guys have to submit the proposal in by June. You hope to get a decision in October. Are they going to give you any period of time to build it up or, to get people in place before it starts or?
Really that first year.
Okay.
In that first year, the intense planning, the development of MOUs with key partners, the hiring of staff, that first year, the grantees will have to hit the ground running, but they'll have that ramp up in that first year before I think we're really expected to have pilot on the ground in year 2. Is that right, Cindy and Lucy?
Yes.
Did I miss, was anything related to farming and ranching as part of that? Or is that a whole different category that?
So that agriculture is not one of the topic areas. However, I think there is some connection to green job workers. They talked about occupations in forestry. For example, they talked about occupations that are working in the forest to remove excess undergrowth and the types of circumstances in forests that can really, I guess, hamper the ability of those forests to remain vital and healthy. I don't see agriculture named specifically elsewhere, but I would defer to Cindy and Lucy to see if you guys have seen anything else in some of those lists.
Not specifically related to agriculture, ranching, farming. However, that 6th category in the conversations in the Q&A with RSA, they were pretty open in be creative. And I think there's a strong case in Texas to tie in some industries that may fit in a particular area if these other areas aren't there as well. And we're not necessarily saying only one industry per area. We want to leave that open to, what businesses would be willing to work with us and what industries are in demand.
And I would just add to that in the essential worker category, that is very broad. And so grocery stores and the local farmers that provide products to grocery stores. I mean, you could make the case, I think, although like Lucy and Cheryl mentioned, it's not directly named, but the categories are all very broad. And so I think we make our case which models we want to use in which industry sectors.
Mr. Powell?
Yes, Lucy, I don't know if you're considered the collegiate recovery students. Every university in Texas now have a collegiate recovery, which covers mental health and substance use recovery. And so UNT and UNT Dallas and Denton, I helped to initiate the one in Denton, I think with Linda Holloway. So,
yes.
Right, so that might be someone you might want to consider as far as the students at the collegiate recovery.
So they do, we could potentially, if those folks were either in a sub-minimum wage position or considering sub-minimum wage employment, there are some very strict eligibility criteria for who we're serving on this grant. I will say the really exciting piece is, I think, however this project, if it comes to fruition, we'll will it into existence. However it comes into whatever it looks like exactly, I think there will certainly be ripple effects that are positive across different programs too. So that's exciting as well. But definitely we can keep those collegiate recovery programs in mind.
Outstanding. Any other questions for the team? Okay, well, thank you all very much, Ms. Fuller, Ms. Scafford, and Cindy. Appreciate your time and input, and we certainly will try to send some good vibes and good mojo towards getting the grant, because that certainly would be a great thing for us in Texas and in VR. So thanks so much for putting it together, and hope you get it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, it is time for us to go into our breakout sessions and committees. This is a part of our meeting that specific committees will meet together in their own room to discuss their issues, and then they will bring back the reports for these meetings tomorrow. So while the meetings will, our meetings here will continue to happen in separate rooms, we will, at this point, put this meeting into recess, and with that, we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. where we will continue this meeting, quarterly meeting. But for now, I would ask for the policy group to go into room 247. Member in education, go to 248, and customer satisfaction education, go to 246, and have our breakouts. So with that, we'll move to recess. So thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow morning. Okay, good morning to you all. Welcome to the continuation of our May quarterly meeting with the RCT. And this is once again our first hybrid broadcast format meeting. And so we welcome those around the state that are watching us on the screen. And we're grateful to be able to actually present to you us in person, or at least on screen in person, and show that you know, have a more transparent meeting so you guys can see what we're up to, and literally, and participate. And we're really excited about this new era in the RCT quarterly meeting. So we're grateful to have y'all on with us. So thanks for that. It looks like we will have Commissioner representing employers Aaron Demerson joining us sometime this morning. I don't know if that will be virtual or in person. It says in person on paperwork, but of course, anytime he is available, we'll clear the floor for him, and love to hear what he has to say. He's always got very positive, uplifting information to share with us, and we look forward to hearing from him. So be prepared. We'll just continue forward with our meeting, and if Commissioner Demerson arrives and is ready to speak, we'll certainly break for him and make room for that. So we look forward to that. Having said that, is Jennifer Klaus available to discuss the RCT member training? She might be virtual. I don't see her in the room. Ms. Godwin, do you have any idea about Ms. Klaus?
Ms. Klaus is rejoining the meeting as a panelist. Give her about 2 minutes.
Okay. Commissioner, pleasure to see you.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Jennifer, if you wouldn't mind, the commissioner just arrived, and we'd love to welcome him and hear from him. If you wouldn't mind yielding just briefly, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Commissioner Demerson, welcome.
What a way to start the morning. So
no,
You're up.
You're perfectly free to roll in and roll out whenever you need to.
We're family. So what time is it right now?
You're late.
No, what time is it?
9:03.
So my agenda says Aaron's gonna be at 9:10. So
You are early.
I'm early. So according to me, I get here at 9:09 and I'm on time from that point. But delighted to be here this morning. And Lake and I were dropping down. I was a little time to come in and do that, but didn't want you guys to interrupt the meeting for me at all. So, but I appreciate you doing it, because I'm not on a schedule or anything. I'm going to spend a little time with you, and then just to visit, and just to say, first of all, Texas, things are booming in our state. It's been pretty amazing. And let me even back up and say it's great to see you guys in person. First of all, I mean that's we're here virtually, and congratulations on making that happen. Sure, thanks for making it happen in a big way. But Texas is booming. We've got an opportunity to get out in the communities. It just got off the road coming in from Elkhart, Texas. How many of you guys have heard of Elkhart, Texas? Oh, okay, I'm impressed. But we were in Elkhart, Texas, giving a JET grant for their ag program where kids are learning welding and the like, and then went over to Kilgore College, KC, where the Fireman's Academy was being awarded with a JET grant. And before that, in Abilene, Texas, Cheryl's neck of the wood as well. But things are just going in some amazing ways. And we've been very, very impressed with the activities that are taking part in this state. And you guys are a big part of that. So I wanted to, first of all, just say thank you for the work that you guys are doing. We do that every time we have an opportunity to address you guys. We do say thank you. We appreciate it. We don't take the work that you're doing for granted at all. And so I've had a phenomenal time visiting with folks in the disability space. We were, James with Bloom Consulting, I brought down this deal. If you guys hadn't seen it, but we were able to honor Bloom Consulting with the rehireability check. This was one that was heartfelt. This was one that was pretty special and pretty fantastic. And so, sure, thank you and your team for getting that going. James, thank you for being there. Was delighted to have a member of the RCT at this event. And so I want to make it a point that whenever I'm out at events that are rehireability, for sure, if we're in your neck of the woods, that you guys are there. I want to be in a position to really bring you and showcase. And we don't do it to bring attention to us individually. We do it because once we're doing things like this, other companies begin to jump on that train. They begin to ask questions about it. They begin to understand it. And so we want to make sure that we're doing our part to get that word out. I represent the employers here at the state level, and we want to make sure that other employers are aware of it. We were not only with Bloom Consulting, but we were actually in the Valley as well, Evelyn Cano in that community, where we were basically at a job fair, hiring fair, folks with disabilities, well attended, a phenomenal event that, again, another heartfelt event where you would have been amazed at what was out there, the dedication of the hotel, giving up the space from that standpoint, and just the community coming together to really make a difference. And the recipients were those students, those individuals that were looking for employment opportunities that were well received from that standpoint. And looking at my notes here, that even, and then Commissioner Alvarez was just recently talking to me about the robotics event that he was doing for the deaf. I mean, that's something that's just amazing. I think he was behind the rehireability concept from that standpoint, but to take that even a step further to get robotics in that community is pretty special. And so commending the work and the efforts that are taking place there. And so in partnership, we're going to really push these things. He was with me at the event in the Valley, well received the event, and that community just came out in big ways. And then lastly, I was sharing with Cheryl that I've had an opportunity to go out to various workforce solution offices and the coaches that are out there, the vocational rehab coaches, job coaches, the individuals in that space, passionate about what they're doing in ways that are pretty phenomenal. That does my heart well to see how emphatic they are and passionate about the jobs they're doing. You know, sharing with Cheryl, we're going to take advantage of that. And so I think you guys should know them if you don't already. Really tapping into that population base that's excited about helping our VR customers. And so, James, thank you for being there with Bloom as well. I mean, when you were there for that meeting, it meant a lot from that standpoint. But going back, getting out there with those job coaches, those folks in that space, we want to play a role in that area as well. And Madison Crawford, that's a young lady that I met that's recently on board, and the passion that she has, and I get Cheryl introduced to her. It just bodes well for us as we're moving forward with folks that are playing a role in this space. And then good meeting with you, Mr. Kyle, as well. And so I mean, the relationships that we're forming, the chairman, we're going to get him out on some of these tours that we're doing or so, because again, it provides a spotlight on what's happening here, what we're doing, and together we begin to make a big difference. Something I was most proud of at the event in the Valley, I picked up information, and then there was an event in Houston. Sure, which event was that, Melinda and I? The Employer Forum in Houston. That's one that I don't want to forget as well. Picked up so much information there in terms of when you're introducing yourself, you introduce yourself because someone may not see you in that sense, and you're giving them your descriptions and the like. And that was kind of fun because sometimes you're all out, you're exposing yourself in all types of ways, but it was pretty amazing. But I signed my name when I introduced myself. And I was just enjoy the giving back and the learning that we're doing from that standpoint. But I'll end it with what I started with, and that's just to thank you guys for the work that you're doing. We don't take it for granted. The volunteer efforts are sincere. As an employer, anybody that's an employer out there, thank you for what you're doing to make a difference in that space. In our office, I failed to mention Lake Todd, there's a policy director in our office on the team there. But anything that we can do as we're going out traveling, getting out, we want to make sure that we're working with Cheryl, Melinda, and that team in the community, and then making sure that you guys are a part of anything that we're doing, from an employer standpoint, and we're in your neck of the woods, then we'd love for you guys to join in with what we're doing. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you guys to give you guys some minutes in your meeting, and appreciate the opportunity. And congratulations, Larry Temple, our former executive director, would always say that folks with disabilities are the true problem solvers in the world. They do some things that we can only imagine. And when I was in Houston, I was sharing with them, I was trying to get to the event. I was ahead of schedule, making my way. I was real proud of that fact, only to find out that I couldn't find the keys to the car. And so I spent a little time trying to do that or what have you. And then finally did it and got there. And I shared that story with the group, but it put it all into perspective for me in regards to what I'm fumbling around with the keys, trying to do that. But the other folks are doing a whole lot more, showing up on time and taking care of business in ways that we can only imagine. So again, thank you guys for all that you do. I'll entertain any questions or comments real quick and go from there. But we're going to continue to do the good work that we're doing here in Texas. We're doing some amazing things in the state. Governor Abbott's leadership is phenomenal. He gives us the green light to take care of business, and we want to play in that space as much as we can.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Timerson, very much for your kind words and appreciation of the council and us and the work we do. And we appreciate it, and recognizing some companies bloom and rehirability, and that's great. You're a put your money where your mouth is kind of guy, and we really appreciate that. You actually don't just come up here and talk about it. You come back with results and show that things are getting done, and we appreciate it very much. So thanks for that. I think the vice chair might have a question for you.
You were mentioning like going out to the Bloom Consulting and things like that and the events in Houston. How do we get notified of those? Am I supposed to be on a listserv or something where we could go out and where we could come out and be with you guys?
So as I was thinking about that, even in my office, we're going to better coordinate with Cheryl's team and really get it to a point where I'm making sure that she's aware, her team's aware of where we're going, and then that communication will go out to this team on whatever Cheryl thinks we need to do in terms. I don't want to usurp anything in her area, but I think coordinated, we'll be in a position to get that. And even if I have the list, I'm going to make sure that I have the list of the RCT members, and if I'm in their respective community on events, I may just give you a call and just say, we have something going on, and come on over to do that. The more structured events, and so you'll be notified officially the right way, and we'll do that coordinating with Cheryl and her team to make sure that happens. So,
that would be great. I know that members would probably appreciate being invited and feel privileged to show and actually show and have a great experience and be able to bring that back to us and show us, as you do, that things are actually getting done. So that would be great. That we would appreciate it. So
yeah, I was at Alonzo and Pearland. It's a biomanufacturing firm that they have there growing and glowing in that community. And so, but as we're there, you have a lot of jobs that are there, but it's okay to have someone from this commission, the RCT on board or this community, so that we were at the HR employer, and he was walking around and everything. And so there's an opportunity there to really, because it's an awareness type deal. He's aware of it from that point. He's in his mind, he's thinking of the positions that they have and the ability to hire folks in that space as well. So I think it's more of doing that and connecting with you guys. You can tell the story better than I can from that point, and you'll be in a position to really advocate for the community. And I look forward to making those things happen.
yeah, well, thank you for that. I also wanted to make you aware, and you may or may not be aware, this is our first, well, first of all, that you're aware this is our first meeting back together in person, which we're all grateful for, but we're also, this is our first hybrid broadcast meeting where we've got a couple, a few members off site still, which is fine. We've made the technology we used through the COVID, nightmare was something that actually taught us we can use electronics to carry on our business, which is great. And then we are broadcast to, I'm not sure how many there are today, but many people around the state because of our large area and of our state. And we are able to reach and broadcast to people all over the state today. So thank you for being here with us today and being part of that, our first hybrid broadcast meeting, I call it.
You guys are taking care of business and like those booklets, there's some booklets that I kind of share with you guys. Texas recently received the Governor's Cup 10 years in a row. We received that. And so here one, Mr. Chairman, and you can kind of share those with the members. Okay. But on that front page is a picture of 10 Governor Cups that we won. And that's a quite impressive record. No other state's done that. But that'll kind of give you some of the economic development, workforce, and education efforts that are taking place in our state. 18 years in a row that we've been named as the best state for business. And that comes across very well. We're a younger population. We're fast growing population, home to a number of businesses that are here, African-American women businesses, veteran-owned women businesses, and the like. And we always say that some people might call that bragging, but in Texas, we say it ain't bragging, it's true.
That's right. If it's true, it's not.
Yeah. Talk about that. And those are just some examples of what's happening, but I pass that out because it's a reflection of what's happening across the state in various communities. And before you guys leave, we'll make sure that everybody has a copy of it. So we have some more upstairs. I just had to grab a few, but that's happening right here in the state, in the communities. And again, I want you guys to continue to be a part of that. And the way we collaborate is the way that we continue to make progress. And so let's continue to do that. Any other questions, thoughts, or comments? And so I'm excited. I think this is good work in our state. There's a lot of activity, a lot of opportunities as well. And feel free to reach out to our offices directly, through Cheryl, through Melinda, contact anybody that we have from that standpoint. Let's sit down and collaborate and really do things that make a difference. And so I enjoyed meeting with you and doing what you guys are doing as well, but just kind of getting to know you guys and what efforts are those that are out there. And then I'll zip it with this. If you have any ideas, suggestions, those kind of things that make it even better, we're all ears and open for receiving that input so that we can continue to make a difference, because we don't know it all at all.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. We know that you leave that door open, and not only when you hear things, when you hear input from us, you guys actually do stuff. So do something about it, which is important, and so we appreciate that. So I also wanted to say we're in your hall here, your room, your building, and what we know how important you are because your name is on a plaque up there on the wall. So and you have to come down and sit at our table down here. We appreciate you coming down and letting us borrow your room, if you will. Your
people's room, it's your room.
Well, I guess it's all of our room, right?
That's right.
So but anyway, we're glad you're here. Thanks so much for taking time out of your busy day to do it and join us in our first hybrid broadcast meeting. And we look forward to many more meetings, might be with another chair, but my tenure is about coming up. So we'll carry forward with one of these great individuals here as the leader, and everything will move forward, and we'll look forward to continue working with you. So thanks so much for your time.
No,
and coming.
and thank you for your leadership. And I know, as I said, these are relationships that we'll have ever. So depending on, chairs rotate or however that happens, again, these are relationships for the future. And we want to make sure that we're continuing that, but we don't take the leadership that you exhibited, that you've done for granted. And again, congratulations on you guys for getting into this day number 2 of a hybrid meeting that's taking place. And I know this is Friday, the last day of beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather out there.
That's right.
You guys safe traveling back to your respective locations, and sure, congratulations to you guys for being able to keep this moving, even with this pandemic. And we're getting back to a little bit of normalcy. But out in the hinterlands out there in Texas, we're all in going and blowing, and we want you guys to be there with us. You guys are already there with us, but let's just do even more as we push forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for the opportunity. Nice seeing everyone as well.
Nice to see you too. Thank you so much for being here.
Mr. Chairman,
I just wanted to say that
Certainly.
we already have Lisa Gibbons, who's on the line, queued up to make sure that she sends all notices about future rehireability events to Lisa G. And so we are on it. We will make sure that you are invited in advance to events in your area. And
See
we
how
will get the
quickly,
commissioner
see how
to-
quickly y'all operate? I
Since
mean,
Cheryl just made my
we-
job that much easier.
we can't, we don't even, we can't even have to ask a second time. Yeah. yeah.
Yes. Ms. Fuller
Anyway.
puts her fairy dust over it. and
That's
then-
right.
The whole team
And it gets-
that has fairy dust. That's right.
Something else. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Thanks for the economic book. Economic Development Guide. Anyway, okay, to Ms. Klaus, are you available to continue on?
Yes, good morning. Let me start my video here. One moment. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So I wanted today, I'm filling in for Karen. And you know, I'm so disappointed that I can't be with you all there in the room today, but I am going to be able to be with y'all in the room at our strategic planning meeting. So I'm very excited about that. And that's what I want to talk to you all about today. Just give you some high level information, more detail on the meeting, and also how we recommend that you prepare for that meeting in July. So I'm going to share my screen for a moment. I put together, I think there's like 3 slides, very brief. So bear with me. How's that? So the event is scheduled for July 13th. We are going to have that at Morgan's Wonderland in San Antonio, Texas. The hotel is Hyatt Place, which is in the Aquarium Market. I don't think Elizabeth's on. She's more familiar with the area in San Antonio. But if I remember correctly, it's in between Morgan's Wonderland and the River Rock area. So we'll have access to both those areas, which is good. And our facilitators are going to be Pat Tomlinson and Tom Jennings. What I'd like to do is just take a moment to read their bios. They're pretty brief, so you all can have an idea of the caliber and the quality of the facilitators. So let me pull this up, and I'm just going to briefly read through this if you don't mind. So Pat Tomlinson, she has a long and varied history with public vocational rehabilitation program in New Jersey and also nationally. She was an employee of the New Jersey General Agency for 24 years, serving as a counselor, field supervisor, and in a variety of positions in the administrative office, including statewide training director, the coordinator of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program, evaluation unit, grants writer, and executive assistant to the agency director. Since her retirement from New Jersey VR, she's been self-employed rehabilitation consultant. In that capacity, she provides management consultation services, training, conference coordination, and staff support in areas of vocational rehabilitation policy and program management, compliance with the Vocational Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended, evaluation, and strategic planning. As a consultant to the George Washington University TASTE program, she's provided technical assistance and training to Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, District of Columbia, Virginia, and West Virginia State Rehabilitation Councils. She's also coordinated, co-edited annual editions of the Institute of Rehabilitation Issues. And currently, she serves on the New Jersey State Rehabilitation Council, and she's been active with the National Coalition of State Rehabilitation Councils since its inception, and she currently serves on the board of directors. So as you can see there that Pat has some very good experience in this space. Now, I'd like to also read for you Tom Jennings, his bio. He's been employed with the New Jersey Division of Vocational Rehabilitation Services for 42 years, the last 15 as state director. Over the years, he served as counselor, supervisor, manager, director of staff development and training, chief of program planning, development and evaluation, executive assistant, and state agency director. After retirement, he consulted with George Washington University TASE program, providing technical assistance and training to SRCs in their 6-state region. He's a longtime member of the Council of State Administrators for Vocational Rehab. He's chaired several standing committees, served as president, was on the executive committee. As CSAVR president, he worked with RSA, Department of Labor, and CSAVR in developing position papers and guidelines for developing effective partnerships between VR and one-stop agencies at the state level. As state New Jersey VR director, he served as ex officio member of the State Rehabilitation Council, the State Independent Living Council, and was the chair of the Disability Issues Committee of New Jersey's Workforce Investment Board. He's currently a member of the New Jersey SRC, and he's been active with the National Coalition of Rehabilitation Councils since its inception, and he currently serves on its board of directors as well. So I wanted to give you all just that those bios, because you can see that they're very experienced, very great qualifications to be our facilitators. So their role was really going to come in to help us set our goals, plan out what strategies and activities we can take as a council for 2023. So I'm excited about the session. Now, Karen's put together some documents rather. I don't know if they're in the binder or if they're going to be shared with you in a separate email. But these documents, we've put together some information for you that we believe will be helpful in preparing for the planning session in July. So what I've outlined here on this slide is basically just a high-level overview of what those documents, the content, what they contain. We've put some information around the purpose of strategic planning. And we've taken some language from the State Rehabilitation Council, Vocational Rehabilitation Partnership, and WIOA. And in that document, it gives a historical account of the SRC and the VR partnership and collaboration. It talks about the SRC as the consumer voice. It also outlines the 1998 amendments and the SRCs, and really how the strengthening of the SRC's role came about with those amendments. The 2014 amendments and SRCs really, in those particular amendments, it really talks to the quality employment outcomes and transition services for youth with disabilities. And also in those documents, strategic planning as a tool to help SRCs really conduct their business throughout the year. In those documents as well, we've outlined requirements and the role of the State Rehab Council, which it outlines specific role of the council, how members are appointed, and what group they represent, and also frequency of meetings. So there's some good information for you all to prepare. So we recommend you read through those documents before our July meeting. Also, we have some information on the committees and their roles specifically, and we've taken that information from the bylaws, which gives you the overview of purpose, the roles and requirements, of course, under the regulations. So we wanted to give you all just this high-level overview of what to expect in the July meeting. Any questions, comments, thoughts?
Does that conclude the presentation, Ms. Klaus?
It does, just very high level brief. Now, Lisa will have to speak to, I'm not sure if those documents are in the binder or if that's something that's going to be shared separately.
They were included in the updated binder that I sent on, I believe, Wednesday night.
Okay, great.
And they'll start with SP for strategic planning.
Okay, thank you for that,
Right,
Ms.
thank
Cowan.
you.
All right, Ms. Klaus, does that conclude your piece? Uh-oh, it's muted.
Sorry about that. Yes,
go.
that is the end. Thank you all for giving the time. Most appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for putting that together. And we look forward to all getting together and having a strategic planning meeting at Morgan's Point. I hear a lot of people are excited about it, and I'm interested in learning about Morgan's Point itself, but also meeting with you all and carrying forward some planning in July. So I look forward to that, and I'm sure everyone else is as well. So thank you, Ms. Klaus, for your presentation and for your yielding to the commissioner when he arrived. We certainly enjoy hearing from him. So thanks for that.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we move on to committee reports. Gennady, are you prepared to share with us customer satisfaction needs
Sure.
assessment? So
Karen,
Mr.
Karen wanted to
Goldenstein.
go first.
Oh, did she? Okay. Karen is not here today. She's. Oh, are you? I'm sorry, James. Okay. Mr. Williams, go, or Dr. Williams. Please. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Oh, you got it. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you. Again, technology, right? We work together and we make it work. Teamwork makes the dream work. So good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm filling in for Karen Stanfield, but I say that nobody can fill in for Karen Stanfield. So I'm trying to. She's incredible. But she asked me to share today from the policy committee just the update. And so again, first time doing this, so be patient with me. I'll try not to tell you too much, but if I don't tell you enough, let me know. I'll tell you more. So from the CSPD yesterday, Mr. McCune talked about employee recruitment and retention being a priority for the agency, also talked about it from a national perspective, mentioned about how the turnover rate pre-pandemic was about 14%, but it decreased to 6%, but then also that they noticed it coming up again. And so just concerns, they want to keep an eye on it and make sure that they're supporting staff and keeping that keeping that at a reasonable level or as best they can. They also you talked about steps to taken to improve retention. So increasing starting pay for new employees, increasing starting pay for people with experience that can be hired further up the ladder, budgeted merit raises, and created another level of counselor and RA career ladder as well. So lots of great steps that are being taken there to work on that. Also, I talked about a really exciting program that I didn't know about and loved hearing about, which was creating university programs for rehab and offering paid internships with benefits for academic students coming out of master's programs. Talked about 21 per semester, a total of 42 a year, which is awesome. I'm like, man, I needed that when I went through. So that's wonderful. And also talked about a pilot in a region that was done in preparation for this. So also talked about assistance for VR's vacant caseloads. So a little bit about, I think we've talked about this earlier or previous meetings about contracting with peak performers to help with some caseload coverage and things like that, and discuss a little bit about how that's been working. They said 20 people had responded to that request. And they'll work about 130 days over that 12-month period to help with coverage and things like that. And these are Karen's notes too, so I'm paraphrasing. Let's see here. Also, we talked about, incentives for increases for RAs if they obtain a bachelor's degree, just kind of the different incentives that exist for staff in terms of, their further education and things like that. We had some discussion there. Also talked about the probation period being changed from 9 months to 6 months and how they've had to kind of pivot in some of the HR policies and procedures to match that and make sure that works. There was a discussion on a training update from Tracy Shaw. So discussed feedback regarding field training for staff and really kind of making a shift in how that's delivered. So going from 3 separate sessions, fundamentals of VR and impact policy and documentation and core essentials. Those were 1 week, 5 days and 4 days. So pretty extensive trainings. I think those were in person as well, right? So pretty extensive, really trying to, post-COVID rethink, how can we do this more efficiently? So she discussed with us kind of how they're being retooled. Most of them are being moved to more of a self-paced format. A lot of them are being moved to also webinar formats. So they're much more accessible for individuals, regardless of their location across the state, but still utilizing the same core curriculum. So content's not getting removed, just being repod and kind of restructured in a different way. Talked about kind of at different points of hire, 30 days, 60, 90, 4 months, 5 months, kind of where the individual is expected to be in terms of those courses and what those courses will look like. And there was also discussion about adding a standards for providers kind of training or discussion around that, just because of feedback that's been received on provider calls from providers regarding, feeling like sometimes the providers are having to train VR staff in policy, or that there's misunderstandings between the standards for providers versus internal policy and the VRSM. So a lot of discussion there, and training said they're also looking at that in the future as well once they roll out this initial set of courses. The plan is for that training to be completed by August, and then training via the new method once all of that is implemented and rolled out. In terms of IHO, there were no IHO decisions to review. However, there was some discussion from Ms. Stanfield regarding a new IHO that was hired, and kind of that process and that structure in terms of notification and things like that. I don't have a ton of context there. Karen definitely has more of that, but that was the big piece there. Policies regarding RSA, the attack that came out regarding prohibition of financial contributions for SSI and SSDI recipients. That was a discussion that was had as well, just what that looks like, what that means. There was also some discussion regarding issues for a medical consultant or director of VR approving VR services. Just talked about that they're still working through that with a consultant and kind of going through that process. The approvals project, there was a little quick discussion regarding just the status of that project. A lot of approvals have been looked at. I know it's from the policy committee, previous meetings as well. A lot of approvals have been looked at and been either reduced or adjusted to be less of a barrier in the process of customers receiving services, which is always a great thing. Provider payments also issues with that. So that was actually brought up by me yesterday, but it's something that we've heard from providers on provider calls as well. Disconnections between the Texas prompt payments law and making sure that those invoices are being processed and received in a timely manner. There's been a big discussion. What was asked of me, and I'm happy to do this, share that with the committee yesterday, is obtaining some examples from other providers and things, de-identifying them for reasons. So we're not focusing on the who, but more of the what, and providing that information. And so I'll be taking on that project over the next month or so, and I'll be working, I switch documents, and I'll be working on that and providing that information to Andrew. I keep switching my document. Sorry, Microsoft Word's having fun with me. And so providing that to Elsa, David, and then Andrew Ramirez also has to be provided with that information. So I will work on that. And I'm also going to reach out to the providers that have contacted us to collect their feedback. So follow-up actions, again, Scott McHugh forwarded us a paid internship flyer to the committee so we can help spread the word, which would be wonderful. I'm going to work on those scenarios regarding payment issues. A committee will submit suggestions for approval committee in August. We had the detail of the new training program was requested. So members had asked if once things are kind of fleshed out and further along, could we see copies of, not table of contents, but copies of kind of what the curriculum looks like so we can understand what's being taught, and training said yes, they would provide that once they have that ready to go and push through. And then a conversation take place between TWS and RCT regarding how to coordinate the selection of IHOs with RCT input. And that was something that Karen said she'll continue to work on her end. That is the update from the policy committee. Mark.
I want to make sure everyone here was also aware that particularly the retention and recruiting efforts, as those are rolled out, those from the VR field perspective, we've had an immediate impact and positive morale boost for those that is impacted. And we're also very excited about the internship program, and it's hopefully helping us to address some of the vacancies in certain areas. But I just wanted to make sure I shared that with everyone, because what's being kind of talked about in the field level is definitely being heard and addressed by our leadership.
Fantastic. Any
That's
other
great
questions?
news. Thank you, Mr. Bear. Appreciate your input on that. Dr. Williams, any more on this?
No, that's all I have. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your information and representing Karen.
I tried.
Yeah.
Let her know you did very well.
Yeah. However, she's senior member here, so I don't think there's any replacing her. We look forward to having her around for quite some time. So anyway, but thank you for your time and your input. Thank you so much. Mr. Goldenstein, would you like to go next?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I'll hand you this.
Let's see.
Mr. Goldenstein will present the customer satisfaction needs assessment information.
And since we didn't have enough PowerPoint yesterday, I'll put a few more pages up. Attendance yesterday, Amanda Bodine, Michelle Dobbins, Jennifer Klaus, Lisa Maciejewski West, and then Christopher Speckard, Scott McEwen, Audrey Russell, Anna Lee. I want to recognize two new folks helping us out, Angela Bazaldua and Summer Robinson. So big addition to the team. We have reviewed the customer sat survey results from Q2, which is January through March of this year. We took a look at the Q2 performance update. We also reviewed the results of a benchmarking that Scott McEwen led across a number of states, number of our peer states, focusing on the concept of choice, concept of satisfaction, and also we dove a little bit into the survey methods. We talked about the survey from 2 points of view. One is we have an RFP going out, and then also the response of Westat to our query on their capability and their experience with omnichannel survey. Some key highlights from our discussions. So one, we continue to look at both customer satisfaction survey and performance in parallel. And the reason we do that is we think both are absolutely crucial to the services that we provide to our customers, to the customers of VR. The way I phrase it is performance shows, did we get our customers to the right destination, to the destination they want to be at? And the customer sat shows, did they actually enjoy the journey? And both are important. If you don't get them to the right destination, we failed. And if you got them to that destination, but we got them there dragging them with the kicking and screaming, it's just an annoying, painful experience. Once again, we failed. That's why we look at both. In general, the customer sat responses, they're continuing to revert back to the 2019 levels, pre-pandemic levels, so kind of reverting back to norm. But the impact of COVID is still there. It's still real. You can see it both in performance data and in customer sat data. A couple of examples, the closed case, a couple of examples is the closure rates and the continuation of employment. Clearly, COVID took a big chunk of it. But there's some room for optimism. If you compare the rolling 4-quarter numbers to the last full year numbers, there is an uptick in the rolling 4-quarter numbers, which gives us some indication that we are on the road to recovery, right? Because the rolling 4th quarters essentially has 2 more quarters baked in. It's kind of 2 quarters ahead. So that's great. And you can see the same indication of recovery in the customer sat data. For example, the number of folks who say that they lost their job due to COVID dropped from 20.7% to 14.3%. So getting better. Same thing for the folks undergoing the VR services at this point in time. Folks who said their services were not interrupted, 69% to 73%. So signs of recovery, very, very positive. We're still missing a little bit of the insights from historical trends comparisons. That's a lot of the data, a lot of the archives that Gary Branner kind of had and kind of massaged and analyzed. Action we took, Audra, Russell, and myself will identify a small set, 5, maybe 7, maybe 3, like 5 plus or minus, of the questions where we really think the historical trends are important, and we'll basically repopulate that. I don't think we need that across all 40 questions, but 5 plus or minus a little bit is an important number for us to have to keep track of our journey. We spent a bit of time talking about the survey process and results use. Extremely informative benchmarking, 18 states, 19 programs across those 19 states. Looking into essentially 5 things. 1, this concept of choice. Do people really ask for choice of providers, or do people really ask more about informed choice in the sense of, does the customer have the right information so they can make informed choices on their program decisions? We took also a bit of a look into how other states are gathering customer satisfaction, and also how they share that information. And how they share information is interesting. It comes essentially in 3 tiers. First, sharing within the VR administration, within the VR staff. Second, how does it data, is that data, and if so, how is the data shared with providers? And then the third level, once the data is shared with providers, does it also get shared with the public, with the clients? Is there dashboards online? Is there directors online? There are some best practices there that we are going to start incorporating into our work. On the actual survey itself, as you guys recall, we want to start moving into more of an omni-channel process. So we have a contract with Vestat expiring August of this year. We can actually extend that through a variety of number of extensions up for a year. What we're recommending is leave the survey process as is while we are still under the contract, under the current Vestat contract, including any extensions necessary. We do have an RFP in play for the new vendors. We would like to incorporate any improvements both around how we do the omnichannel process and any updates to the survey questions into that new RFP. So until that RFP is complete, until we actually have a new, I'm saying new, it could be Vestat still, but until we actually have the new contract in place, let's stay with what we have. Let's not sort of make any short-term motions that are going to be kind of counterproductive. As part of the new RFP, we're going to incorporate both this omni-channel approach, and also would like to refresh the surveys. And the key here is to both keep the right number of the questions that we need to track key historical trends, but also update the surveys so we are abreast of the new technology, and we basically stop asking questions which really add no value and just basically pad out the survey to 40 plus questions, of which not all are really truly still relevant. A bit of a great development. We're going to trial a short incremental survey with the Csavr system that's actually tied to receipt of a service event. Amanda Bodine actually volunteered to help Scott trial that out. So that's going to be pretty exciting. We'll get results pretty quickly. At least results in, is there something our customers are responding to? Is there a good response rates to those really short, literally 3 questions, very targeted feedback gathering method. And then the last beat, we actually ended up with a bit of ideation on the concept of a VR portal, very similar to a healthcare portals that, you know, we all know. I can't say we all love, because they're a mixed bag on how they're actually carried out, but you know, patient portals where you can communicate with your provider, records, files may be exchanged, you can look things up. So there was a thought, is there a home within VR state of Texas for a similar idea of a portal? We were not aware of any such products existing or in use. So we're going to do a bit of benchmarking across other states to see if they have any implementation experience with either a vendor or a best process or anything like that. Do any of my fellow committee members have anything to add?
I think looking at the portal idea, I think what we were kind of came to the realization of is that individuals who go to the TWC who are receiving unemployment benefits, for example, when they have an account, they log in, they can upload resumes, they can check for jobs, they can do a number of different functions, include communicate with their TWC, with their workforce representative who's helping them, find jobs and so on and so forth. So, then kind of the little light bulb moment of, well, why don't we have this in VR? Why don't VR customers have a similar platform to be able to engage with their VR representative and look for services, look for service providers, maybe even have a live chat feature, where they can log in and there's a live chat feature, and maybe, I don't know, different regions man the chat at certain periods of time to be able to answer basic questions. So, one of the questions was, do the customers receive a callback from their VR counselor within 24 hours? And that was on one of the lower sides. It was, around 70%. Well, that's a C, in most grades. So, so what if there was a platform where they could log in and then go to a live chat and have basic questions answered, essentially by anybody who knows anything about the VR services? They would have access to that customer's information and be able to answer basic questions for them. So
yeah, I mean, intuitively, it seems like there's a room for something like that, and there's a strong benefits of something.
So I guess what we were thinking about is, if there are other states that have something like this, let's talk to them and see if we can steal their technology. Instead of reinventing the wheel, what is it that they're doing and what kind of technology do they have? And, is it something that's even viable for VR services? But I think it's a conversation that needs to be open, given where we're at now with virtual services and so on and so forth. I mean, kind of everybody's got that in one form or another. You know what I'm saying? So.
Absolutely. And if I might make a request from the engine room, Daniel in the engine room, or the AV headquarters, if you will, I like to call the engine room, asked if somebody with our large, the wide angle broadcast, if you're going to speak, please introduce yourself or say who it is that's about, that you're about to speak. Not picking on you, Ms. Jess US. This was requested yesterday. I forgot to mention this morning, but if we're going to comment, please introduce who you are so that those watching can know in the room who it is that's speaking. So thank you for that. Mr. Goldenstein.
Lisa, thanks. Yeah, great color. So we are at the early stages of data gathering on the thought of a portal. Any other comments, questions, or feedback, either from the committee members or from?
Roderick Robinson. I did have a question on the survey, the response for a no internet access or equipment. Do we know what that question is? What's that in reference to?
Yes, so in the early age of COVID, as we were moving to more of remote administration of multiple things, we actually we added a few questions to the customer survey around, are you able to receive services? Do you want to receive services remotely? And one of the things that came with that was specifically, are you actually able to receive services because you have the right equipment? Do you have a computer? Do you have a laptop? Do you have internet connection? Do you have bandwidth? So that was the origin of the question.
And so is that question related to the customer having access? Or
Yes.
the TWC facility?
No. The customer themselves have an ability to receive things remote. So laptop bandwidth, appropriate bandwidth in their geographic area, cell phone with an internet connection, something along those lines. And it's actually a very good question, because as we move more and more into remote services, that becomes hugely relevant. The hypothesis was some folks don't want to receive remote services, or don't want to receive exclusively because they just don't want to do it, which is fair, right? But some people do want to receive remote services, but cannot, due to the physical limitations of their IT support, for lack of a better term, right? No equipment or no bandwidth.
All right, and I just see it as that question driving down the scores to, the region, right? It's not really the regions. They're not really at fault for that issue, but it's kind of driving down their.
Yeah,
their
the rural
ratings.
areas versus urban areas. That's really what it's coming down to. That it's the age-old question of virtual world, rural areas are going to lag a little bit behind.
Lisa Majeski here. I think that, one of the things we discussed in the meeting yesterday was that this data is just what it is. It's data. It doesn't necessarily point blame. I think what it does is it points out flaws in the system, what's being done well, what's not being done well. And then from that data, we have to drill down into the why, So I think, sometimes, it's easy to say, well, it's all the VR counselor's fault or whatever the situation is, but that's not necessarily the case. I mean, we talk about informed choice, and we know that in many cases, sometimes it's the way the question is being asked. Sometimes it's because we don't have the service providers to be able to provide informed choice. It doesn't mean that the VR counselors aren't giving that to the customer. It just means that possibly the customer doesn't have that ability due to the fact of, of there being a limited amount of service providers. I think the other thing that we talked about, and Gennady really brought up a great point in the meeting, was that we're not really asking a lot of questions in our current model of how satisfied is the customer. All right, we're asking questions. Are you getting this? Are you not getting this? Are you, what are you doing or not doing or getting or not getting from the VR services? But it's not really addressing like, okay, are you happy with it or not? And I never thought of it that way, but it does bring up a great point as far as, when the whole title of this survey is customer satisfaction. And I think we're addressing customer needs very well, but not necessarily the customer satisfaction. And so I think, the whole idea of retooling the survey altogether is very necessary. The other thing that we talked about that I thought was, Gennady had a great idea about was doing it at certain benchmark periods. So instead of doing the survey all at once, months and months after the customer has completed their time in the VR, they have the survey 3 or 4 questions at a time that deal specifically with the experience they're having at that time. So I feel like they would get more response, more engagement of the customers, get them while they're hot kind of, philosophy. And so I really, thought it was a very enlightening meeting yesterday. I mean, we were late, but we were all
I
really.
think we were finished early by our standards.
Well, yeah, this is true. We weren't an hour late, but we weren't, But anyway, I thought it was a wonderful meeting, and, I just really want to commend Mr. Goldenstein for the great work he's doing in this committee. It's just been really awesome. So.
This is April Clarice. I guess I think I have a question, so I'm trying to, thank you. This is April Clarice. I guess all of these are good points, and I do like the idea of breaking up the survey. I've been thinking the last couple of days about the experience and when the consumers are unhappy or having trouble getting a hold of their counselor, or there's an issue, or they have a question. Even if at the beginning of the process, sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the right tools to get to the problem solve. So like, I don't know, like, I know they'll get the phone number of their counselor, but like, do they have, if you can't contact me, it would be great if we had the live chat. You can go here and get questions, or this phone number you can call. If I'm not available,
Kind of concept.
yeah, if I'm not available, you can call me here, or, I've recently been, someone came up to me and said, they finally did hear from their counselor, but they kept trying to call them and they didn't know where they were supposed to go next if they can't get a hold of them. Or what if, and hopefully this is rare and far between, but what if there's a personality conflict, or they're not comfortable with something that happened with the counselor? How are they supposed to know what to do? Who were they supposed to contact? What are they supposed to do next? So there's lots of scenarios there that I can't get a hold of my counselor, our schedules aren't meeting, or I'm not comfortable with that, or I just have a simple question. And do they know that process on how to do that? And is it clear to them?
And if I might interject here, Ms. Voorhees, in that case, that wouldn't necessarily be a breakdown in our system or the VR system itself.
Right.
It may be a personal conflict that's as real as anything else.
Exactly.
But I hear what you're saying. That makes a lot of sense, that there need to be maybe a way they can reset and start over with, even if it's just a personality deal, somebody that they can work with.
Right. Yeah. There might not actually be a serious problem. It just might be, when you go to a restaurant or you call a call center and you're not happy, you say, I want to talk to a supervisor. Well, that's not always easy in the system. And so I think it's important before there's a problem to make it clear that if you have any problems, these are the steps you can take. And I think giving the consumers the power, you're giving them back the power to problem solve before there's a problem.
Yeah, it's important so the folks don't feel like they're just a little cog in a machine that don't know what's happening around them. Yeah, so excellent point.
This is Mark there. And there's always room to improve, absolutely. But we do try to address that field to ensure the customers know how to contact us. We provide information for advocacy groups, chats, and brochures and things. Or if they're not comfortable, we make sure they have access to their rehabilitation assistance, and always the management is staff level. So there's always room to improve to make sure our customers are feeling safe and well served, and solicitation, but there are avenues, as you said, in place, but as you mentioned, there is room for improvement.
One thing I was going to add, and I very much agree with the folks that have talked. Thank you, April. Thank you. I'm still learning names, but is that the need for that engagement with a customer. And I was actually talking with Director Fuller a moment ago about from the field level, some of the customers that we've worked with love the rapid engagement phone line that we have here. And we've given it out to many customers, and they are so grateful. And are like, I've been struggling to move forward with my case. They moved it forward. And the moment I called, I got scheduled the next day. So I think, breaking down those barriers, same with the online interest. I forget what it's called, but Start My VR. Thank you. I think those are amazing agency initiatives, and I can tell you, customers love them. They tell us they love them. They're so, in the past we would say, well, do you know about VR? No. Well, how do I sign up? Well, you got to make an appointment, and then you got to go to the office. And now we said, well, start it online. I mean, it's incredible. So I can just say, some of the things that have been done really are breaking down that barrier. And I think very much along the lines of not just the survey, but what you shared earlier about, having check-ins, having a way to reach somebody. I think those are hugely crucial. One of the things that I thought about that really stuck out in my mind from Director Fuller's report yesterday is the tremendous growth in students being served by the agency, younger transition age customers. It's a lot of who we work with as well. They are digitally focused individuals. They've grown up in a generation different from all of us in this room, where not only is technology a part of their lives, it is core and central to their lives. And so they expect digital tools, they expect help desk, they expect online forums, they expect easy to reach phone numbers and texting and all those things. So I think that's also really important as the agency moves forward and grows that customer base. Its engagement methods have to grow as well and have to mirror that customer base and what's expected. And again, I've just seen amazing what posting one phone number and posting one online link has already done in a short amount of time. It has been incredible. And so I think I would encourage the agency and us to continue to look at those kind of ideas and really examine how we can make VR a much less better kept secret, because I know that is what we always say, right? It's the best kept secret, and everyone from around the country says it too. But how do we take that down? How do we change that? Digital tools, making the agency more accessible to the customers. So I just want to share my full support behind that.
Good. Digital natives is, that's what do we call them, right? People who are born with a cell phone essentially in the crib. All right, folks, if nothing else, turn it back over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Golderstein. Thank you for your report and the great dialogue about it. And I agree with you, Dr. Williams. It's interesting for those that have had to learn technology. It's kind of interesting how we're actually able to do both things, but there's a generation that is maybe more proficient on the technology side, but they may not know how to operate a pen or something. Not literally, but I mean, we need to speak to them as well. So we need to hear them as well. So it's kind of interesting that that generational shift
period,
Yes, it's very, very interesting, and a great point to be able to serve everyone. So, and that's really our goal, to serve all our customers, and we need to recognize those that are, grew up with a cell phone in the crib. So, and I'm not speaking about a house. I'm talking about a small thing a young child lives in. But anyway, all right. Well, thank you so much for that. You all for your reports. That brings us to Ms. Giesland, who is coming to us virtually. Are you available to deliver a report, Ms. Giesland, on education membership?
Yeah. Yes. Good
Great.
morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. So good morning. I am kind of, I guess you could say, in training for taking over for the membership and education committee for Miss Bobby. So thank you, Bobby, for all your training. And I'm not for sure if I'm doing this correctly or not. So I will just kind of go through my report, and then I would be happy to answer any questions And Mr. Chairman, tell me if I need to revise or do anything different with my reporting since this is my first time. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. For our reappointments, Karen Stanfill has applied for reappointment. And then we have 2 vacant positions for Lisa Majeski West and Bobby Hodges. And then our action items on that is that we are starting to recruit for those 2 positions. We've had 2 candidates that have been identified and have applied. So we're just waiting on that, which is great. And so thank you to everybody on the committee who has helped. And then our 3rd bullet point for education is we are assigning committee members to help follow up and secure presenters for our next meeting. Our next presenter, hopefully in August, will be something about ADA disability accessibility in new construction. So that's kind of what we're targeting that. If anybody has any ideas on speakers for our August meeting, we would love to hear your feedback and would welcome anything you have to share with us. And then the last bullet point that I have for you guys is our mentorship section of the committee. And Mr. Joe Powell, thank you for his ability to step up and help with our mentor and mentee program. And so he will be rolling out our mentee match program, and we will be doing that this month and moving on into August. And I believe that is all I have to report on. I welcome any questions and anything else I can do for you guys.
Hey, Lindsay, this is Bobby.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things we want the council to know is that voting for chair and vice chair would take place in August. So we just want to put that out there so that'll be on your mind, and expect the email from Lindsay in the next few weeks regarding that. Several of us will not be eligible. So that's Michael, the Chairman Michael, myself, and Lisa, because we are terming off. All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Oh, and I have, I don't know if I have anything else for you guys, but I know that Bobby has been, just a quick word in for Bobby. She's been a great mentor to me and been great in transitioning and copying me on email. So thank you for that, Bobby. And then Emily, Joe, Abdi, April, thank you for your leadership as well. And Bobby, is there anything that we need to notify the board of?
Go ahead, Joe.
Here. So as far as the mentorship program and guide, we just want to make sure that all of the committees know that you are responsible to have one mentor for each committee, every committee. So that way, when a new member come on, we can also, because they might want to go to the anyone in the policy committee or whatever. So we want to make sure that those mentors are available. Okay.
Okay. And one more thing, in our breakout session, we talked about ongoing recruitment. And what we want to do is to continue recruitment and to build up a pool of applicants. So when vacancies come, that we can just pull from that pool of applicants. So we don't have to just be struggling, in real time to try to fill those positions. So once we get a pool of applicants, then we'll communicate that with the appointment office. And if it's a couple of years later, then we'll reconnect with those applicants to find out if their interest is still there and communicate that with the appointment office and move forward from that point.
Absolutely, Ms. Hodges. This is Michael, the chair, and thank you for that. And I would ask all membership to keep in mind somebody that you might think would it be a great candidate to serve with us and moving forward, and be a contributor. And it was an honor for me. It would be an honor for them as well, I'm sure. And I would encourage membership to keep in mind people that you think might be a great fit. So Ms. Hodges has done a great job, and Ms. Giesland as well, and taking over the chairmanship of this committee. And yes, Ms. Giesland, you did a fine job introducing your information. So no worries there. You did a great job. So continue with that. And we need to continue on with Ms. Hodges' passion for keeping membership full and this council filled with full membership, which they told us when we came on that it would be a challenge, and I don't know, you've made it not so much of a challenge. So we appreciate your, appreciate your hard work.
It was a committee effort.
It definitely shows. So thank you for that. And as well, mentors, I wanted to reinforce Mr. Powell's request that, you know, if you would are senior member or even just mature member and would like to be a mentor, please let Joe know, because that's this program is going to be a really, I believe, a good program to help ramp up new members to be able to feel like they can engage earlier and quicker. And I think it's going to be a great program. So if you're willing to be a mentor on any of the committees, even two or, you know, even multiple ones on the committees, you know, please let Joe know so that he can hook somebody, a new member up with you, and that member can ramp up and get involved sooner and quicker. I remember when I came on, it took a few meetings before I felt that I was brave enough to talk. And the bottom line is we're not going to bite. So we need to be brave enough to talk earlier. So, you know, input is very valuable from all members. So we certainly would appreciate getting them new members engaged sooner. So please let Joe know if you're interested in that, and really promote that new program that I'm really excited about. So thank you. Anything else, Ms. Giesland, or does that wrap it up?
That wraps it up for me. Thank you. I just put my email address in the chat. If anybody has any recommendations for membership, just let me know. And that concludes my report. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And again, you did a fine job. So thanks for that. Okay. I like seeing that we're a little bit ahead of schedule. And now that we've got some time to, we had the CS AVR conference that happened online a few weeks ago, I guess now. And we've got some folks that attended. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend. Karen's not here. So we've got Jennifer, James, and April. Do y'all have anything you'd like to share from what you were able to attend the conference? Oh, do you need a mic? Oh, sorry.
Awesome. And oh, I'm remembering. This is James Williams. I'm gonna remember.
Thank you.
There we go. So I was just gonna share. We talked about this a little bit in the policy committee too about CS AVR. I'm finally getting it right. I'm not flipping the A. One of the things I think was really powerful, and I think Dr. Fuller talked about this yesterday, but there was a presentation about staff retention, and I'm going to try to say it, quote it the best way I can. But the member that presented said we can't just resign ourselves to staff leaving and staff, you know, we can't just no, that was not it. She said we can't resign ourselves to just recruitment. We have to talk about retention. We can't just accept, you know, we can't accept that staff are just going to leave. We need to really focus on retention. And I think that's so important. Many times, you know, as someone who's been a provider and who's, you know, been also a customer, you know, counselor turnover is tremendously harmful to the process. In fact, I would argue it's probably one of the most harmful, if not the most harmful aspect for a customer, especially when a relationship is built. I had an amazing counselor and I couldn't imagine if she left. I don't know if I would have been as a successful closure as I was. But I think that's something to consider is really making sure that we don't resign ourselves to that we're really supporting staff that are here. And I think something Mr. McCune said yesterday that I couldn't agree with more is when those tenured counselors leave, you can't replace them. You really can't. I promise you, I've met some 30, 25 year. Yes. I'll do my best. Yes, I get that every time I present anything. Sure. I'll do my best. No promises, unfortunately, but I'll do my best. And so I think, you know, just making sure that that we're acknowledging that, and that we are really focused on, you know, keeping those veteran counselors that bring 25, 30 years of experience. My counselor was somebody who had, I think, 15 years of experience when she worked with me, and that was invaluable. So I think that's so important, not just hiring, but keeping those counselors. Obviously, when they want to retire, we have to let them go, unfortunately. But you know, it's just how that happens. But you know, they want to retire. Why? But seriously, I think, you know, that's so important. And so I would just, that was one thing that stuck out to me. The other thing that stuck out to me, and I shared this with Director Furler this morning, was just, you know, we know Texas and we look at the Texas lens, but, you know, we're a provider, we serve 4 different states. And so we have the you know, I think, you know, privilege really to see sometimes what other states look like. And it was amazing watching some of the RSA presentations about trends that have us worried here in Texas, which they should, but they're also national trends. And so I don't want to say it made me feel better. It didn't. They're not good things, but it just gave me perspective that this isn't a Texas issue. This is a VR systems issue. And there was a lot of discussion about that at the conference this year, VR systems issues. I heard that word or that phrase used several times. So I think that's important as well, perspective. I also think it's important to lean on and look at other states when they're doing great work and really not being afraid to reach out. I know, you know, that's so crucial. I've given members here with the agency here in Texas, I've given their information on times and emails to other states we've worked with and said, hey, do you want to know about some really great autism services? You need to talk to Jennifer Hines here and then talk about what she's doing. Or, hey, you want to know about how to do pre-ET services really well? You need to talk to Erin Walder and her team. So I think, you know, really that collaboration aspect too of CSAVR is so crucial. And I just loved it. It was my first time I've had the privilege to attend, and I learned so much. I was reading it. I spent the next week reading all the documents and I'm still learning. So I just want to share how great that was. But again, really positive things that were learned. And I enjoyed it tremendously.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Williams, for your input and thorough explanation, and for slowing it down. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. I've got a clear picture of how, at what speed your brain's working. So, Ms. Paul Reese?
Yes, this is April Paul-Reese. I really enjoyed it. Some of the macro stuff kind of goes over my head. I've been in the IL network for a while, but I'm a little slower to learning some of the VR aspects of it. So that's been a growth for me for sure. I guess my favorite part though is going to be the reason why I do what I do with the Independent Living Network and having the honor to sit on this council. And that was the people aspect of it, watching what individual states are doing with different programs and hopefully giving ideas to other states. And then the stories, the actual testimony of actual consumers and what different jobs they did. They had a day where they had actual people with disabilities that worked in the arts, which, I mean, that's great. That's like a area like we hear about different jobs all the time, but that's not like an industry that many of us talk about. So I thought that was, you know, I was, when I was a youth, I did music and I almost went into music therapy. So it was really close to my heart to see, you know, to see that industry get some attention and the different disabilities with the different stories and just putting a face, you know, bringing back that human element and hearing the stories. That's always my favorite part. So, but I would also echo everything James said, but that's just my favorite part.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Paul-Reese, for sharing that, your experience at the CSAVR. And was there anybody else? I don't know, Ms. Klaus, this isn't calling you out specifically. I guess it is, but if you have something to share, great. If you don't, that's quite all right too. And I guess that concludes the CSAVR report. So thank you guys so much for your input on that. Okay, moving right ahead. We to the liaison reports. Karen isn't here today, so, and I just FYI, all of the reports are in the binder, so if you want to locate the reports, the full reports are in the binder, but I'm going to call on each member to report if they wish to highlight something within their report. Ms. Hodges, do you have anything you'd like to report for the CRP?
I got it. All right, yes, thank you. So we had our 8th quarterly providers call last month, and I want to thank Director Fuller for speaking on that call to the providers. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts with us, and we hope to hear from you again. Since we are in the process of driving change and trying to resolve different issues that's been identified, your comments was very timely. So thank you for that. So we made a change in the last agenda. And, previously we've been hearing from the CRP reps across the region. And so thanks to Director Fuller and Andrew Ramirez, we also added the regional directors or the deputy regional directors to the providers call now. And we'll be hearing reports from both the CRP rep and the regional directors. And so hopefully this drive collaboration between the two, hopefully that we're looking for change. And some of the things that have been identified ongoing is the lack of communication or timely response from the VR services staff. And so with this, change has to start from the top. And so hearing from Ms. Fuller first, so it's driving down things from the top. And so, but I was very happy to hear the report out from the regional directors and their commitment to addressing the issues in their region and in a timely response. So that's promising and exciting. So we're looking forward to seeing the outcome from that. So with that being said, that we are looking to increase that collaboration and working relationship with VR services to help provide quality and timely services to our customers, because that's who it affects when we're not working together. Some of the other things that we shared on that particular meeting, VR services did provide some updates and some training. They talked about the business transformation project, and we fully addressed that on yesterday, so I won't go into that again. We also had some training and talked about the blind premium, which was good to hear as well. And also there were some changes with the SFP Chapter 9, Assistant Technology, and for sight-related disabilities. So that was refreshing to hear as well. So there's a lot of moving parts. I know that there's a lot of things that need to be done, and you might not see it happening, but things are happening. We have a lot of small and big victories, we had already. So, but everything takes time, and we can't make changes all at once, but we are making progress. And then we also had some updates on the transition for the supported employment and also with self-employment. So I think, one of the things we want to do is continue this platform of collaboration, because the providers need to be heard. The VR staff need to be heard as well. So if we can continue to work together and collaborate, things will get better. And that's what we're pressing for, things to get better. And so it'll be a great working relationship, which will enhance the services to our customers. And with that, I have nothing else. Chairman. Oh.
Just because I was on there as well.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to add, so two quick things. One, thank you, Bobby, for creating this amazing platform. I can tell you, Bobby reached out to me. That's how I'm here. I didn't even honestly know about the RCT until Bobby reached out to me. So not only did she recruit me, but she helped create this incredible these statewide provider meetings. And I can tell you, so thank you, Bobby, for that. And just know, I hear from providers all the time that they love the meetings. They feel so much more informed. I know I feel personally, and my staff feel so much more informed. So thank you. It's been incredibly helpful. The other thing I wanted to give you some credit for too, because of these meetings, I learned about that different regions were hosting provider forums and provider meetings. And I didn't know that was happening, but because of this meeting, I not only learned about it, I then was able to go to Tony Lawrence in Region 3 and say, hey, can we do this too? And they said, absolutely, let's do it. And we're now doing them. And I think we just did our second one. So it's also incredible just to see the power of just how things spread. And because of these meetings, it's creating more engagement across the state, and it's even going into the regions and creating more engagement in the regions. So kudos. I had to say kudos, because I've seen incredible change even in just 6 to 9 months. It's great. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges and Dr. Williams. We appreciate both of your input, and I would yield to the vice chair for her input on the PRN report. If you wish to embellish your report, which is again in the binder already.
Right, the report is in the binder, so I won't reread it. But I represent Partners Resource Network. We're the Parent Training and Information Center funded by the Department of Education, Office of Special Education in Texas, to help families of children with disabilities to get their educational services that they need to be successful, hopefully gainfully employed or living the most independent life they can live after they've transitioned out. And for us, we're doing what we've always done. We've been consecutively funded for 36 years, so we're not new to this process. But for January, February, and March, I just kind of totaled up some things. We did 128 workshops for parents and professionals. We held 71 clinics for families, one-on-one clinics to help them prepare for those upcoming IEP meetings in schools. We attended with families 90 IEP meetings. We also were empowered in the last grant cycle and continuing into this grant cycle to provide the same type of training and information for our youth with disabilities. Parents, and as a parent of a child with a disability, I'm not always going to be here to be that advocate. And so we have training and information around our youth. And we're getting more and more youth that are going in and leading their IEP meetings successfully, which is great. I love the ones that make PowerPoints, and then there's ones like me that show up with their hair on fire, making it up as they go. And so, however that works. But it's fun to see them do that. And we had 68 youth workshops to help those youth be more successful. And then we collaborate with anybody and everybody. So if anybody wants to know what we do, we're happy to come do that. Just in that time frame, we had 111 separate collaborations, and that's just what was in our database. What I'm really excited about, yes, we get to be here in person again, is that with our COVID reduction rates, we have once again allowed our staff to go out and do those in-person trainings. So every ESC region, and there's 20 in Texas, has at least one conference per year, symposium, conference, whichever word you want to use. In the last 2 years, they've been virtual only. This year, they are going to be in person with hybrid option. So we do know that we have a lot of people, younger parents, that are very happy attending our events virtually. And we have some that want to come. They want to be in the room. They want that network. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to provide that, meet them where they are kind of thing. So that is the plan for us. Each project, and there are 4 in the state of Texas, are putting together their Spanish language conference. We do serve families in English and Spanish, and my staff, I have a Vietnamese speaking person as well. So we do that. There's over 100 languages spoken here. So it is a challenge sometimes to work with all of our families. But we're doing that, and the Spanish conference is in native Spanish, so they're not waiting on that translation, which is very important. And then we're also doing our youth summer camp. The one on my project is going to be in June, and we are doing that in person. So we're bringing together youth to do fun things, but they're also learning that self-advocacy and some of those rules and laws just in a little bit more of a fun environment, and that's going to be in June for us. So we're returning to some of those in-person events. And we're happy to come out and collaborate with any of y'all. I know we do stuff with James all the time. Yeah. Yeah, we have our e-newsletters that go out every month. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to entertain those, but everything is in our report. If not, you can always email me as well if you have questions. If you're like me, the best questions are 3 in the morning when we're supposed to be asleep. So shoot them on over.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. Appreciate your sharing your report. And if anybody has any further questions, perhaps at a later date, 3 in the morning, perhaps, feel free to write Ms. Cowart. She will be happy to ignore your email until the morning.
Or not.
Or not.
Sometimes you wait.
That brings us to the Silk report. Ms. Paul-Reese, do you have anything to add to the report that's in the binder?
I mean, I was just gonna summarize the report, but I could just let y'all read that. We have a couple of projects going on, including one for education and outreach for COVID. We have another barriers removal one that the Silk is working on. What our staff will, and our staff has opportunity to go and do accessible site reviews. Finders to try to make it more accessible.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Paul-Reese. Ms. Robinson, could you pass that microphone down to her? Thank you so much.
That's probably better. I've been told my voice does not carry as loud, no
That's
matter
okay,
how
thank
loud I am. My husband might disagree. So did you want me to start over?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Chair, did you want me to start over?
No, please, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So that was the barriers removal fund. We are currently working on our state plan and we have a couple committees on that, working with emergency management work group to make our network so we can work on communications and resources better during emergencies. Let's see. Yeah. And then also we're doing a community case-based evaluation. So we're bringing in the disabled population to enhance our monitoring process and how that helps us plan better for that as we monitor our network. So last but not least, I just mentioned our state plan. We definitely always welcome public comment on our state plan. On my report is several ways to make that public comment. I would also like to invite everybody to our, we're currently going to do a virtual meeting in June 17th. And the beginning of that meeting will include a public comment / open discussion. And we do it very open format, open mic format. Bring anything to the table you like to discuss with the Independent Living Network. We'd love to have anyone who'd like to join that. And that's my report for today. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Paul-Reese? Okay, well, thank you so much, April, for your input and your report. And again, there's more information in the binder if you chose to dig deeper into that. So thank you so much for that. It looks like Ms. Robinson, who was here yesterday, is not here today. And for her report for the TEA, again, that will be in the binder. If you wish to dig into that deeper, that is in the binder, which is distributed. And that brings us to the TWIC report from Ms. Giesland. Are you available to share or add? Would you like to add anything from the TWIC report, Ms. Giesland?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just I'll give you a couple bullet points from our last meeting on March 4th of the council. We had a regular business meeting and we approved the fiscal year 2023 funding formulas for apprenticeship training programs. So we had a really good working committee meeting and put together apprenticeship brochures, apprenticeship related cost study from the Texas Workforce Commission. We were briefed on that and reviewed all of that. The council also received briefings on the February RCT meeting, so I provided them a briefing of our meeting. And then after the business meeting, the council participated in a working session. And as what we did is we began developing the next strategic plan for the Texas workforce system. We drafted up language for a vision and mission statement for fiscal year 2024 through 2031, and started listing out issues, opportunities, strengths, and weaknesses, and they were presented to the council's agency partners at the listening session. So we had a really good meeting back in March, and then our council strategic planning session will begin with a facilitated session at our next meeting, which will be held June 3rd. So the Texas Workforce Investment Council is, like you guys, really getting down to business and working really hard. And those are the highlights. Details are in your binder, and I'm happy to answer any questions or take anything back to the TWIC from the RCT board.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ms. Giesland, for adding those points to your report. Again, her full report is in the binder as well. So if somebody wishes to examine that closer. So thanks so much, Ms. Giesland. Okay, moving on. I guess we're prepared to discuss council business, and I guess we can begin this with asking for does anyone have any changes to the February minutes from the February meeting? Any changes to the minutes from the February meeting that were distributed? Okay, seeing no hands or no requests for changes, then those February minutes will hereby be approved by unanimous consent. So February minutes are hereby approved. Okay, moving forward to the budget report. Ms. Lisa G., are you available to share information on the budget report?
Yes, let me get this pulled up here. Oops. Okay, so the only changes in the budget since the last meeting is the CSAVR conference registration expenses was $850. So the balance right now is $52,483.70. And the only upcoming expenses that I see are the strategic planning coming up in July, and then the August meeting, and then that will close out the budget for this year. Okay, any questions?
Okay, well, thank you. And again, the fact that we are gloriously together again, back together, the travel expenses will begin to go up again, or at least up to normal. So we'll look for that and not be surprised by that. So those that are watching and keeping an eye on the numbers. But thanks so much for that report on the budget, Ms. Lisa G. Okay, this brings us to discussing I'd like to have a little discussion regarding the November RCT meeting that we are considering, or it'll be, will it be in San Antonio? Was that what? It's in Texas, I think. Yeah, it's in San Antonio, and there's going to be NCSAB and the CSAVR meetings, conferences will be there. And the fact that we're going to have a quarterly meeting in that time, we thought it might be a neat idea to have our quarterly meeting down there. Lisa, would you like to share a little bit more specific information on that?
Sure, I'd be glad to. This is Lisa Godwin, and I just wanted to, the reason this was brought up was prior to pandemic, the CSAVR, NCSRC, and CSAB hold semi-annual conferences, and their next place was San Antonio, and the RCT had already discussed possibly having their RCT meeting, because it follows the very next days after those conferences, in the same location, and inviting the entire rehab council to those 3 conferences, since it's here in Texas. And when we have to go out of state, which is typical, you have to ask for advance, like a year in advance, you have to put it in the budget, and there's a lot more to it than being in state. So it'd be a perfect opportunity for the entire RCT to attend those 3 conferences, and it'll be their first back in-person conference as well. So,
And a way for Texas to be heavily represented
Yes,
in
and-
the state when we're hosting the NCSAB and the conferences, I think would be a great thing. So.
and that has been the experience, to my knowledge, is this, whatever state it's located in, that RCT or SRC typically does, majority of the are invited, or a lot of them do attend. So we just thought it would be a great opportunity for Texas to have that representation, and again, for the entire council to get to experience attending those conferences, because usually only 2 people get to go because it is out of state, and then to follow up the RCT meeting in the same location, if that's possible. Of course, that all depends on contracts and those kind of sort of things at the hotel. But if that's possible, we would like to just open that up, I guess, for discussion if you're wanting to do that.
Absolutely. I would like to do that. And what are the factors that we're working with here as far as, what needs to be discussed? I mean, how many people would like to go, or is there going to be an increased budget that we're going to need to request or something like that? What are the parameters of the discussion really?
So I don't have my computer in front. So I don't have my computer in front of me, but maybe someone can verify with me. But I believe it's, Lisa, Carrot, you have them?
Yeah, it is October 29th to November 2nd is the NCSRC and CSAVR. And then the Rehabilitation Council meeting was scheduled, or is scheduled, for November 3rd and 4th. So it would be the whole week instead of just those few days.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not that you would have to attend, but you would have that option and the opportunity to. And then if you don't attend the first 2 conferences, then you can still come to the Rehabilitation Council normal meeting.
Well, this is Michael, the chair. So I mean, now that we're having in-person and, virtual attendance for these meetings, I mean, clearly it could carry forward as normal, and people that are attending virtually would just attend virtually. But I guess this is almost kind of a request to heavy attendance. It would be great if we could have let's say most of the council present for the conferences and the meeting, right? Is that kind of the, because I
right.
mean, being virtual and in person now, everyone can attend, no matter where it is, but the fact that it's going to be in San Antonio, it would be great if a lot of members would be willing to attend both conferences plus the meeting.
Correct. And as far as the logistics of how the RCT meeting would be ran, again, that's kind of why I would need to kind of know pretty quickly if that's something you guys would like to do. So I can go ahead and get conference and planning from TWC involved to see what the logistics of having the video and the audio, is that something we can bring, or is that something we have to contract out? There's a lot of details that is behind the scenes that I'm not even involved in, but I do need to get started preparing for if that's something we want to do.
Mr. Chairman, may
Please,
I
Ms.
just
Fuller.
offer a couple of things? First of all, your colleagues at the Texas Workforce Investment Council have used this approach before, and sorry for the record, Cheryl Fuller, because the council has met in conjunction with the State Workforce Conference a number of times in the past. And just for your consideration, members, that's a long time for you to be away from your primary responsibilities. Certainly it's great if you can, but a lot of members can't spend that much time away from their primary duties. What the council has done, TWIC has done in the past, is they've had the meeting right before the start of the conference, and they've had a meeting like an abbreviated meeting, like in 1 day or 3/4 of a day, and that's been a real ease on members' schedules and travel time. And so it's just one thing for your consideration is maybe adapting your meeting schedule so that it is easier on members to attend, maybe do it before, after you attend long conferences. You know, we all have a great time and I really hope we can show up strong, but we're kind of tired after a long week of
Right.
conferences. So I'm excited about this, but I just thought I would offer that and also let Lisa know that we're here to support her if there's anything we can do with conference planning. I know
Absolutely.
CSAVR's contract with the hotel there in San Antonio has been in place for a while because we were supposed to be in San Antonio in 2020. And so they've already got that locked in. So our need would be to figure out what we can do either prior to conference start or after conclusion. So we're here to help.
Well, in my experience with the last conference, even though it was, thank you. This is April Pulries. My experience with the last conference that we just talked about actually was, I believe, the end, and I don't know which, we're talking about multiple conferences, it sounds like, but my experience was the last day of the conference was their business meeting. So if we did our meeting before the conferences, then people who didn't need to stay for that, you know, some of those sessions like their business meeting, they wouldn't have to stay an extra day to wait for our meeting. So like, I think it would depend on like conference schedule too. Like it might, as you suggested, it might be better to do it before the conference because of that.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Paul-Rees. Just notes for you, Ms. Gowan, and maybe some further discussion. I think also a couple of things to consider from the chair's perspective is there will be a new chair for that meeting, a first meeting for that chair. So I can tell you that they will be pretty nervous chairing that first meeting. So perhaps the 2 or 3 following, as I was, but you know, that'd be something to consider. You know, an opportunity on one level to present, but then a chair and vice chair will be kind of running the meeting for the first time. So that's something to consider. Nothing, no grand long-term damage could be done. So it's nothing to be ultimately scared about, whoever the new chair and vice chair might be, but just something to consider. What was the other thing I wanted to consider? I guess that was it. Is there any more input or comment?
This is Lisa Majeski.
Sure.
Is the question, is the NCSRC CSAVR meeting also going to be hybrid, or is it just going to be in person? Do you know?
This is Lisa Godwin, and I do not know that information yet. I had just pulled up to make sure that I had the dates correct and the location and that it was going to be on site, but I'm not sure.
So are they as sophisticated as us? Is that what you're asking? Don't know.
I'll find out.
Just saying, doing a little bragging here. We're doing a little bragging here. We're doing a
Hey,
great.
that's right. This is Cheryl Fuller, and I will find out for you members. And we have not discussed details of the fall conference yet, but there is an executive committee meeting in July in Indianapolis. And I know we'll be talking about conference planning at that time, but I'll see if I can find out something before then.
That was my other point that I was going to make. Thank you, Ms. Fuller. And the other point I was going to make is, being that we are as sophisticated as we are now, are we able to do present a hybrid meeting, broadcast hybrid meeting in that remote location? I mean, is that will be, I guess, our 3rd time into doing it, and will we be able to have equipment, mobile and staff, you know, engine room staff and what have you, ready to go to do that? Is that something that we need?
Good question. So this is Lisa Godwin again. That is part of the reason why I would need to know as soon as possible if this is something we're wanting to do and what dates we're wanting to do. I have talked with the people that have helped produce this today. I talked with them yesterday, and some other questions came up, like that I didn't think about from, because I haven't done this with a hotel before. So they're
Yeah.
like, the hotel may not allow us to bring our own equipment. So maybe that may be something they already have in place. And then something that popped in my mind just as a thought, that maybe we might have it at one of the the TWC offices in San Antonio that is
I was just
equipped
going to say that,
and
yeah.
for the RCT meeting.
Oh,
But
that's a
just
good
it
idea.
could still be in that same hotel, hopefully, if there's room and then we can get the contract and then, so you're not having to move around for the other conferences.
Yeah,
So
those
that was,
conferences, I mean, I've been to a couple, I think, but they tend to use all the rooms. They fill those hotels up, right? So that may be an issue about rooms available in the facility, to be honest. But anyway, so yeah, that's important that the one thing that I wanted to get down is, I mean, do we need to set, this is a discussion that we're having, and I appreciate everybody's input. We need to know, for your sake, Ms. Godwin, that deadline. When do you need to know? Because we need
today?
Well,
I don't have
I know you would like to know in about 5 minutes, but realistically,
Jack back here is really stressing out. No, he's like, I don't do out of state or out of TWC offices. But no, I'm joking. So I would say as soon as, realistically, if I could know by the end of next week would be terrific.
all right.
I can go ahead and give conference and planning a heads up that it's a possibility, but I also don't want them to do that and then us decide not to do it. I don't want to be flip flopping, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Let's, decide and then move forward, or decide not to and move forward with a different plan.
What if we just, you stole my words, April.
What?
You stole my words, girl.
Oh, great
No,
minds.
you go right ahead.
Great minds and all that.
That's right.
Sorry, I guess I just jumped in there. We could do a Survey Monkey on both. Are you interested in going to San Antonio for the RCT meeting? Are you interested in going to the conferences? And if so, these are which dates? And then you just mark the dates and then they select which dates they can make.
I guess the real question is, are you, as a member, are you willing to travel and be on site? Because we will ask that you be present in the meeting virtually if you're not going to be on site in San Antonio, obviously. But so I guess the only real question is, are you willing to go, or are you interested in going to the NCS or the conferences? And then if you're a no on that, you'll be at the meeting virtually or in person if you wish. But I guess the encouragement is, if you would be interested in coming to the conferences, we'd like to have you there and then stay for the meeting if time allows, right? If you could come to the conferences but can't stay for the meeting, go home, and then we'll hope that you can be on the meeting virtually, right?
So I guess this is Lisa Godwin again. To try to simplify things, I'm guessing the best thing for me to ask is, number one, do we want to invite the entire RCT council to attend the 2 conferences? That's number one, I would think. And if that answer is yes, then I can go ahead and move forward with sending those invitations and getting those people registered. And then, so that would be the first question. And the second question is basic to me, in my mind, is that, do we want to hold the RCT November meeting in San Antonio? That's really the two major questions. And then I'll figure out the logistics from there. And and then which dates do you want to hold the RCT meeting? That's the 3 questions.
And then we could, this is Michael, the chair, and Ms. Godwin, thank you, by the way, for announcing your name every time you speak. You're doing a fine job. We appreciate that. But it sounds to me like we might need to do the Survey Monkey first to get an idea who wants to do what, right? And then get that list of who's, because you won't register everybody. You'll register people that say, yeah, I'd like to go to the conferences. Because they.
Correct,
each-
because there is
they
a
each
charge for
cost-
registration.
They each cost X amount of dollars that we don't like wasting the state's money. So certainly want to do that prudently.
So do we want to offer, so we are going to offer, or you're wanting to offer the conferences to all RCT members? Is that what I'm hearing? So that I can go ahead and send and say, if you want to attend the conference?
I
let
think
me-
so, yes.
Okay, so the number one question is yes.
That's that.
Okay.
And then,
And-
I mean, I guess you could send an email out, I guess, offering that, and then whoever, you get a tally of those who are, want to attend. Again, we encourage it because we want to have a good showing for Texas being the host.
And then once you're signed up for registered for the conference, then they have a block of rooms, hotel rooms. So you will have your hotel room for the conference. We wouldn't be an added problem there, or cost, or I don't have to go to conference and planning or anything like that, because that's through the conference. So where I would go
guess
through conference and planning would be for the RCT meetings. So
Like let's say, how long is the conference? Usually 3 days, probably 3-4 days. I can't remember.
I want to say, I'm sorry, my battery doesn't work on my computer anymore, so I have to leave it plugged in. If
Oh,
I
no.
unplug it and bring it over here, I have to reboot.
No, it's okay. No.
Cheryl Fuller. And so I think NCSRC usually meets the Sunday before CSAVR begins. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So I don't think they actually meet on a Saturday. So if you're interested in meeting prior to the CSAVR meeting.
Y'all write these dates down, because you'll receive an email, but what Ms. Fuller's about to tell us is the block of time. So y'all write these dates down. I'm going to do the same, and that we can check our own schedules. So when we receive that email from Ms. Godwin, we can answer it. Thank you.
That's right. So CSAVR has their conference, their fall conference, October 29th through November the 2nd. So that means, and that they put the 29th on there because there are some pre-conference meetings, but really what you'll see is CSAVR fully, where you would attend, will be October 31st, November 1st and 2nd. That's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. NCSRC would then meet on the 30th. So members, if you wanted to meet the day prior to NCSRC, you would meet on Saturday, the 29th, and then members could stay as they're available for NCSRC and then CSAVR. If you wanted to meet after CSAVR, you'll want to be aware that NCSAB begins meeting Wednesday, like at 1 p.m. CSAVR will adjourn by noon. And so you might not want to go on top of the NCSAB meeting with your own meeting.
That's right.
So there are actually 3 conferences: State Rehab Councils, CSAVR, then NCSAB. And so that would take you from the Sunday all the way through the Friday. And Mr. Chairman, you and Ms. Majeski West have done that before. You know that commitment of time. So that's what you are going to keep in mind. If you want to meet the day before NCSRC, that's Saturday, October 29th. And then if you wanted to meet after, your decision point is, do you want to meet after CSAVR, but during NCSAB?
I'm sorry, what is that one?
So CSAVR traditionally ends by noon on Wednesday. So it's all day Monday, all day Tuesday,
That's
half day
the
Wednesday. Yeah, that's the National Association of State VR Agencies. And then our sister association of the National Council of State Agencies for the Blind begins their meeting at 1 p.m. if they do it as we used to do pre-COVID. And then they go through Friday midday. And so that's the key decision point, is if you meet after CSAVR, then you could be meeting on top of the NCSAB meeting. And you may want to give some thought to whether you'd want to do that versus meeting prior.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fuller. My experience, and jump in here, Ms. Jessie West, if you feel so inclined, but and we certainly want to address as many disability conferences as are offered. But what I found in Jacksonville, at least, is there was some overlap that seemed that there was some, redundant information, or maybe even some lightly attended part of it that others felt the same thing. I don't know.
Well, yes, that, and if you attend all of them, by the time for me, by the time I got to NCSAB, my brain was just mush. And my retention of what what was the content of that meeting was pretty diminished by that. Frankly, for me as a rehab council member, the NCSRC is probably the most relevant to what we do as a council, okay? Because this is the National, Rehab Council Association meeting.
The other states are all in the
other
room.
state
Yeah.
rehab councils are there. There's a lot of exchange of ideas and what do you do? And, you really kind of, that was, for me, that was very dynamic. And then probably the first 2 days of the CSAVR, especially with the discussions from RSA and some of the, what's coming down the pike, very, very interesting. But like I said, after a while, it all does start to run in one into the other, and it may be that certain council members may be more interested in going to, let's say, NCSRC, and then going to the last one, which is the NCSAB, if they have the blind and visually, for those who are blind, visually impaired, because that's going to be more relevant to them, So I don't know, and I think part of it is just going to be geographic. I think it's possible that, for example, maybe you consider doing, because I won't be there, but neither will Chairman Ebler and Ms. Hodges, but maybe consider even doing the meeting here in Austin the Friday prior to, then going down there on Sunday to San Antonio. You know what I'm saying? So
Perhaps, but I think it would be.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And it would be great to be able to have a meeting freshly following the conferences. Certainly would be a lot of input from different people that attended a different meeting room and be able to share that.
But I kind of needed a week just to process. Really, just to process everything and get it down and,
Well, that's because you feel the need to include every single thing that went into your head in your report, which is great and all, but holy cow, you've got a big brain.
So anyway, but yeah, that was my perspective on the whole week. I do agree with Ms. Fuller that I think that trying to do a council meeting after would be a lot. Would really be a lot mentally for everybody to handle, especially if they stay the whole week for the three back-to-back meetings.
Well, maybe then what I hear you saying, and on a real world concept, I think you're right, that it just may be to the point where the meeting, our quarterly meeting would almost just be, God, I don't want to be here. Let's just get through this and it not be really a good, solid, effective meeting. And half of us may fall asleep in it, who knows? But maybe that is, maybe it's just too much to try to cram together. Maybe it's just a dream thing that would, in theory, work great, but in practice, is that what I hear you saying?
No, not at all. I think it would be great for the council to meet just prior to the meetings, have a Saturday meeting, and then, for those who travel, they get a chance on Sunday to see a little bit of San Antonio, get a little bit of relaxation and then hit the meetings. And then those who want to just go to NCSRC can go just to NCSRC. Those who want to go to NCSRC and CSAVR and NCSAB can stay the whole week or drop out at any given point.
I see. So
you know.
not put our quarterly meeting at the end, which is likely to be more committed to be attended.
Mhm.
The others would be the conferences would be.
Yeah,
well,
find a venue down in San Antonio, whether it's the hotel or
Yeah.
a TWC office or Wonderland. I don't know if they're open even in November, but they've got meeting rooms. So, obviously.
Yeah, and the fact that we would go down beforehand means that they're actually the hotel that we would be in will probably have rooms available, to be honest.
Possibly.
Well, and Mr. Chair, just a recommendation. I don't
Sure.
want to take us back a step after getting back from
No, please,
COVID,
it's important we
but
know. Yeah.
just a suggestion. If some people may not want to meet on the weekend or what have you, or maybe it's just a lot. An option would be to do the conference trip, just the trip being just for conferences, and then just this once, or we could do a hybrid meeting a week, push our meeting a week back to like the 11th.
So this is Lisa Godwin again. I'm going to intervene real quick. Once we get past or starting at CSAVR, there's literally no time on the calendar because then TWC conference comes in at the end of November. Then we have Thanksgiving and then we have Christmas. Things just really start popping. And if we push.
Well, we could do a virtual meeting either way. Like
we kind of got into that
we could
last
do
year.
a virtual meeting instead. We could do a virtual meeting and then leave all the travel for just conference.
So what I hear you saying is if we move our quarterly meeting, it's going to need to go at least the day prior to or a week prior to the conferences is what I hear.
Right. I'm going to speak up real quick again. This is Lisa Godwin. I like the idea that Ms. Fuller proposed about doing this Saturday. Again, this is the first time I've had a chance to talk to everyone about it. So I'm processing a lot more information and thoughts are popping in my head. I know that a lot of you do have jobs and you're volunteering as RCT members. So that Saturday might be a better option for the RCT meeting because like she was saying, it's not pulling you away from your job. If we do it after the NCSRC, CSAVR, then you're there for the whole week. You're Monday through Friday, you're away from your jobs. But if we do it the Saturday before and just do a one day, we could do the committee meetings maybe like at a different time, possibly. That's something that definitely could be pulled out of our normal meeting time. We could not have a speaker that time. We could not do training. So there's a lot of things that can be pulled to make it just a one day.
Into one day.
Condense it to one day, just Saturday. And then, like she was saying, if they just want to attend just the meeting, they can attend the meeting and go home if they don't want to do, because they're going to have to come to Austin, either Austin or San Antonio. They're going to have to travel. Most everybody is.
Or maybe hybrid.
And definitely plan on it. Still plan on doing it a hybrid.
That's
It's definitely
right.
still the plan.
That's always an option.
Yes. So, and then those that want to stay for the NCSRC, which I do agree that is the most important because that is the State Rehabilitation Council National Council. So that's where you're going to get most of your input and connections and with other states about what their councils are doing. A lot of input and great information. And then if you want to stay for CSAVR, then you can. And then, so I think that's a great plan.
Yeah. So the Saturday meeting.
Yes, sir. And just do a one day meeting. And
do we
it
need to
hybrid.
send out a survey monkey or have we just had a survey monkey?
It's totally your call.
Mr.
yes,
Chairman, no, go ahead.
Sure, Ms. Dobbins. There we go. Oh, it was on.
It went away.
There we
Okay. So the Saturday meet, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to travel all those days. San Antonio for a blind person's hell to get through and work through. So I'm either going to, and so if we do a Saturday, I'm going to do it virtually.
Mr.
that's
Chairman,
perfectly
that's
acceptable.
what I was gonna say is that if we do the Saturday meeting, you may find that most people will want to do it virtual because they'll just want to stay home, do their Saturday meeting and then travel in on a Sunday. Or if all they want to do is go to the NCSAB, they may travel in later on in the week and just go to one segment of that meeting. So
Well, thanks to Mr. Robinson's motion a couple of mini meetings ago, we have the option to visit our
Do
virtual,
we know where
our
the hotel-
quarterly
yeah, I
meetings
don't know where the
virtually,
hotel
and are
is.
welcoming a few members virtually as we speak. So, Ms. Bourne, that might be,
I'm sorry, I was thinking, do we don't know, do we know the hotel where it's gonna be?
Hilton Heights. Oh, you're right.
Which
I'm
is-
thinking of our
I'll have
meeting.
to- oh, the-
I think it's the JW Marriott.
I don't know. Oh, well, anyway.
yeah, I mean,
There's a lot of logistics that, I'm just trying to.
we
figure
totally
out.
get it. We totally get it. And we want to make sure that we're sensitive to everybody's logistical plan or burden.
July is hard enough. that's
Completely.
why.
Yeah, no, I get it. So, but if it is too much and San Antonio is not a friendly place for the blind to go to long meetings with, several days or whatever, we have the virtual option. So that is something that,
Yeah, that's probably what I would, that's probably.
and we would welcome you to be present either way, as long as you're there one way or the other. We'd love to have you there one way or the other, but virtually would be fine. I mean, and that also may, half or more of the council may choose that because it's a weekend and they want to stay at home. That's fine. And then, make it on Sunday to begin the conferences that week. If they so choose to attend those. And we hope many will, because we want good attendance from Texas, as Texas is the host, right? As we know, when we went to Jacksonville and I learned quickly that Texas, Texas, New York, California, Ohio, Florida, they kind of do what we say. Or let's just say they listen to us well. We appreciate the wisdom, little heavy load responsibility, but it's important to get things right. So we're gonna be in Texas, and that's exciting for us to be able to present our full wisdom of our council at that conference. Will be neat. So we do encourage people to go. But so is that what we've come up with? Is have the meeting on Saturday, condense it to a one-day meeting. Virtually is fine, because that's what option we have out for everyone at this point in time, starting this meeting. And then whoever wishes to choose to attend the conferences, welcome to, and we would appreciate as much attendance as possible.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds great. This is Lisa again. So I just want to confirm. So we're going to go ahead and just move forward then with inviting all members to the 3 conferences. We're going to move the November RCT meeting to San Antonio, and I'll work the logistics and let you guys know for sure and we're going to do it one day only, hybrid meeting on Saturday, October 29th. Are we in agreement in that? I can go ahead and move forward.
Anyone have any input on that? Okay.
All right.
I
Great.
think we're moving forward. No, I think that's a great plan. And with the virtual option for the meeting, everyone can attend, whether it be from their comfort of their desk or in person in San Antonio.
Right. And I will between Ms. Fuller and I will find out if the other 2 conferences or 3 conferences will be offering a virtual option as well, because I don't know yet, but we'll find that out as well.
Now, there are some members that are on with us virtually right now, and I don't want to ignore them by any way. I mean, if there's anyone online that wishes to speak up or chime in on any of this, Ms. Giesland or Ms. Klaus or anybody, please feel free. You're definitely part of this meeting and we don't want to exclude you. So speak now or forever hold your peace, but we certainly would love to hear from somebody if they have more input on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lindsay Giesland, and I'll be honest with you, if it is even if it's virtual or in person on a Saturday, I probably will not be able to attend either option due to having a child at home who will be requiring my attention. So, and I assume you guys don't want children in your board meetings. So,
No, we perfectly understand and appreciate that. And we understand that the Saturday is different for many families and people's personal schedules. And if you were not able to attend because of that, we perfectly would understand that and not hold it against anybody that had a Saturday plans and we're not able to attend a Saturday RCT meeting. We completely understand that. That goes for no matter what day of the week it's on. But when we appreciate your input, Ms. Giesland. But if it were something where you wouldn't be able to attend, we would certainly miss you. But we feel this is a pretty powerful series of events that we could do together. And now that we're able to do virtually online, that it really enables that to open it up to do, if people are willing to volunteer on a Saturday. So we would appreciate it. As we know, we won't be there, or those of us that we'll be kicked
Well,
off by then. But
Chairman Ebler, this is Lisa Majeski. The
Yeah.
only thing that I do think that does bring up a point of we do need to make sure enough members can attend to reach a quorum.
of course,
Yeah, so I think that RSVP for the council meeting is going to be very important, because if we can't get a quorum for Saturday, then there may have to be a plan B for that.
That's a
Very
great
true.
point. That's
Yeah.
a great point. So we're gonna need to, should we do an email or Survey Monkey? Email's fine.
I'll send out an email. I'll wait until Monday. I won't do it. Maybe I should do it right now while it's fresh on everyone's mind. And ask if you're available for Saturday meeting on this date, and then we'll determine if a quorum can be met.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send that out today. So if everybody will just respond to my email, let me know if you're available. on
That
the
would be
site.
great.
Yeah, either virtual or on site, either way.
I think that would be great. And again, we're just asking to do it on a Saturday is quite an ask, and we certainly appreciate it. Of course, but as Lisa G pointed out, following the conference, not a possibility. Getting into the holidays, starting the holiday season at that point, and I guess TWC conference, and so that we've got to go ahead prior to it, and that Saturday would be an optimal day to do it. And if people aren't able to do it, then we'll hope to have a quorum and carry forward. But you'll receive the email from Ms. Godwin. Just please reply and let her know whether that Saturday will work for you or not. And we'll condense the meeting to one day. Okay, great. Well, that wraps that up. I think we've got a good kind of a preliminary plan together that could be real effective and have good attendance for the conference. That would be pretty cool. And I would encourage people to go to the conference. My gosh, I don't speak for Miss Majeski West. I learned a lot and gained a lot of information from some different perspectives from some other states too. That was very cool to kind of see what they're doing and while we are independent states, and there is this little competition between each other thing. We are the United States of America, so that is nice that we can get information from other states and utilize them in a positive way in our states. Now, being a proud Texan, I'll say typically they're taking our information and using it, but you know, there might be something we can pick up from somebody else. So no, it's great. But okay, thanks everybody for that discussion and contributing to that. A lot of great information and input on that is really helpful, whether it be in the room or virtually. So thank you all so much for contributing to that. Okay, I guess that pretty much wraps up our new council business. So that brings us to a wrap up here. So one thing I would ask members to remember that now that we're back in person, we have a table of goodies over here that is it's funded by contributions from us. So if somebody would be so inclined to, I'm going to give Ms. Godwin some, a little bit of money, just $5, $10, $20, just to kind of give her the power to be able to supply our table with the goodies that we have, the snacks. If people have the ability to do that, we certainly would appreciate that, to give Ms. Godwin some money for our drinks table and snacks. The other thing I wanted to mention was to thank everybody for pulling this together. This was a great virtual hybrid meeting and broadcast meeting. We're grateful to have all of you online watching from around the state, this grand state we have that's difficult to show up in person. So we're glad to be able to use these electronic medium to get this out to you all, so you can participate and have some interest in what we're doing. And I want to thank Lisa G for all your hard work in preparing for this. This has been at work, and you did a great job. We went virtual, had to do the COVID virtual scene, and that was quite a challenge to keep up with from remote location, and you did a fine job that. So we appreciate so much your hard work and input and making that work, as well as then we asking you to shift gears. Now we're actually going to go in person now, and we're going back into person. We're going to shake hands, hug, and I'll broadcast all that virtually. And you're like, oh my gosh. So thanks so much for all the hard work that you did for that. And that goes for, the engine room, Daniel, and back there keeping the AV going, everybody else in the room. I don't know everybody's name, so please forgive me. And then of course, Vice Chair Cowart, thank you so much for your help in pulling this together. You assumed your new vice chair position in the middle of the COVID fog. So you pulled it back into the in-person and with fine grace. So I appreciate that. And of course, Ms. Fuller and your team, Scott, thank you all so much for everything that y'all do to help support this advice that the council gave, that we go virtual and in person. So we really appreciate your participation in that. It was key, and without your will and to do it, we wouldn't be able to do this. So we're able to virtually and online give Texans the ability to attend our meetings. So we thank you so much for participating in that. So with that, before we adjourn the meeting, does anybody have any input or questions?
I have one question or one comment. We did discuss, I believe, we're going to go ahead and do August meeting back here again, if it's available, is my understanding. I haven't checked on the availability yet, but we're going to see how it worked out, and it looks like it worked very well. So
I think it worked. Yeah.
August, since we don't have our remote equipment yet, and that's still in the process of being looked at and determined what's the procurement process and getting bids and those sort of things. So I think that our best option for August is to return back here. And if that works for you guys.
I think this was a great place to have it. You know, I think maybe through the COVID, some of us may have even forgotten where we used to have our meetings. Remember, we were all kind of in love with that building and wanted to go back so badly after COVID. It's like, okay, this one will work.
And then one last comment, for those of y'all that are here in person that traveled, if you will, just get all of your receipts together and send those to me. And by email, you can just scan them, take a picture with your phone, or whatever works for you. Just get those emailed to me, and I'll get your travel prepared, and I'll send that to you to sign off on. And you can do that just by email. You know, you can just type your name in as long as it's coming from your email and send back to me, and then we'll get you reimbursed for your travel.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, anyone else? Okay, well, with that, thank you all so much for helping get together, and we're back together again as a team. I love it, and we are virtual, we're online, we've moved, I believe, very far forward. This COVID, which was, you know, a social health nightmare, and we certainly, prayers and thoughts go out to anybody that struggled or unfortunately perished. We certainly do have sympathy for everybody in that suffered that, but in a strange way, it helped us move forward into this new broadcast format, and for that, I'm grateful, and I think that it will serve the VR community better moving forward. So however painful it was, it's helped us move forward. So let us do that. And with that, thank you all so much for coming. That wraps the meeting. We'll adjourn the meeting, and I hope everyone safe travels home, and have a great rest of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.